Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of our BPL Beta Brawl 2. I am MFG, joined today by Waffles for Sid and Ocean as our wonderful casters today. Looks like my camera took a dive in the ocean. But we have a lot of action here for you today. If we want to look at the bracket, we'll update you on where we are now. So we've got South Beach Shooters versus Demon Mode as our first match of the day, followed up by CrogeCoin.com versus Crab Apple right after that. So both of these teams are currently 0-1. If we look at the bracket right now, you see that they had lost their respective matches and they are now coming into this next round. So this is going to be one of the lower rounds. So according to the bracket, which we've seen yesterday, but kind of more as a refresher, the loser will go to the lower round 2 and the winner will be going to the middle round. So that's kind of like an in-between where they have a chance to rise above and make it to the finals, or if they lose that, they still have a chance. But this is going to be a triple elimination Swiss style, so 3 losses and you're out, 3 wins and you're in. But we don't have just this match going on right now. We actually have 3 going on at once. We have our main stream, which we have right now, but we also have our lovely B and C streams. So our B stream is going to be highlighting the B League of our Beta Brawl 2, and our C stream is going to be an alternate stream for the A League. So if we're on break for either map switches or tech issues, make sure to go and check those out as well. But in the meantime, let's get to the match at hand. Like I said, it's going to be our South Beach Shooters versus Demon Mode. Waffles, what are you feeling about this match?
You know, I am really excited to be getting into day 2 of this tournament in general. We're getting even more content for the new Overwatch 2 and, you know, kind of some of what we might expect to see and want to see coming through. Ocean, we had some changes come through recently as well. You know, curious to see how much of an impact those might bring to today's matches.
I mean, it's exciting, right? A lot of our tanks got adjusted, but unfortunately in my brain, we're just going to see a lot of Winston and Junker Queen. Junker Queen's kind of busted. She's fun to watch, so I'm okay with it. And she's a new hero, right? So you get to see a lot of new Overwatch content. Hopefully we'll see some good Junker Queens today.
Totally. MFG, what is on your mind after, seeing all of the action from yesterday and kind of heading into today's action too?
Yesterday, there's a little bit of a surprise. Like Demon Mode, they actually had there was an upset that occurred. Demon Mode, the number 5 seed, actually lost to the number 12 seed. So that was definitely something that's most likely going to fuel Demon Mode to outperform today in order to make sure they don't fall out of the tournament too early. South Beach Shooters did go down against the number 1 seed Poseidon yesterday, but that also is going to kind of fuel them with determination to succeed. And we see right now it was a 1-2 for South Beach and an 0-2 for Demon Mode. So South Beach did take a map off of the number 1 seed, so that definitely is going to add to that motivation factor. But Ocean, do you think that Demon Mode is going to be able to rise above that upset, or do you think that you're going to succeed as well?
I'm actually all right. I mean, these are like fresh, kind of pug teams in a way, the way they were selected, right? So it's going to be difficult to know where everyone really is and how much synergy these players really have. But what I will say is just based on the cool names we've got, Demon Mode, they're going to have to go Demon Mode if they're going to win today, right? South Beach Shooters, they were doomed yesterday, right? They were doomed because they're a beach and they're playing against Poseidon, which is like the Lords of the Sea. That they're in trouble. They're done. Yeah, I know a lot of things about Oceans based on my names. They were not winning that game. So the fact they got a map, that's not a mean feat at all. So I'm gonna randomly predict South Beach Shooters just for fun because they lost a funny game yesterday with name wise. So let's go for them.
Yeah, well, I also noticed that there are a few people from both of these teams who used to play on the Solomon Island Salamanders together. So they are going to be a little familiar with maybe some of the aggressive or passive tendencies. Vincent used to play with Distortion, great as I distort his name, and Genesect. So, I'm curious to see if that's going to, maybe yield any personal duels after being on the same team. I like to definitely hunt you down in Deathmatch Ocean.
Yeah, you never kill me. We've seen those widow duels. We've seen those widow duels, especially on the day. 4 in a row. I seem to recall that, and then I seem to recall that you lost so hard that you just went to Hawaii for 3 weeks just to forget about it.
Definitely, just had to heal.
While we're on the topic of matches and maps, our first map today is actually going to be Lijiang, starting off with the control. So starting with you, Sid, what kind of compositions do you think these teams are going to pull, judging by the map?
Well, it's really hard to pick when you move into a control map, right? There's actually the variance of what the RNG for which map will be selected first. I actually noticed sometimes some of the workshop codes always pick a certain order. So I'm not sure if we saw any of that from Lijiang Tower yesterday. I didn't actually notice. But, I'm curious to see what it's going to be depending on the map that yields. There's a lot of boot potential on some of those. And then there's some really close quarters fighting where we see the teleporter come through from Symmetra. So they get there fast and they set up that barricade that's not very enticing to try and break through.
I'll chip in on my opinions for this because it's really interesting to me because this is a beta, right? These players won't have had too much practice, really. It's not like what we're seeing in higher levels of Overwatch right now where they've been playing on the, I guess, like an OPR for a bit. They've been playing the beta for a long time and having a lot of extra scrim time. And so this is not going to be similar to what we see in Contenders. You're going to see a lot more comfort picks. I definitely suspect we'll see something like a Symmetra. Definitely some sort of rush comps here on Lijiang. Maybe not on Lijiang Garden. We might see something else there. But yeah, I expect some sort of rush comp.
All these varieties of compositions we will see. We're just about ready to hop into the map, but we'll still keep you entertained for a little while longer. How about a little fun twist here? I know we slightly mentioned our new heroes. Specifically, we got the Junker Queen and Sojourn, both of which have actually been really popular right now, considering there's been a lot of recent changes. In fact, on the 14th was when new beta patch came out. So do you think that those new patches are going to affect the use rate of the new heroes? Because I know we were talking about how Junker Queen is pretty viable right now.
I think they're both going to be played a lot. I think they're both really good in really good positions right now. So I think we'll see them. I think that Only question is how long have these players had to practice those two heroes? So it really depends on comfort, right? Because as I said, practice time's probably been quite limited. So if you haven't had time for any of your players to pick up the Junker Queen or the Sojourn, then obviously you're not going to play them. So I think they're good picks right now. So I'd like to see those heroes, but I would understand teams going away from it based on practice time.
Yeah, and comfort as well, right? Like if you're not comfortable with that hero, you may not be able to actually bring the full value you need for your team. Whereas picking one of those characters that you, I mean, have been practicing for years with and have all that muscle memory for might be more up your alleyway. It actually looks like we're going to be hopping straight into the match here. We're loading up and we're showing team comps, but I'm not here to say anyone's committed yet.
Oh, I like what Demon Mode's playing. I hope they play something similar to this. Sid. I really like these sort of ball compositions. So it's gonna be, we're gonna see his Chu toy on the main support, rocking around with Vincent on the Zenyatta and protecting them. Actually going to go for the Mercy to give a couple more resources to Mahiki on the Pharah. I think this is a really good composition going into the Brawl type composition we're seeing from the South Beach shooters. They're going to really struggle to deal with things like the Wrecking Ball and the Pharah. So Demon Mode, what they're going to look to do is take loads of different angles and just kind of harass South Beach shooters.
South Beach shooters already set up on point, but Ocean, just like you called it, it's going to be a lot of harassment here from all of the sides. Everybody on the support line filling the kill feed there on this assist for Muhiki, and it is absolutely devastating. These shots are connecting left and right, Ocean.
I mean, you saw Mara and Peepo go for main, you saw Vincent around that sort of area as well, and then you saw the pharmacy on the right-hand side. Realistically, what tools did South Beach shooters have to deal with that, right? It was really good timing of the attack from Demo Mode, and also just in general, the concept of playing from multiple angles is difficult for a Brawl comp to deal with, and that's why we're saying South Beach shooters go off that composition and reset their ultimate economy, which is going to make it difficult to deal with Mohiki's barrage in this next team fight.
Exchange comes through here opening up this fight, but it's really going to be about who can capitalize. South Beach did put pressure on the point, but Demon Mode still holding strong. Dr. Jargo drops down from the high ground to continue pursuing forward here on this side, and Vincent gets some help, but not soon enough. Peepo couldn't save him, and now they've lost their Zenyatta here on this fight. There's still an exchange onto the tank, so no one quite pushing in to take the objective yet. It's going to be tough with the barrage shut down by the Rockets, and Ocean, it's still Demon Mode with, you know, possession of the point here.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to keep possession here unless Yuria, who just stuck a pulse bomb, might be able to kill Peepo, has anything to say about it, but I think it's done, especially with Rafa going down. Yuria as well, Vincent getting a couple kills in the end of that fight. And I think South Beach shooters are in a little bit of trouble here, because we know after fight 1 they had to reset their ultimate economy, so they're behind on all of these ultimates, particularly support ultimates, where Vincent has a massive lead here on that Transcendence, and I think that's going to be the critical ultimate to watch out for in this next team fight. So watch out for Vincent here as this next fight begins to unravel.
Demon Mode has Minefield online as well to zone out South Beach if they need. With Vincent, they'll taking Yuria out right early in this fight. They are not even going to need it. They're just going to use their normal abilities here, continue free firing. Trance here in the small room, keeping Muhiki alive. And, well, once again, his Chew Toy keeping the damage boost strong on that Pharah.
Sorry, I can't deal with that name. That is probably
those supports the whole time on Demon Mode, Ocean, were just in the kill feed left and right, absolutely helping make those plays happen.
Oh no, they played really, really well. Vincent, they died maybe once. When they're playing Zenyatta in that sort of composition, they're going to be really isolated, especially when Tutu wasn't playing the Brigitte. So they were going to be isolated the entire round. They stayed alive well. They got some good value with their Discord orbs, got a couple of kills as well. So Vincent played really, really well. And of course, his True Toy was able to set up Muhiki on the Pharah quite well. And this is something I think we are going to see definitely on control set. We're going to see a standard Brawl composition. This is where you're going to see Junker Queen. Junker Queen is kind of being played in similar compositions to what you would imagine Reinhardt would get played in, right? So that's what you're going to see. People here go on to the Junker Queen, our new tank hero. and they're going to be playing a brawl competition. So this is the same matchup but reversed, where South Beach are going to be playing the brawl comp, and Demon Mode are going to be playing this brawl competition.
Hunting down for the back here, and well, once again, it's going to be the Zenyatta singled out alone, taken down very quickly there from Peepo as they continue to capitalize. A nice knife right there, straight through the enemy, and well, South Beach Shooters on the run again as it's going to be Demon Mode capping out of the gate.
Yeah, they should win this team fight. Genesec's going to try and stall and maybe buy time for some DPS to make a play, or just get a kill on the Sojourn themselves, but they're going to capture this, and this is a done fight. I feel like South Beach needs to get out of here, reset, and reevaluate.
Yeah, I agree with you there, especially after losing Rafa. They did take Vincent down early, but you know, Ocean taking down a Lucio they're going to be back fast. They've got these rollouts down. Lucio's been around long enough.
They're turning it more on people,
okay.
Overextend, and they're down. And I think we're going to get another fight around the point. No, D-Mode are going to back off and reevaluate how they approach this. And this is going to be difficult for them. Because now that South Beach Shooters have the objective, their easiest target, which is the Zenyatta on South Beach Shooters, is positioned so far back here. You can't exactly just walk onto the Zenyatta. You'll take so much damage trying to do that. So maybe the best idea is to punish the ball, and I think they've identified that.
Oh, yep. Ball punished right there, and Dr. Jargo following right after, just right after. Now it's all Demon Mode continuing to push forward here, attack South Beach Shooters, and well, point almost flipped back into their favor. South Beach doing a nice job at, well, really keeping this point alive. Yuria just given the jukes here. Muhiki cannot seem to quite find connection. There it is though, but they're finally taken down in the process, and well, South Beach is still wringing out even more possession. Ocean, this is a really great stall coming through for them.
Yeah, I mean, they got 46%. They took a nice lead on the objective. This next team fight's going to be really difficult, though, because Demon Mode have all 5 of their ultimates, right? They potentially have enough ultimates to go through the entire round. To Demon Mode, really. It really depends on these DPS ultimates. Can you force out a support ultimate? I feel like that's the goal. So maybe Hiki can use Overclock, force out an ultimate, and then Mara can look for a team fight victory. So watch the DPS from Demon Mode.
Ults being thrown left and right, and well, that zoning from the minefield is going to make it tough for Demon Mode to continue moving around easily on this objective. They've got the range to handle it, and with the overclock coming through, Ocean, they were feeling pretty confident having Muhiki on that far back line, just free firing onto South Beach as they walk in.
I don't think you'd be too happy with that fight though if you're Demon Mode, right? Because you didn't get any support ultimates out. You had to use both of your support ultimates, so realistically, South Beach Shooters have a massive advantage in this next team fight, providing Rafa doesn't go down!
Oh, that is a beautiful blade coming through from Mara here on Demon Mode, and well, they're gotta be feeling good about that exchange, but once again, South Beach Shooters went down so quickly they were not able to use their ultimates, so a little bit left here in the tank for them.
That's a touch, though. I think it's going to have to be Genesect on the Wrecking Ball,
They can make
getting that touch in, and then they're going to have to use those support ultimates to get an advantage in this last fight.
All right, yes, on the point there, and well, there it is, a trance in this back line to keep South Beach in this fight. You know they have to get on the point and continue pushing forward here. Genesect doing their best to just stay alive, and well, the kills coming through in favor of South Beach. They have the resources, they're throwing their ultimates, and they turn the fight to take this point back.
And now, with that team fight, there's no real ultimates online. I mean, yeah, Yuri has the pulse bomb, but that's going to be not too much of an impact here in this next team fight. I mean, unless they're able to find one of those supports, then they'll buy themselves some time to spam and get some extra ult charge. I think the only thing that South Beach Shooters have as an advantage, or either team has, is they've got that positional advantage. They get to play around this choke.
So much damage. Oh, bit off a little more than he could chew. Genesect going down early in this fight. That is the opportunity Demon Mode wanted to take this point back and try and take the map for themselves. South Beach needs to try and hold strong here. They're down 3 now, and it is looking like an uphill battle for them. Demon Mode going ahead, almost flipping the point, and well, just about has it for themselves, handling the trickling of South Beach coming through. South Beach trying to keep this fight alive, and well, Genesect doing a lot of work here on this wrecking ball, staying as a threat, and some pressure coming here through from Yuria. It is overtime bar though, both teams at 99-99 now, and the point is still in possession of South Beach. Who is going to actually take this in the end? The mines here are zoning people out all the time, and Ocean, it is hectic on the point.
Rafa goes down, and they kind of needed that Lucio because they were not too far away from that soundbar, and that's the next ultimate line for South Beach. It's not looking good for them.
Man, it is tough here for South Beach, and now they have to fight a Dragon Blade on top of it. He finds one, he's looking for more, and oh man, there it is. Another one to follow suit, and that's going to be Demon Mode taking the point and going ahead and taking Lijiang.
I think South Beach should have only have themselves to blame, though. I think they had that positional advantage. They're going into the last team fight because they had control of the point. They had Genesect go down really early at that choke area. Yeah. And I feel like Genesect doesn't really need to be there unless you're setting up something for Yuria with the pulse bomb, but Yuria was nowhere near there. So I feel like if they played further back, closer to their Zenyatta, who was playing really far back to ensure they didn't get just dived on by the brawl composition. So I feel like they could have had a better setup for that last team fight. So I feel like they're the masters of their own demise there, South Beach, going for that last team fight. But Demon Mode played well. They showcased two different compositions, were comfortable on both of them, showcased a lot of different heroes in said compositions.
Yes.
So they looked pretty good there on Lijiang.
I agree with you there, and hopefully South Beach knows to be a little more careful. A few times they bit off more than they could chew, especially when there were those more mobile characters, right? Usually you can get away, but the focus fire coming in from Demon Mode at recognizing this person has been isolated or has overextended, they seem to recognize it and capitalize on it really quickly. And gotta applaud a team who sees that opportunity and everyone is actually focus firing. We saw how quickly, some of the South Beach characters got just mowed down, even the tank line.
Yeah, especially that wrecking ball. Genesect had a couple of good moments and a couple of bad moments, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how Genesect, especially if they decide to keep playing the wrecking ball later in this series, either some of their more aggressive plays get punished or what sort of value they get. Because it was a mixed bag there on Lijiang Control Center. Some really good moments, some really poor moments, especially going into that last fight. But I think this series is quite open, especially since both teams have showed a brawl comp and then a bowl comp. Yeah. I think that shows that there's going to be a mixed range of compositions, and this game is going to be quite open. I don't expect to see one team rolling the other at any point in this series. I think it's going to be quite a mixed bag.
Well, and Control is definitely more of an outlier of a type of map on, consistency. We're going to move into Escort next. So, curious to see how the teams are going to respond when you have to, continue staying with the payload, and the map terrain will switch up as you progress, right? It's going to be about taking the space in advance and, well, maybe trying to push back into those people who are already defended and set up. We're going to go to Circuit Royale next. So one of our new Overwatch 2 maps, Ocean.
This map is stunning. I love this map. It is absolutely stunning. It's set at night. I love it. Actually, I hope it's still.
Which parts of it are stunning to you? Can I have you do you have a couple favorite? Let's just do two favorite parts, please.
I'm a big motorsport fan, so they've got some track layout there. It's really nice, and it just looks nice. All right, it's pretty. All right, it's a pretty map. Okay. And also the gameplay, right? You get to see some hit scan duels on it, right? Especially on point A, you will see some hit scan duels. I imagine Mahiki will play a lot of Sojourn here. We could see a Sojourn versus Sojourn matchup, and Mahiki has shown that they can play Sojourn really well, so that could be really fun. Or you could see Widow here. I'm kind of against the grain. I quite like Junkra Time point day where you can see Widow v Widow. So I was interested to potentially see a hit schedule here on Circuit Royale, particularly point day.
Yeah, well, it's also a new map, so I'm curious how the teams are actually going to be maneuvering and setting themselves up consistently, if they're ready for it, and how much practice they've had running those plays on this different terrain. It's an Overwatch 2 map, right? It's not King's Row, where we've all been there every single tournament or round.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited to see, the differences that come through and, how some of the different levels are capitalized.
I can't believe I didn't actually mention this when you asked me what I thought of Circuit Royale. But
Oh?
so if you haven't watched an Ocean cast before, you'll know that I was a massive fan of Sky Industries, right? I was like, that was my favourite map in Overwatch 1.
Yes.
It's gone now. And I think Circuit Royale might be my favourite. I really do. I really like this map. I really do. And that is an awesome, stunning picture. This is why this map is the best, right? Stunning, I guess. What beauty, I guess, is a good word to put it. Stunning beauty around the map. I'm a big fan of Circuit Royale, okay?
I love it. I mean, I can't complain either. There's obviously a nice cityscape. Got to watch out for the cars here too. And, the night maps I think are really nice on Overwatch. The glow effect from these cityscapes just lit up in the evening and how they truly are
that's an
accenting
awesome
different
shot.
parts. Yeah,
Oh, shout out to whatever observer's got that shot. Oh, yes, that's the stuff of dreams. I'm going to sleep easy tonight.
Man, and I don't actually know what those little blue marks across the top of it are.
I'm not sure. It's something nice. It's something nice looking. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is either.
It's not permanent ads moving across the sky. Alrighty, okay, kicking it off, Ocean. We're getting here set up on this offense, and there's your Widowmaker.
Yeah, we're gonna see Widowmaker versus Sojourn. So not quite Sojourn versus Sojourn, and Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, so not quite as cool, but still a hit scan duel nonetheless. So Mohiki versus Humpsley is gonna be the key battle here on point A, as both teams look to unlock each other in this first team fight.
I wonder how Mohiki's going to handle any of the extra off angles that might come through from South Beach here, but obviously they haven't had to worry about that once. They are on this long channel with just free sight lines all the way through Ocean, and it is going to be tough to displace them.
Both teams now on spam composition as well, so a third composition for both teams. If Mohiki opens up this fight, this could be just done from there.
Wow, Vincent also putting in a lot of work there. We've seen him just pop off on the Zenyatta consistently, and I gotta say, it has been a huge value for Demon Mode.
Oh yeah, the Vincent's been really, really cool. It's interesting to see that Demon Mode didn't go for the Zenyatta Baptiste, the double flex point that we're used to on this map, but staying on a more, I guess, consistent composition where you've got a Brigitte, a main support hero that we've seen across Overwatch, is a hero that's really good at dictating the tempo, and I think that control helped them a lot there on point A.
That is tough losing Genesect early in the fight though, and that's going to put South Beach on the back foot. They're already losing both supports in this, and that's going to have to be a reset for them, Ocean.
Yeah, and they're getting snowballed hard here. And what's really difficult about this is the best part about point B, especially when you get an early hold on it, is the high ground to low ground where the spawn is. It's quite difficult to even walk out of spawn here from the attacker's perspective. And you're not going to have that high ground control now, because look where Demon Mode are. They've pushed all the way to where South Beach spawn is.
Well, and that is, like you said, it is just tough to walk out of there. They're completely funneled into the maw of South Beach of Demon Mode, just continuing to free fire in there. And this is so much damage. They're trying to break through. A blade is thrown into the heart of them on top of it. And Ocean, that is 2 kills coming through once again from the blade. And Demon Mode's going to keep on rolling this cart.
This is brilliant from Demon Mode. They're playing some really good Overwatch right now. They extended their advantage on point B so far. They put their opponents under pressure, and it meant that, what's normally a really difficult objective, it wasn't difficult at all, because they took the key positions that you need to take here on Circuit Royale point B.
That was a beautiful accretion coming through from Peepo on Genesect slamming down, and Trance keeping everyone alive. And now it's time for South Beach's Trance to come through, trying to keep people alive through the flux, and doesn't actually execute it all the way. This was a beautiful Ant Matrix here from Pew Pew, trying to keep this cart from touching right at the last moment and enabling South Beach to hold just before the second checkpoint.
You know, I quite like the fact that Pew Pew is playing the Baptiste and has the Out Matrix. You know, it kind of makes the Pew Pew side. It's shots go for it.
Very
like
battle
that,
rifle
right?
vibe, totally.
Yeah. So this is a difficult position now because you look at this high ground advantage that Genesect and Co have. Right, it's so difficult for Demon Mode to push in. I think they're going to be looking towards that star hitscan player Muhiki again to try and give them an opening.
There it is, a push onto the back line, and Vincent does go down as a result. A nice job coming through from South Beach as we see Genesect and Yuria teaming up once again. We saw them circling around Demon Mode multiple times during Lijiang, but wasn't always as successful as we just saw right now.
Muhiki's had enough of the Widow, surprisingly. Goes over to the Ash. I guess you got a little bit more spam potential on Ash, so I guess the two supports on South Beach will be pretty close together. You might be able to get a dynamite onto them.
Well, that'll put more pressure on the supports too with the dynamites.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. I think that's the idea here for Muhiki on the Ash, but still, like, how are you going to get an angle here, right? It's going to be so difficult because look at the distance you have to travel to even get to a position where you're matching South Beach shooters on the high ground. This is hard to push.
Yeah,
here on
well, matching them on the high ground, that's some wishful thinking moving through this channel. And a pulse bomb double kill. Ocean, that is devastating for Demon Mode, and South Beach really changing the momentum and holding this fortified high ground super well.
I thought they were still setting up that fight. Yuri just kind of smacked into the middle of the team with a pulse bomb. It just made me look like I have a poor caster. Thanks, Yuri, mate. But it was a great play, really. 3 kills right at the start of the team point. Set up brilliantly by Genesect. They're so patient. And look, I mean, you've got a direct sight line on the spawn room right now, right? This is so difficult to attack second royal point B. And South Beach shooters taking advantage of, well, their advantage right now.
Yeah, the terrain absolutely playing in favor of the defense here, especially when they were able to stop it just short of the second checkpoint. Honestly, very ideal for them. And now Demon Mode is literally fighting an uphill battle to try and retake the cart themselves. It is a tough push for them, with Muhiki also moving back onto the Tracer.
Maybe just the challenge Yuri on the Tracer. I like that one, by the way. Uphill battle. It was covered. Party's in that one.
Oh, there's another engage coming through, and just a little tease up there from Peepo, getting some damage taken out, and maybe get some abilities thrown. Demon Mode goes ahead, skirts away from the minefield, goes all the way around, and just emerges essentially behind South Beach. Caught them by surprise, took down 2 characters already, and that's the advantage they're looking for to get this cart to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, I think they'll win this team fight, but I'm curious to see if South Beach will get another team fight here on point B. I think the problem is that, oh no, this ends stuck. This is going to be really awkward. So Genesect's going to have to go and touch, and when Genesect touches, the Zenyatta's going to have to try and get back into position. They have the Transcendence as well, so that's an extra tool to do so.
Yeah. All right, we're getting down to the wire here. There's the engagement, and is he going to get a sniper kill? Looking for it. Gets a little bit of damage and is still hunting him down. There it is, the finish coming through from a teammate, and another kill coming through onto his two toy. There's still exchanges back and forth, and that's the trance that's going to keep South Beach in this fight, topping off the remaining members of the team to help them hold this point strong just before the second checkpoint, Ocean.
Yeah, no, that was also what could have been a disaster for South Beach, but there's a Zenyatta being caught in the backline of Demon Mode. Ended up being an absolute miracle, because those early Discord orbs got them a couple of kills, and the Transcendence shut down that Dragon Blade right at the end. The Demon Mode, who looked like they could snowball for the entire map at one stage, just get shut down on point B and can't get any momentum back.
Yeah.
Good turnaround from South Beach. Really nice team fight from the Zenyatta at the end. Good turnaround.
I couldn't agree more, honestly. They did a fantastic job holding them and, stopping them from even capping the second checkpoint right at that last moment. And then the final hold was very clean, in my opinion. I liked how patient South Beach and their Zenyatta was, waiting for the right chance to actually try and regroup, right? We saw he was caught way out from his friends, and, timing it right with your teammates, so they were there to back him up. We saw Genesect follow up on the kills as he was, launching them at that Ana and at the Brig to follow suit.
Well, see it's a piano playing right now. Bet you that spray's distracting though. Just let them play. Come on, we need some musical masterpiece here. You know what I am disappointed about? We didn't really get the hit schedule that I wanted between Hipsley and Mahuki, so maybe we'll see it here on point A again, right? We're going to see Mahuki on the Widowmaker versus Hipsley on the Sojourn, so we might see it this time around.
Well, Mahuki was definitely getting hard focused as soon as South Beach realized how big of a threat they were. And the successful dives coming through were, nice to see from that ball tracer combo. They already see Mahuki and, put a little pressure, forcing that grapple away. But, well, the sniper duel has been won here from Mahuki versus Yuria. Yuria on that Hanzo, so it doesn't have the same sights available, but also a sniper nonetheless. And well, now South Beach has to play so careful. That was deleted fast, and oh, it's a good thing he was a tank Ocean.
Oh yeah, Mahuki was really critical on point A for Demon Mode's offense. Got the opening kill. I think it was on the Yuria as well.
Yeah.
So Mahuki's going to be the key player again here for Demon Mode on their defense this time around.
And he's got a pocket from Vincent as well, keeping him nice and healed and topped off even when he gets chipped on the shoulder. And Demon Mode really holding defensively beautifully right here.
I like the way his Shuto is playing the Brigitte right now. When Demon Mode have any sort of advantage in the fight, Shuto goes away from protecting their Zenyatta mode and goes into, I'm going to push our advantage with my Sigma mode, kind of playing as like a second tank, because obviously we only have one tank in Overwatch 2. I like the way that his Shuto is playing the Brigitte to extend advantages in team fights and putting a lot more pressure on the opposition. I really like it.
That is definitely one of the woes of playing against Brigittas in general. And, well, we can see there's, South Beach still pushing forward here, actually now getting a little bit more traction, trying to put the pressure onto Demon Mode. Demon Mode has sights up, though, and, well, not gonna matter. Vincent already going down, and it looks like everybody can see the opponent for the most part. More pressure, more damage coming through, and Genesect is relentless here. South Beach continuing to push forward and trying to take this point back. A Flux comes through, it's taken down one as well, and it is chaos on this point, Ocean, as they're just trying to clean up the last kills.
Yes, Sigma Jill right now, GT wannabe has to get out of there to try and stay alive. Will do, gets back to Vincent, gives him the Harmony Orb, and it's a bit of a mess on the objective right now. Genesect has the Flux and is going to activate it right now.
There it is, push forward here, and it does dodge the accretion. A trance from Vincent's gonna keep everyone topped off here from Demon Mode. No damage all damage mitigated after that puppy. And well, it's still Demon Mode holding this point strong, and they have a great defense set up. Oh, what a good block there.
Oh, good. Right, okay, so nothing's going to happen there. Really curious what's going to happen here this next team fight. South Beach have both of their support ultimates, right? So that seems like a good natural counter to the Dragon Blade that Demon Mode have. But the question is, can Demon Mode get rid of those support ultimates? They have a rally to do so. There is the rally.
Engagement coming through, and stunned there in the front line. Dragons are going to tear through the center of the point, continuing to zone Demon Mode back, and now we are overclocked. We are looking for shots and taken down in the middle of it. A blade comes through from Demon Mode once again, and he's looking for another 2K here, this time on both supports with only 30 seconds left, Ocean.
Yeah.
Clean it up.
They got rid of the Transcendence. I don't know who forced it out. I think it was Shuto and the Brigitte after opting with the rally. They forced out their Transcendence, which means they can get a free run with the Dragon Blade. Really good play from Demon Mode. Well executed team fight with 10 seconds left. It's going to be a scramble to touch. It's going to have to be Genesect setting up this next team fight. Pew Pew with the Amp Matrix is the only real tool that South Beach shooters have.
We have seen the Amp Matrix turn the tide of the fight last round, and oh man, saved by the grapple right there. That was nice to be around for. And well, now there is a more damage being output here by Demon Mode. They're throwing all their ultimates into this fight, straight into the Amp Matrix, and it is working. They are just mowing them down one after another. It doesn't matter that their damage is amplified, and overtime bar gonna almost burn down. Still a touch left, and there it is. Gonna be Demon Mode going ahead and taking Circuit Royale.
Yeah, really good play from them there. They win the series as well because first to 2, I thought they played really well on point A there. Well, obviously they're held, right?
Yes.
So they must have played well at some points. But I think what really gave them the edge was how they played around their win conditions, right? In the first couple of team fights, your win conditions are just going to be that Widowmaker because of the long sight lines that you've got on Circuit Royale point A defense, and they played around Mahiki really well there. Some fights it was going to be, okay, our win conditions Blade, how do we get rid of their Transcendence? They did so with the Rally. That was a really good intellectual team fight. I really enjoyed that team fight. And then additionally, okay, we have Gravitic Flux. They don't have that quite yet. Let's use our Fluxum in a team fight. There were 3 examples there where they played around their win conditions really well on the defense.
And, that says a lot because you have to be mindful that you're not throwing all your resources right away to counter or at the first sign of danger, right? You have to be patient and, you have to have that discipline to, know it's not time to use that valuable asset or, throw your ultimate to try and save your friend. You need to wait just a little bit longer or wait until the opponent has their counter out of your way. And that wasn't some really good back and forth. Definitely tough trying to break through that Widowmaker, though.
Yeah, I thought Team 1 played really well, especially when Mahiki was that win condition. In this first couple of fights, those other team fights where they have their other win conditions like Flux and like Dragon Blade, they don't happen if Mahiki isn't played around well and is able to get kills in his first couple of fights, right? Because they lose those fights otherwise, right? So that was really clever. And also what was really cool for me from Demon Mode is we're on a beta. You will not have had too much time to practice.
Right.
They played 3 different compositions so far in that series. They played a Brawl composition with Junker Queen. They played a Ball composition with Thor and Tracer with a Zen. There was a Mercy's Zen backline, not a Zen Brig backline. And then they went back to a more poke style composition with a Sigma, and they ran Zen Brig as well. I thought his cheats, sorry, the name, it gets me every time. Had a really, really good series, playing a lot of different main support heroes. So shout out to his chew toy.
And, they definitely chewed up the enemy quite a bit. MFG, welcome back to the scene. How you feeling after seeing that matchup?
Well, I think Ocean predicted it. Demon Mode went Demon Mode to win that matchup. There's just, like you guys have been saying, so many great tactics that were used there for them to triumph over South Beach shooters. And a little bit of update for you from our other streams for the alternate C stream for the A League. Currently, we have Kingpin going up against Catgirl Empire in a 1-to-1 match. So that one's going to be pretty close. Definitely one to keep an eye on there. So we'll definitely keep you updated more as we learn. We see right now B stream, we've got a 1-0, and then we have another 1-1 going on there on the C stream. So a lot more action there. Speaking of action here on the main stream, our next match is actually going to be an upper round 2 to be exact. Courage Coin and Crab Apple. No team has lost yet, so that one's definitely going to be one to look out for. We're going to throw to a quick break just to get us ready for that one, but don't go anywhere.
of that first push for both teams, and now you want to see which team can take control of the high ground as quick as they can.
Yeah, I mean, looks like two different looks of the rush, actually. One with the Rhine, one with the Junker Queen. I think I like the Rhine completely better, but that's only because of the BAP. I think the Immortality field will matter a little bit more on this than the Zen will.
Maybe that is the question coming in, as really that's the main difference. It's the Rhine and the Junker Queen, or the BAP and the Zen.
But even then, the supports, I don't think that creates a big enough difference. It's going to be based off of the tank on each side of the field, and just the supports in the back line, the small things they can do. But frag goes down.
Mac Tackle has been pretty good on this Genji so far, taking out frags on the. I say that they've been so good and they immediately get taken out. That's just the caster curse.
Yeah, but also, if you're the only pick, you're probably doing pretty good. Alright, yeah, so Wheels Poppin' maybe did not get as enough peel as maybe you wanted to, but now is the time just to reset, get your bearings, and start to get ready for this engagement. Starting to speed in immediately and just create a nuisance.
There you go. Already, it's gonna be close. BTD Champ 2003 gets taken out first. The Immortality field goes low and just gets taken out. BTD Champ was focused down so incredibly well there from Gerald Dynasty, and they're gonna keep this push going almost to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they had success with the rush, on in parts of Busan, but I also don't know how much I agree with maybe just mirroring it here. I think you just want to kind of go, but they get the flip. They get the flip.
They do. They get that first checkpoint. They get the first checkpoint, and that is, with how much time the robot spends at the checkpoint, it's almost impossible to really get much more, and you're sort of stuck there. So a lot of teams choose to retreat. You see that a lot in the Overwatch League. Hyper Knight gets taken down off the Shatter from BPD Champ, and the Genji's in the back line trying to stay alive, contested now 3-2 on the point, but it is the supports coming up big for Yo What's Poppin'.
You're definitely right of the, okay, it's good time to retreat. I just, maybe not the best call just to come for the complete abandonment of the point and not set up for any kind of recontest later. That's more so the concern, but a little contest. I like the call. Carl just putting a big toe in the circle and holds him up for a couple seconds, taking time off the clock. I like the play.
Alrighty, there's the ult. Mac Tackle comes in. Big Blade coming in. It's Betrayal getting taken down first, though, off of the Zenyatta play. It's close. Yabai has the ult and is using it to their advantage. Has a lot of ticks. Luca gets taken down, but Yabai is soon to follow. And it's Gerald Dynasty holding the bot.
Yeah, I mean, already gets the bot moving back towards their side, gets to make more progress, and we'll get these forward spawns back, which is what'll probably matter the most here.
There you go, the bot moving back to 10. There you go, the ult from the Junker Queen, throwing themselves right into the fray. Multiple people, purple. Yabai goes down first, and many of the Yo What's Poppin' members are low, having to roll away. BTP Champ charges Mac Tackle, gets them really into the backline. There's a coalescence from Frag, a good kite there, but it gets so much space for Yo What's Poppin'.
I'm surprised that Champ could get out of there the way that they did. And they get to move the bot back towards center. And Hyper Knight goes down. Winter finding the pick onto Hyper Knight, and
inside we go. All this pain builds within. Footsteps fade, what could have been? Finally I feel more free. The end of you and me. Let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me. My heart belongs to me. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. Feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our BPL Beta Brawl 2. Once again, I am MFG, joined by Waffles for Sid and Ocean as the casters today. We've got upper round 3 coming at you right now, CrogeCoin.com versus Crab Apple. We have a wonderful, exciting matchup ahead because both of these teams have not lost yet. So it's going to definitely be one to look out for. We see right now Crogecoin won both of their matches 2-0, Crab Apple winning both of those 2-1. So it might seem that Crogecoin looks like they have the upper hand since they haven't given up a map, but everybody knows in BPL upsets can definitely happen. So that's definitely going to be a point to look out for. And other things to look out for too are our other streams that are happening right now, because we do not just have this match happening, but we have 3 matches happening. We've got our C stream, which is going to be our alternate A-League games going along with our main stream. And then our B stream is going to be highlighting matches from our B League for the BPL Beta tourney. But as I said, our mainstream match at the moment, Crab Apple and Crogecoin.com. Ocean, starting with you, how excited are you for this one?
I'm excited because, well, since we're in the upper round 3, we could see some higher tier gameplay, could see some better execution. And what we've seen so far on this stream today has been a lot of flexibility, which is something I was very doubtful of seeing today. So that's something I'm really excited to see. Some more flexibility, some more different compositions, some more different looks of the Overwatch 2 beta, because that's what we're here for, right? To see some Overwatch 2 gameplay.
I'm excited as well. Honestly, I am looking forward to, which map we're going to start off with our hybrid as our opening choice. Kings Row is on the table, but it's actually going to be Midtown. This just in. We don't have to visit Kings Row just yet this morning. We're actually going to go to Midtown first, and, well, I gotta say, I'm looking forward to heading over to New York.
I like the New York. What's really interesting about this map, right? I said this on the little Contend News Round 2 stream that we had going on over at Reflash. I like the fire engine. I really like the fire engine. I like the fact that it's a different cart to the typical cart that we see on all the other maps. I quite like this map because Point A, there's a lot of different key areas to fight for. You've got the subway cart in the middle of Point A. We've got these things again. Like
That now we
cars.
see what they are actually. It's the commuter pathway. Look at that one guy splaying off on the side. Good for him. Man.
Yeah, nah, that's the wild one. I mean, that is just typical. Like, that's definitely not an accurate thing of like New York drivers, is it? You know what
I mean, it's that packed for sure. At least bumper to bumper that congested. And, nice to see it's going to be hopefully taken off the streets one day, Ocean. I really want that to be actualized in my time.
Yeah, hopefully that would be decent. We see some Torbjorn in here. I think this is a really cool idea because you're going to probably have this high ground relatively for free on the defense, right? And that's a really nice Torb turret spot. There's a couple of key areas, right? The point being one of them, and that subway cart being the other one. So it's going to be interesting to see what the offense fight for. Are they going to go straight to the point? It looks like that's their approach.
Ooh, sneaking right underneath. Now we're using the fire truck here for a bit of coverage. And it's going to be Crogecoin that has to actually push back onto their defensive line. A lot of people hit with that new Moira ability, the Necrosis Orb. And, well, it looks like it does pay off. They only lose the turret in the process. Actually, they lost Mac Truck in the process just at the end of that fight. And, well, still going to be Crab Apple going to have to regroup.
Oh, I love that pronunciation of Necrosis. That was sick. Sorry. I had to compliment my co-caster at times, so, I liked it. Right, going into this next team fight, Perseus is going to switch over to the Echo, was on the Genji, and what was displayed there, you can see Perseus is at 31% ult charge on this new beta. You keep some of your DPS ult charge when you swap heroes.
Yeah. Isn't that a nice little cushion for DPS? And anyone who needs to change off and try and adapt to the other team in the process, it's not quite as punishing, but that damage putting you at 7 health is definitely gonna have him back off.
This is interesting. Both teams right now running the Junker Queen on new tank hero. Both brawl-based compositions as well. But you still have these poke elements, right? Torbjorn and Sojourn can play from range. Sojourn and Echo can play from range as well. So very versatile compositions right now.
Nice Carnage strike right there, and gonna go ahead and recall that blade on top of it. It's a good thing it clipped a few people, helping heal Azu up just a little bit more. And oh, a nice one right there to the face, punched him to finish him off. And this is the kind of in-your-face action I love seeing from Junker Queen. Had the speed boost on top of it and has just been hitting these shots and cleaves left and right, Ocean.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a messier fight. It's not like your typical brawl fight you'd see with the Reinhardt. But looks like Crabapple, they were able to find the targets, the key targets they wanted to kill. They should capture point A.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Crogecoin are going to try and contest this.
Oh, a little boop away though, just for safekeeping, just in case you might have thought you wanted to try there. Kurt Lebert, not today. But we see Azu here on this high ground waiting for their opportunity. There is the turret right there taking some damage and, just going to go ahead, continue chipping it down, getting that passive heals back from their own damage. And Crabapple has a lot of ultimates online, Ocean, and the turret just went down.
I think this is okay, though, for the defense, right? You've got massive control of this high ground, and now it's time to go, go, go. They've seen an opportunity.
Pushing forward there, and well, so much zoning coming through from that molten core. Crogecoin goes ahead, tops it off with the sound barrier, but that was a nasty rampage coming through from Azu. Antied so many people in the process, and they did manage to get Mac Truck there in the mix. Now it is the Crogecoin's time to go ahead. Cypher throws their own rampage and looking to try and close off these last kills. Oh, just barely missed the Sojourn at the end, Ocean. She was so low.
You know what? I actually, really struggled to understand Sojourn, in the first beta. And ever since she's, become, a really good staple meta pick, I've actually kind of fallen in love with this character. I really like the railgun. It sounds satisfying. It looks satisfying. You can make some really cool plays with it. I do think she does need turned down a bit. And she's a bit too good, but... Oh my god, she's such a fun hero to watch. Maybe not quite Widowmaker level in terms of hit scan, but I actually prefer watching Sojourn gameplay to your Soldier 76 or Cassidy.
Yeah, it definitely depends. I can't quite compare to Cassidy. But that was a beautiful little clip with the rail shot at the end, Ocean.
Yeah, Pangalex is having fun on this hero. Really getting a lot of value. as was Chimarin. So both Sojourns having some fun. Oh wow, Chimarin even wilting the Sojourn duel as we talk about the Sojourns.
Lot of coalescence here on the field is ripped out of the copy in the process, and well, still more pressure being applied. Focus Beam's going to take Chimarin down, and that's going to be Crogecoin continuing to aggress forward here and try and collapse on Crabapple.
I mean, they want to go, but their supports kind of got a little bit too aggressive there. They tried to get onto the back line, but got caught out on the rotation there. That should be a 3-point win for Crabapple. Now, this is going to be difficult, right? One of the interesting things about mid-tone and even point A Gibraltar is you have to go underneath to move the objective, but then you have one less player on the high ground. So when you're battling for this high ground, the key area of the map, the key positional area, you know, you're in a 4v5 situation. So this is going to be an interesting team. Well, I think Crogecoin, they're going to have to walk up to this high ground. Good coalescence in from Butters.
Already initiating here, Crabapple trying to stay healed up. Azu falls a little bit low, gonna look to try and keep themselves healed from the coalescence. Cart just sneaking on through Ocean. Look at that. No. Oh, just at the end, able to be stopped. There is a big anti coming through, and Crogecoin holding strong just at the last moment.
That's a good team fight. It would have been you know what's really interesting there? If that point gets captured, that's a terrible team fight because you use some ultimates there, right? And obviously, you lose point B pretty quickly. But since you win that team fight, you've got your positional advantage, and you come back to the point and you win the team fight pretty well. You know, such differing circumstances that could have been. But good team fight for Crogecoin on the defense, and they've got their DPS ultimates here, and Crabapple don't really have much either. So DPS versus DPS, and Crogecoin have more tools.
Blade is once again opening up this fight, looking for targets, but at the minimum, just cutting a lot of damage through. Crabapple tries to keep themselves alive with, you know, a nice shout from Azu, and, well, it does pay off. They go down in the end thanks to the overclock coming through from Crogecoin, and Crogecoin holding strong once again and mitigating the aggression from Crabapple.
That should be I have no idea who's going to touch for Crabapple. The answer's going to be nobody. Pangalex goes down. And that's going to be mid-time point B hold for Crogecoin. I was quite impressed with their point B defense. I really liked it. I thought that their DPS were able to get a lot of different areas of value with their ultimates. I thought they took their duels quite well. Very impressed with the Crogecoin DPS line.
I agree, and it was good they recognized at the last moment that, Grunt Fuddock was just trying to squeeze that cart through to the checkpoint, and obviously, you know, the name of the game in this mode is to be moving the payload, and I'm glad Crogecoin, like I said, caught that at the last moment. It was definitely a good play by Crabapple to try and make that move, but ooh, man, playing it real close to that second checkpoint, Ocean.
I just want to correct you there. I said the name of this game mode is hybrid. It's not.
Oh, you're right.
The objective. It's
oh
not
my gosh.
It has a name, say. I love how in the name of the game, you know, it's moving the payload. No, it's hybrid. So
this one's hybrid. It's only part of it.
Well, it would be right if it was escort either.
Yeah, it would be right if it was escort.
Imagine if it was like
half credit.
Imagine if the names were moving the payload, capture the objective, then move the payload, and fight around key areas, and then capture an objective for percentage, right?
Right.
I feel like having strategy titles.
Opening up the gates though. Oh, we got just kidding. Of course. I shouldn't even talk about the offense. Talk about the defense right away. Crabapple already set up there. They have the Sojourn, so we're going to see both Sojourns and both Genjis, right? A lot of hopping around and a lot of, tracking some of those jumpy characters. Still, Crabapple trying to put some damage into Crogecoin as they're slowly getting surrounded. They've lost two. Well, now it's an exchanged Ocean, so it's still 4-on-4, and well, quickly following 3-on-3. Jeez, a lot of exchanges coming through, but really, who is actually getting the advantage and able to maintain the space?
Crogecoin for now, because they have a positional advantage on the point, but the numbers with the respawn advantage are coming back for Crabapple.
And that is going to be really tough, especially trying to push onto this point that, well, Crabapple has fortified down on. Nice, though. chipped down there at the end. That is going to be an advantage for Crogecoin to push into this point and try and take it back. A good knife throw there coming through from Azu. And, well, I like they're playing this corner. Ooh, they are hurting a lot, though, and they are going to be looking for any heals they can.
I think that's point tag over to Crogecoin, really well taken. They kind of understood, you know, they've got numbers coming back, let's take ourselves back, and then Chimera getting that really good kill on the Pangalex. You know, I talked about earlier how we could see that Sojourn duel on Second Royale in our previous series. We're seeing a really good Sojourn duel right now here on Big Time. And I feel like Chimmerin's slightly getting the better of it. I think a couple of times now Chimmerin, at critical moments, has taken down Pangalex.
Oh, man, that was a nice shout coming through from Azu to give everyone a little speed boost oomph moving into this fight. And there it is. Just the aggression paying off. They forced Crogecoin back and were able to capitalize on those sight lines as they were retreating back and, well, took them down, Ocean, one after another.
I'm never talking bad on Pangalex again. This always seems to
heard
happen,
you,
right?
Okay?
You know, your Chimmerin looks brilliant, you know, winning all the soldier drills. Oh, Chimmerin's getting the better of Pangalex. Pangalex wins the next team fight for Crabapple. Right, going into this next team fight, though, there's a lot of ultimates. Right, there's pretty much 5 on each side. So what you want to do when you use an ultimate here is get 1 or 2 ultimates out of the opposition. It's like getting better exchanges.
Backtrack goes ahead, throws the blade, and is looking for the damage. There it is, cutting through multiple people and just chunking down the tanks in general. Man, it was a great play actually coming through. They cleaned them up so fast, Ocean.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think that was what, a DPS ultimate for a DPS ultimate and a fight win? You take that if you're Crogecoin, you know?
Yeah.
There's kind of a bit of an investment tingling to their name, and that was a good investment, that Dragon Blade in that previous team fight. Both support ultimates still intact for Crogecoin. It'll be interesting to see which one they use to engage with.
They're looking for it, and I thought we were going to maybe see a boop trying to get them displaced. It's going to be the Rampage opening up the fight there for Crabapple, and still Pangalex going down. Too much damage coming through. This Coalescence is looking troublesome, and Crogecoin continuing to get the kills in their favor. Overclocked is working dreams here for Crogecoin, and there it is. The victory box touched, and that is going to be our it's Crogecoin taking the win. Woo.
Thank you, Chimmerin. You know, that's my Sojourn right there. That's the one I said that was getting the better of the exchanges, and that's the one that got 3 kills to seal the map. Thank you. Thank you very much, saving me there. Right, that was interesting, that last team fight, because we saw Crogecoin that used their Sound Barrier first, forced some ultimates out of Crabapple, but then that meant that when Crabapple kind of ran out of ultimates, Crogecoin still had their Coalescence, still had their Overclock, and that's when they got the value. And this is where, in this 5v5 scenario where you have multiple ultimates, especially with these messier Junker Queen comps, those ultimates you need to get good value out of. When you use a Dragon Blade, you need to force out a DPS or not just win a team fight with that Dragon Blade, because ultimates are really, really good in Overwatch. Yeah, we've been playing the game for 6 years, Ethan. You don't need to state that. But Overwatch ultimates are quite important.
Obviously, like you said, we've been playing the game long enough. Everyone knows that an ultimate can turn the tide of the fight, but we saw in our previous match, actually, some people were going down and they still had their ultimates online, and going down that early was really detrimental. And it seemed like both of these teams, especially Crogecoin, was very aware and patient using their ultimates and making sure they were using them before they were dying to then respond to Crabapple and continue to just put so much pressure. It seemed like they were always pushing forward, always trying to take space or, set up a play that was going to put Crabapple in an uncomfortable position.
I mean, that's what won the previous series for Demon Mode, right? Where they used a rally to get rid of a Transcendence so that their blade got more value, right? It's all about those little things with these ultimates now, especially since there's one less of them. It just seems that they can get so much more value in this 5v5 environment. And that's one little trend we're kind of noticing early on in the Overwatch 2 days.
Yeah, and with one more ultimate off the table too, like you said, that's one more big win condition resource, right? And especially with how some of the tank ultimates are with like the Grav. That was very punishing in some instances for the team, and having only one tank ultimate available, I think, has definitely been an adjustment for people. I I love that the carnage on Junker Queen causes anti on everybody.
I don't like it.
It is crushing and devastating for anyone in the way.
I think that Ultimate's a bit too good. I think Junker Queen is just a little bit too good. But she's fun to watch, though, right? These have been messy exchanges. But it's cool to see a new Overwatch hero. I still prefer Winston compositions and stuff like that, but I've been enjoying a little bit of a change of pace. It's always fun to see some new content in the game, and I think both of these teams seem to have at least an understanding about how Junker Queen's played. It's brawl, but it's not like Reinhardt brawl, right? You don't need to be right next to each other, right? You can have a brawl situation where you're taking off angles and you're getting value for your DPS, and that's why the Sojourns have had so much space in this game.
Yes.
And this could be a situation where we see another Sojourn versus Sojourn, because we are here on Circuit Royale.
Once again, we're back at the circuit. Ocean, I am excited to see them, try and roll through the streets. These long sightlines were really troublesome in our last game for some of the teams. And, we're seeing a Hanzo Widowmaker come through from Crogecoin.
Well, Sniper, this is like a full spam composition here on the defense. I like it. You do see variants of spam compositions here. I love this map! Oh, Sid! Oh, this is the best map in the game. It just is. Look at it. Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Right, enough with the map. The compositions are there. We got the Ducky as well. The most iconic character in Overwatch. When are we going to be able to play as the rubber duck?
When is the merch for that coming out? We're about to hit summer, Ocean. And, where is that? Where's the summer floaty for everyone to buy? That's the moneymaker right there.
It is. Both teams. Spam compositions, long-range sightlines here in Circuit Royale. We saw this in our previous series, and I assume we'll see it every Circuit Royale series for the rest of Overwatch 2.
Ooh. Yeah, see those Sigmas really pushing the shields too, trying to help their team mitigate some of this damage. Azu in the face of Crogecoin here with some backup. Really nice coming through, and it's actually Garden being taken down early. More people following suit as Crogecoin holding this high ground.
So what's interesting, the only difference in these compositions really is the Brigitte to the Baptiste, right? So Baptiste obviously a lot more spam damage, but Brigitte has a lot more brawl potential and a little bit more potential in dictating the tempo of the fight. So if you can get close up, right, you get up close and personal, even with your spam composition, your Brigitte is going to get more value, but seeing these neutral engagements from far away, this Brigitte is going to really struggle, apart from getting Zenyatta and other DPS characters into better positions for the offense. So this is going to be a really difficult task for Crabapple on the offense to try and shorten the gap and get close to Crogecoin to give themselves a better experience with their composition.
Oh, and an early pick onto Butters from Dilby. That is tough. And Crabapple actually just turned it for themselves. The DPS are popping off. That was a nice pick off from Garden here on the back. And that is going to be Crabapple taking the point, or pushing the point and taking space.
This is going to be a really hard recontest. I don't think they will recontest, to be honest, Sid. Look how far back the players are on Crogecoin.
Oh,
and they've got a slower composition. They'll be able to shoot down onto the low ground, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch. No, that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Point A has been captured, and also I like the fact that it's a little bit more of a clear indicator when point A is captured. I remember C9ing a couple of times in the first beta. I like that change, so it's good to see those sort of changes happening this early on in Overwatch 2's life cycle. Nice!
There it is, and that's the advantage Crogecoin wanted. We saw actually in our previous match here on Circuit Royale that the defending team had a lot of success holding this position because of how it's literally an uphill battle for the offense. So far, though, Crabapple trying to do their best to mitigate. Nice pick coming through from Garden once again, but they don't have all the numbers they're looking for. They did lose their tank earlier, and Azu still worth walking back.
Get the kill! No! That is a very low Zenyatta bolting kick. And this map is so much about the DPS versus DPS battle. Vix versus Garden right now. Chimerin versus Pangalex are going to be the key battles, and Garden's just taking out Vix.
Dang, that was a nice shot. But Butters is taken down as a response, losing that Zenyatta duel. So, a little bit of a different exchange coming through. A nice dragon's going to tear through Crabapple, and that's going to be Crabapple having to reset and once again push into the defensive high ground. Ooh.
I don't think you're too upset with that, though, because you got rid of the Dragon Strike, you got rid of the Gravitic Flux. This next team fight, you're going to have more ultimates available. Both teams have their support ultimates, so those are going to be key areas. But that main win condition, the thing that Crabapple has that Coin doesn't is, of course, that Gravitic Flux. The problem is Coin had the positioning right now, so it's all about the setup for this Gravitic Flux.
Ooh. Bye! Once again, Garden has just been headhunting Vix right after another. Some vengeance comes through though, and Chimarin goes ahead, takes him down as a response.
Wow,
and now Coin has all the advantage again. Man, as soon as Garden gets taken out, their high ground advantage seems to just really take off.
I mean, the problem is, Crabapple have the tools to win, but they can't get into a position where they can use said tools because the Chimarin is able to just get so much value, or just everyone's getting overwhelmed with all this spam damage coming from the high ground. One thing that is to be said though is I think that Garden is having a really good game on the Widowmaker. Really outdueling
the
Vix
least.
right now.
Yeah, that he's been popping off, and well, the rally here committed by P-Spy, keeping Crabapple aggressive in this fight. A nice dynamite coming through, gonna keep everyone crispy on Coin, and this trance from Bolting Cake is just, well, not quite what they needed to say to stay on this map. And well, second checkpoint gonna roll through here for Crabapple, and well, we'll have to see if Coin can hold for this last point, Ocean.
You know what? I actually prefer a Bolting Cake. I don't know why. I feel like it sounds like some sort of like a juicier cake, a more flavorful one, or just one with a drink in it, right? I don't know, like a fizzy flavored cake.
You know, there's birthday cake flavored milkshakes, so that's probably what I was thinking along the lines of.
Weird position.
Are they going to get
here on the
off?
outside?
Ooh. Okay. A nice little corner play coming through. You can see those Sigmas bouncing their primary fires straight off the little, I mean, it's just a little concrete ridge right there. Nice small angles, really playing these shields, waiting for that opportunity and not wanting to get booped off that ledge. It is a precarious ledge. Bob getting thrown in, stunned right out of that flux. What a nice job coming through from Asu. And well, it is Crabapple continuing to capitalize on these plays and just take down Coin one after another. Cart is moving and cruising, Ocean.
Okay, gets it second time around on the butters. Vix gets that kill. That's a critical kill though, right? You know, that's a Zenyatta, that's a Discord orb not there. And also, it's hard to get your Zenyatta back in the fight because look, Butters has to come all the way back from spawn.
Okay, Coin goes ahead, throws that Dragon Strike here to keep, you know, Crabapple at bay for a moment. Oh, a nice corner there. It's sectioned off Garden. He had to try and regroup, and Dilby just said, you can regroup when you've walked back from spawn, my friend.
I think it's time to slow the broadcast down. Now, as the teams are slowing things down, just spamming at each other for a bit. Let's look what the key win conditions might be for this next team fight. Pengalex needs to stay alive for one, and then realistically for Crabapple, it's going to be dealing with this Gravitic Flux, or using this Gravitic Flux, to their advantage.
Good thing he was just behind the shield. His foot almost took that accretion. And with that opening play, they are still continuing to push forward. The Ant Matrix is on the point for Coin, but Crabapple just trying to push beyond it. Garden pops that blade, looking for that kill in the back. Does get taken down, can only find one, but the damage is done. There are so many bodies on the point from Crabapple right now. Rolling it forward just a couple last meters will be all about, can they handle the trickle here from Coin? And oh, just the tracer left, almost finished out. Nice slam coming through here. And Ocean, you know, Coin does have the spawn advantage. If Crabapple cannot continue to stay calm, they might have a chance. Not with those last few picks coming through though. There it is, going ahead and completing the map here with 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it was good from Crabapple. I thought they used their win conditions a lot better than they did in map 1. I feel like they struggled with those little interactions you would have where you use an ultimate to get an ultimate out, etc. But I thought it was good in the last couple of points, and I felt that once they were able to get into a position on point B where they could take a team fight with their Gravitic Flux, they were in a really good position to cap all 3 points of Circuit Royale. I think it was also quite good that they never panicked and used their Gravitic Flux when they weren't in a position to do so, because there was a couple of team fights, right, where they had that as their win condition. They knew that was their win condition, but they weren't able to use it, and it would have been so easy to panic use it, right? But they were patient, and waited for the opportunity, and that's what has unlocked the potential to get all 3 points.
It takes a lot of discipline and experience to recognize that, you don't want to panic use those ultimates as well. I don't always have that kind of discipline.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
As you've seen some of those nanos I throw. When
Not
you're
even your
critical
nanos,
ocean.
Your grabs. Your grabs. Oh my word. I don't think you've ever landed a good grab in your life.
That's not true, okay? I know I've gotten plenty of play of the games with those, but unfortunately none in Overwatch 2 actually. I haven't played much Zarya with Overwatch 2, and with how fun Junker Queen has been, especially recently. Not gonna see her again, those long sight lines. Sigma is definitely the way to go here, and with that shield being able to push and pressure anyone far away, I think that ability to throw it farther and really cut off that angle is such a detriment. And well, Dilby's already going ahead, opening up the fight. Crabapple has to back off. They're trying to give space, and even on the high ground, they are just being chased relentlessly by these fast, zippy characters, Ocean.
They need to get these players out, otherwise they're not going to get another team fight here on point A.
No.
Interesting to note, in the DPS battle that we've seen the entirety of this series so far, Chimarin versus Pengalex and Vix versus Garden, the 2 new DPS players in the lineup. It's getting quite interesting, but currently the Coin DPS are getting a little bit more value in this round.
Oh man, gotta watch out for that Discord Orb. There's so much damage coming through here from Crabapple, and well, if they can capitalize on whoever's discorded, it could be hard. Whoa, man. Well, it's Coin just gonna go ahead, take the flip themselves. There was a kill in the end, but it is just gonna be first point capped.
Chimarin with 3 final blows. Looking really good in this series. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching Chimarin's Sojourn so far. I've really, really enjoyed it in Garden, switching over to match the Sojourn, so that's going to be interesting.
Okay.
Because typically here on Circuit Royale, we've seen Vix and Garden play the same heroes, Widow versus Widow, Genji versus Genji, and now Garden's going over to match Chimarin. And I like that idea because Pengalex versus Chimarin didn't go quite too well in the Sojourn, so may as well try something a bit different.
Not too sneaky on that side over there, Vix. I love how P-Spy is keeping their eyes open, listening for, any angle of approach and being mindful of that Genji who can just jump around from any direction. They're still trying to keep this pressure onto Coin, but there is so much damage coming through. They do manage to take down Kurt Lebert, and with that, well, there's a lot of heals now being popped out there from Bolting Cake, and the blade in the back line. Shot down! Garden goes ahead, pops him quickly, says no thank you to getting sliced up, and that is a huge opportunity for Crabapple to go ahead and hold this defensive high ground.
Yep, we're going to be here for a while. It's Circuit Royale point B. If you manage to stabilize, you're in a good position. It's going to be interesting to see how many team fights they make. How much of an advantage can you build here on point B? What's really interesting though is if Coin even get up there into the high ground for a team fight, I'm not so sure their composition has the tools to win an all-out brawl on this team fight. Why? Because they've got 2 flex supports here, so you've got a lot of utility, but who's going to set the tempo once you're in an all-out brawl?
Oh, wow. 2 kills, though, from that Flux. That's going to be keeping Crabapple happy on this high ground. Even though they lost 1, not going to be a big deal.
Yeah, and look, the problem for Coin is that was only 1 ultimate that you forced out of Crabapple, right? They only used 1. Look at your ultimate. You've only got the nano boost for a while now, right? You might
You're ways off a Blade.
Yeah, you might get Flux soon-ish, but again, Flux on point B Circuit Royale on the offense is quite hard to set up, as we saw on Crabapple's offense. So you're in a bad spot, but Chimarin doing their best to pull you out of that bad spot.
Yeah, winning that duel already out of the gate, and there's the nano onto the Sigma. They're trying to find the value. Bob is going ahead, putting in some work in the back line. Butters pops the trance, keeping everyone on Crabapple topped off and in this fight, so Azu can go ahead and just get aggressive, get in their face, and continue to take down the members of Coin.
This is an interesting Stagger's ball to get. Tries to kick the Sigma around the map. That was entertaining. I enjoyed that. Whoa! That's an early overclock.
I've seen it both ways.
Oh
Sometimes,
no, that's
sometimes you say you want to say my ultimate is ready, and you accidentally just click your ultimate.
this
I
isn't
feel
good
it.
though. It's not even no ultimates for the next team fight. And remember, Crabapple had a massive ultimate advantage, and now they've lost their Bob, they lost their Overclock, and both support ultimates in the past minute or so.
That's true. So that means the pressure is on to compensate for some of that nice little slide out of the way. But who will survive the flux? Everyone so far, though. There's a nice anti coming through. No capitalization on that back line quite yet. Crabapple able to back off, get some of the damage mitigated and heal up, and just continue handling this front assault coming through from Crogecoin. Trance is online. There it is. Committed after taking a little look around at how hurt his friends were in the back line. Now he's in the front and what a deflect! Holy cow, Ocean! That was so much oncoming damage.
I want to know how much damage got deflected in that 1 second.
I'd love a replay.
Because that was a lot of
that.
particles on my screen getting deflected back. I don't know if particles is the word for it, but there was a lot of things happening.
Wow, yeah, that was so much being thrown straight into the face of Crogecoin. And honestly, of course, I don't blame Crabapple. Fire all missiles and don't stop until you know the enemy's dead. But the deflect definitely came back to bite them there. Now they have to continue holding, just trying to keep this third checkpoint to themselves as Crogecoin trying to push through.
I don't think that's good. I think that Crabapple are in a bit of trouble here. Their Sigma's falling off the high ground. They could get collapsed on very easily here. They have to back up. They're going to have to give up a lot of space, I think. No, they're going to keep it. They're going to look at.
Yeah, he was trying to maybe see Azu there, and doesn't quite need it yet. Oh, your friend already has that Harmony Orb, and you can see them just trying to take down these discorded targets or put pressure on the back. Kurt Lebert already taken down, and Dilby follows in that flux. 2 people out for Crogecoin, and that's going to be Crabapple holding strong.
You know what? That could have been disastrous for Crabapple with their Sigma falling off the high ground, but honestly, on the Sigma does brilliantly to capitalize to get 3 kills towards the end of that fight. Brilliant play to kind of take advantage of their mistake in a weird way because they were in a better position for that flux. The problem is now, how many ultimates are on both sides, right? This is going to be a really weird team fight where Crogecoin, they have to get rid of these support ultimates so they can set up a Nano Blade. The question is, how do you do that?
Oh man, and now we're at the treacherous corner, right? You gotta be careful who does and doesn't get booped off. A beautiful trance coming through from Butters. No thank you to any of that damage on the blade. Oh no, P-Spy does get caught out a little bit too aggressively in the front line, and Chimmerin doing it, playing the name of the game, pushing the cart. Oh, doesn't quite manage to take that little sneaky win at the end. Nice job by Crabapple, though, recognizing that and shutting him down just in the nick of time, Ocean.
It was a really good team fight from Crabapple, though. They used the rally to get into the faces of their opponents, and then they used the Transcendence to shut down the Nano Blade. I think the Nano Blade they could have been more patient on, but it's whatever now. You have to move forward to the next team point, and we've got a straight-up DPS duel. Chimmerin, Pengalex, they're the only players really with ultimates in the lobby. I mean, you've got that Transcendence from the offense as well.
Man, you gotta watch out for that railgun charge shot when you're just hanging out in the little window. Crabapple definitely having to mitigate some of that damage. They've lost. Oh, that's the Bob. That's fine. Bob was thrown on, already mowed down quick. But with Azu taken down fast, that is really detrimental. No tank there. And that's Crogecoin taking it cleanly there at the end in overtime.
You know, I've been trying to say Azu properly, like Azu. I'm really struggling. I'm really struggling.
Yeah, I'm working. You can hear the slow.
Yeah. I'm trying it. It's hard, which is weird because I have no problem saying Azula, right? I can say that properly, but it's maybe just add the LA at the end or pretend it's there, and I can get it.
Maybe. I'm trying. I've been, as you can hear, I've
you've got it fine.
Been trying to ump it. But really nice job. I love the fact that Chimmerin just trying to push the cart and win the game that way. Crabapple did manage to stall Crogecoin long enough that they had to cap it in overtime, though.
You know what I like about this series, right? Both teams, at most points, have been playing a main support and a flex support together, Sid. It makes me really happy, alright? You know, we've been seeing it like the
Why
higher
don't you
levels of play.
share your other pet peeve with us?
No, but this is it's really annoying, okay? Because like teams like they're like, okay, let's run Lucio Brig because we're having an identity crisis, and we don't know if we want to run Zen Brig with for Junker Queen or Lucio Moira, and they just decide, oh, let's run both main supports, and it never works for them. Although I would prefer both main supports over both flex supports, but that's just with me, okay? What's really exciting about this series, right? Other than the fact that they're running a main support and a flex support, is the DPS battles going on. Garden, Pangalex, Vix, and Chimerin have been exchanging a lot of blows, and it's been really entertaining.
And they have definitely had a back and forth as well. It's not been one-sided. And honestly, I love how quickly Crabapple is helping their teammates capitalize on anyone who's low. The Disruptor Orb right there going ahead, keeping people phased out of that hallway just a little bit or taking that damage. And now we are getting in the close quarters fight. This is where the Briggs are going to shine. And, well, who is actually going to come out on top will be determined. A nice job coming through with that shield, keeping Peace Spy alive, even though they were sectioned out. And with that accretion, it is going to be the momentum shifted here in favor of Crabapple. Oh,
Vix
what?
gets 3 kills. I got what?
Are you carrying it?
What
My goodness.
There we go. 1 second. Need someone to touch. They do get players on the cart, and that's courtesy of Vix getting so many kills.
Oh my gosh, absolutely just popped off and carried that entire fight, keeping Crogecoin in this game right now. Overtime bar has been triggered, so they have to keep someone on the point at all times, Ocean.
Yeah, they do, and they don't have any real tools. I mean, they're getting close to Transcendence, and they're probably going to need to build up that fast, because you're going to need that Transcendence to deal with that Gravitic Flux. The question is, when is that Gravitic Flux going to happen? Because we have overtime respawns right now. I think Azu just respawned.
Respawned. Yeah, he has got quite a bit of a walk back, and, well, Crabapple doesn't want to let Crogecoin get a first point objective caught. Bob getting thrown on the point, and now there's an exchange of a few different people. The real question is who's going to be able to sustain through this. Trance from Bolting Cake going to be keeping Crogecoin in this fight until it runs out. Who now is going to be taken down? No one was. They hopped off the point.
Oh, it was a 2v2, and I think, I mean, you probably. It'd be quite difficult to kill Azu on the Sigma there, but I think it was definitely possible. It's gotta hurt. But you do capture point A. And 1 minute 35 to capture point A in Circuit Royale is quite difficult, right? You probably only have 1 or 2 fights. Like Crogecoin, realistically, weren't gonna do that whatsoever or get anywhere close to that. Apart from Vix getting 3 kills on Genji out of nowhere. I thought that fight was done as well. I was just about to talk about how well Azu did in that fight, getting 3 kills on the Sigma, and then Vix just turns it around, and that could be a game-winning play. That is a good question. I don't know if you saw that in the match chat.
I did see that,
I think they are. I think I was right on the line. I think this might be a drawable situation, but it also could be like a situation where the cart automatically moves a bit. So I think there could be a position where this is either drawable, or because Crabapple are attacking first, if they get it, their cart's just going to push on automatically and give them the win. It happens on a couple of places. We're at 66 point A, the little gate, it can happen there. And Dorado point B, it can happen there as well. So there's a chance Crabapple can get the exact same distance here as Crogecoin and win. But I'm unsure because I've never seen this sort of tie here on Circuit Royale.
What? You haven't seen a tie like this in the short time the Overwatch 2 beta has been out, Ocean? Why not?
We should have tested it. We should have tested it. I'm sorry. I'm just bad at my job.
You took forever to get the beta, dude.
I got like yesterday and a half ago.
I know. But we are here. We're burning the clock down. 1:15 left as Crabapple's gonna go ahead, move this cart around. Garden is head hunting, looking for a victim, and it is a good thing Dilby keeps that shield up. People are trying to play behind this billboard sign, and oh, you gotta be real careful. Just like that, out of the gate, gonna be taking Chimeron down, and that is an advantage for Crabapple. They are gonna be looking to keep pushing this point, and with these long-range characters in the bank, it is going to be hard for Crogecoin.
I don't think they're going to get another fight. They're going to have to back off, get these supports on. Watch they don't get collapsed on. They need to be careful. I think they'll be good. I think they'll get another team fight Crogecoin. But it's going to be difficult because look at the Sigma ult charge. Azu is really, really close to that Gravitic Flux.
Pressure coming through, and it was too much for Chimarin. He actually gets rocked in the back right there from Azu, and now it is Crabapple continuing to just aggress forward. He gets left though in the front lines. Oh, doesn't make it out, but that's okay. His teammates have his back. They clean up that fight, and Ocean, it is going to be Crabapple. Oh, almost taking the fight there. A quick little touch, but there,
Oh my God.
at the end.
It's gonna pause for a second.
Oh,
And wait, why did it not move?
I'm not sure.
no.
Overtime bar has been
There we go.
triggered, and okay.
I was scared it was just in a stuck state, and we were just like not gonna see what was gonna happen there. But they did get the win, and we're gonna get them at
Yes.
3.
Well, as you can see, we're getting used to some of the Overwatch 2 elements. We were unsure if that would be a draw situation, and then we were unsure on that long pause right there.
I'm not sure why it took the cart to keep going. It's not like on Evolved or Route 66 where you're waiting for a
Right.
gate to open.
Right.
You can go. You can drive. It's a green light. Go.
You got the flag.
Yeah. I'm not sure
well,
why
I'm glad
that
we had that third-person view, so we can all kind of open mouth gape at it, like, there's no one there.
I was so confused. But you know what? It didn't cause any harm. And we're going to get a third map for the first time today.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned earlier that you thought both these teams would be really competitive with each other and it wouldn't be very one-sided. And I gotta say, you nailed it on the head right there. We have had a great back and forth, and man, those DPS duels that you mentioned have just been popping off. They have turned the tides of the fight multiple times, as we saw.
I'm really enjoying the DPS duels because it's usually when you have DPS duels, and at points it's been like this where it's usually Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, Haunter
Right.
versus Haunter, double sniper type of thing, right? Or Tracer versus Tracer, Sombra versus Sombra for value. We've had these weird interchanges where like the Widowmakers are like losing to the Genjis and the Genjis on the other
Right.
Widowmaker, right? It's been very different. It's been a very different style of DPS duel. I don't know if I'd like this every game. I quite like Widowmaker versus Widowmaker duels and stuff like that, but it's been really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I personally like the change up. I love a good Widowmaker duel, don't get me wrong, but watching the Genji collapse around the Widowmaker and seeing that pressure from all the different angles is definitely something I like to see forced out. And, I like making the Widowmakers uncomfortable. They recline back there sometimes and just free fire with no crosswind. So, I don't always like being on the receiving end of that. But we're gonna go into what was that?
The clever recline. Yeah, I thought that was quite smart. I didn't want you to
There you
break
go.
about that getting noticed.
Oh, well, we're gonna go to control map next. Map itself still TBD, folks. So we'll see you in a minute. We're gonna head to a break and be right back.
Tired and twisted, something in my chest is giving. With you now, my whole world's different. 'Cause I can't go back now. Tunnel vision, now you got me out of missing. A love that you haven't given, a love I'm craving right now. Can we skip the messages? All of these texts and calls, it's just a lot of playing pretend. And I wanna do more than talk. I guess that you can call us friends, but that's not what I want at all. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I'm not feeling conversational. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make it so comfortable. Say it to me whenever you wanna know. As long as you take this to another level. Take this to another level. Staring at the edge of your shirt, wondering who will make the move first, making me forget I've been hurt. I've never been so bold or reckless. Now
Hi, folks, and welcome back to the BPL 2 Beta 2 Brawl Tournament. We are in the midst of our series here of Crogecoin versus Crab Apple. And Ocean, it's heating up 1-1 right now.
You know what? I'm actually really excited for this game, and I can tell because my foot's tapping on the floor and I can't stop it. It just keeps going. Yeah, it's vibing. So I'm really excited here for this next map because, as I said, we've seen some really interesting DPS interactions and DPS duels, and I think it's been really fun to watch. So hopefully we'll see that, and I'm going to be interested to see more of that Junker Queen, which I suspect we'll see in this next map of Control.
Yeah, we're heading to Lijiang Tower. There's definitely some close quarters. We can capitalize on Junker Queen's melee abilities as a result, and you know, I think her speed boost that she gets from her shout just can really give her that extra edge to close the gap on someone who might be out of position or allow her team to do it as well. And I, for one, am really excited to see what she brings to the table.
Yeah, it was really cool to see those fights on mid time. I was actually kind of surprised that, you know, seeing Junker Queen on mid time. You know, we're seeing it at the high level as well, so I've just got my assessment wrong there. But I was expecting still to see Winston on that map because there's a lot of high ground involved. But
right.
You know, we're seeing Junker Queen, and it's good because we're seeing a new hero, and of course, as I said earlier, some new content. It's always fun, right? So, Lijiang Tower time. We're expecting some Junker Queen, but it'll be interesting to see if we see some of that ball that we saw in our earlier series today.
Oh, yeah, that was very effective as well. And it was the ball tracer combo as per usual, right? Really harassing the back line and taking some of those different angles from the frontline assault coming through. And there was a lot of follow-up on those low health targets.
You know what? I would have expected to actually see ball on this map in particular because Brawl have always kind of struggled here. You've been able to run like Winston variations of Brawl here on Lijiang Garden, where you would fight for the pillar next to the Mega Health Pack, but looks like both teams will be running for versions of Brawl here. And we are going to see a small change in composition. We're going to see two Genjis, Chibarin and Garden, and we are going to see an alteration between Tracer and Sojourn. So it's interesting to see who gets more value between Vix and Pangalex on those different heroes.
And we're back at Lijiang, you know, a very well-known comfort pick here from Overwatch 1. Nice aggression coming through here from Crab Apple, trying to push back Crogecoin, and there it is! Bolting Cake finally taken down. A lot of people had to go and help with that kill, and well, we'll see if that was the result they were looking for. There's still many more coming through, but this time in favor, well, as soon as I thought Crogecoin had an advantage, Crab Apple just starts popping off. And once again, the Genjis are just pulling so much weight in these fights, Ocean.
Crogecoin should win this team, but their support's got a lot of value there. A Bolting Cake, you know, like living batters and playing a little pretty. Ooh, I thought we were going to see Boop Too, but Kurt the Bird, 71% to that sound barrier. Relative to Grunt Buttock, who's sitting at 34. Had a really good team fight. I think 2 final blows as well from Kurt the Bird, so really well played from that Lucio and Crogecoin making the difference. In reference to that Vix versus Pangalex battle, very similar in terms of value if you look at their ult charge.
Amped up here, Crab Apple goes ahead and pushes on through. There is a kill onto Bolting Cake once again. That was the same first opening pick, but this time doesn't look like Crogecoin was able to counter quite yet. Now with both supports out of the picture, they continue to just aggress on forward. Garden's got a dash for days, and Crab Apple taking this round for the first time.
Yeah, Pangalex, the player we're looking at, you know, to try and get value relative to Vix, gets 2 very critical kills in that team point and kind of opens things up for Crab Apple. So as we keep an eye on Pangalex, they are showing up in this series, and again, it's another thing to look at from these DPS.
We see Sojourn here trying to free fire on the bridge, preventing anyone from Crogecoin from easily walking up. Looks for the final shot, couldn't quite connect it, and well, it doesn't matter. Dilby's still going down. Even though they're down a tank, Crogecoin opts for the sound barrier to keep themselves in this fight, and oh, doesn't find the kill off a nice stick from there. Crabapple mitigating this damage, and well, they go ahead and throw their own blade just for safekeeping.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually mind the blade there because that was a really critical team fight. So yeah, you only use it for one kill and you probably didn't need it. I think it's okay because it was a critical team point. You still keep hold of this bridge and your opponents have to go across it. But here comes Chimarin's blade.
Oh, and it just cleaved through Grunt right out of the gate. He's looking for more targets, but trying to stay out of the way of some of the damage and, well, gets some other kills in the end. Bolting Cake coming in hot with that Coalescence with a third kill with it, Ocean. Woo!
Oh, that fight is all opened up by Chimarin's blade. All the players from Crabapple are forced to kind of retreat backwards. And then, weirdly, you know, usually use Coalescence to set up like a DPS ultimate. The blade unintentionally set up the Coalescence. Bolting Kid got 3 kills. I mean, it worked. It's not conventional, but it worked, and it was a good and well-executed team fight from Crogecoin.
Maybe it's those kind of curveballs that'll give them an edge in some of the team fights, right? Make sure no one's predictable coming through. But as we see Vix moving through this hallway, they have spotted him out. They don't want to let him get through easily. And, well, that is an opening kill here on to Dilby. Crabapple's going to try and capitalize further. They're getting healed up, but there are still some back and forth exchanges, Ocean. The point is in possession of Crogecoin right now. You can see Gardenapple getting a good slice on his counterpart and gonna go ahead and just clear out the rest.
Garden getting those kills. This has been very flip-flop. What I really want to actually talk about real quick was Azu. I got it right this time, right? You know, with the rampage at the start of that team fight, hitting 2 players, those players going down. Probably the deciding factor in that fight. So we saw the Junker Queen ultimate that's very effective in use in that previous team fight.
Pulse Bomb does find a stick and a kill, and there's the sound barrier coming through from Crogecoin, keeping them alive through Garden's blade. Now they go ahead and throw their own Coalescence once again, trying to push back Crogecoin and keep this bridge and the point. They've lost one in the process, and Crogecoin continues to aggress forward here. Can Pengolex keep the fort held down for his team? So much damage being output, and oh, don't want that deflected back at your own face. We've seen how that results. And with that, Crogecoin taking this point back. It's at 98, and that's going to be them taking the first round.
Oh, Garden definitely could have touched. There's a Wraith online, but even if they touched, it was going to be really difficult to because the Dragon Blade from Chimarin was going to be online, and that was always going to be something that Crabapple were going to be tested with. So, in a very flip-flop round of Legion Garden, it was kind of 1 point. Crogecoin wins, another team fight. Crabapple wins, a very flip-flop point. It went over to Crogecoin. They'll be happy with that. I'm wondering if Night Market's going to have a similar vibe to it. It's going to be interesting. Guardian's showing the May right now. That's going to be interesting. If that happens, it'll be really interesting because brawl-wise, you know, you've got a little bit more brawl potential. But we've seen this sort of brawl competition. You're seeing a lot of different heroes on different angles, and I'm not sure how the May is going to interact against the Genji Tracer here.
Both teams rolling out fast thanks to Lucio as well, trying to get set up on the point. Dilby looking for it and already walled away from his team. Not punished as much as Crabapple was looking to do, but you can see that May already having an impact and forcing Crogecoin to have to think about when they're aggressing. Already sectioned off once again, and that's going to be Crabapple trying to take this point. They've got a man-up advantage, and now it's all about isolating and focusing fire. One support down again, and that's going to be some smooth sailing for Crabapple to go ahead and open up the fight with them taking this capping this point.
I actually really like that. I actually really like the main eye. Right, now that I see it worked, you know, I was unsure about it. It was a really unique pick, but it's worked, and you know, you could have got 2 kills from it. You only got the 1 on the Chimarin, but you had that really nice wall that just disorientated everything the Crogecoin wanted to do in that first fight, that what they wanted to achieve when they walled off Dilby. So that was a really good team fight from Garden. Also, 72% to Blizzard, so I mean, it shows by the numbers they got some value.
That is absolutely true, and well, I'm curious to see what exactly is going to result from the zoning blizzard when it's time. A nice shout coming through from Azu. Definitely going to need that extra heals and support. And now they are taking their own counterpart here, trying to take down the opposing Junker Queen. A nice wall blocking them off, preventing any heals from Bolton Cake, and the sound barrier from Crabapple reinforcing them even more after that. A pulse bomb takes down Garden in the process here on the side, but it is still Crogecoin trying to keep and hold this point. The numbers are there regardless of the trickle from Crabapple. Crabapple just trying to wring out a little bit more possession.
You know what was really funny there was that orb from the Moira that kind of weakened everyone, which meant that Moira was able to get at least another 4%. That was a unique adaptation. So, or not adaptation, wasn't even an adaptation. Interaction is the word I'm looking for. Apologies. It was cool that Crogecoin were able to kill the May really early in that fight. That meant that Garden didn't have that blizzard that they built up in the first fight online. Right. That'll be online this fight though.
Two people caught by the rampage of Dilby, and now the blizzard thrown as a response, trying to zone people from Crogecoin away from Crabapple. They do manage to take down the tank, but another one following suit. Pengalix actually popping off a bit here, and now Crabapple's on the point. This means Crogecoin has to push into Crabapple as they're trying to retake and just stall as much as they can.
Yeah, the blizzard on paper didn't really look like it got much value, but what it did was it interacted well against the rampage and zoned out some players. So a good defensive blizzard from Garden as we continue to see the value on this May pick. But Chimarin gets a kill here, has the overclock for the next interaction, and this is another very flip-flop round of control, and we're all looking at Chimarin for a nice overclock here.
Oh, doesn't matter if you land your blade throw. If you're antied, you can't heal up from your adrenaline passive, and that was devastating for Dilby. They fell so low so fast, and there was no hope of recovery on that health bar.
And that's really critical. Now we're at like 85%, I'll put you 99 if Crogecoin get a flip on this one. This is really good for Crabapple, but again, still all eyes on Chimarin with the overclock. Oh no! They missed it!
Oh man, missed it by that much. That's okay. It's a hard throw to make. But now we see Chimarin going ahead, dropping the overclock. Now they have been sound barriered, so they've got even more juice in the tank to be aggressive and push forward here. No kills quite resulting from either team yet, and Dilby going down. There it is. Crabapple finally pulling ahead, getting the advantage they need, and it looks like they're going to be able to go ahead and take the second round, Ocean.
Yeah, they will. I mean, Vix is going to try, but it's going to be over. This series is going down to the wire, Sid. It's control center. I'm trying to catch my breath of it, you know?
Yeah, well, we wanted a good matchup, and once again, these teams have had another solid back and forth, right? That first map went 98 to 99, and this time we saw that Crogecoin had the point for a little bit, and Crabapple was actually able to take it back and capitalize on some of those early kills, especially onto Dilby.
Yeah, I feel like once Chimarin got a kill onto Garden, I think that was Crogecoin's best opportunity to get back in the night market. And unfortunately, Dilby got caught out with the rampage, and that was it. That was the best opportunity gone. Chimarin tries something different here, going for the Junkrat. I'm not sure how that's going to interact against the Sojourn, but I mean, you know, seeing is believing. We'll get to see what happens here with the Junkrat here, of course. We are no strangers to seeing Junkrat on Control Center. Lots of tiny chokes and spam potential.
Throw the mine, throw the trap, and toss the damage in their face. So far, Chimarin going ahead, opting to continue to circle around Crabapple. Oop, just a little close on the mine there. I do it all the time. And now they just continue to free fire into the heart of Crabapple. One going down, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They've already lost a couple members, and it is going to have to be the DPS show for them to fully turn this fight themselves. Now it's just Chimarin all alone on this point, going to be taken down soon. And with that, Crabapple coming in hot on this first fight.
And Chimarin got some good damage on the Junkrat, but you saw like they were never able to get any kills. No pick potential, really. That's what Sojourn's really, really good at. Pegalex got a couple of kills in that last CG fight, and that's kind of what you're missing on Crogecoin right now. And I feel like they haven't really come up with an answer to dealing with this May yet.
I agree. They'd have to be so conscientious of the wall and not getting sectioned out. Wall was used pretty early just now though, and that was Crogecoin's opportunity to go ahead and get aggressive and push forward. Butters pops the Coalescence from the back line, and well, so does Bolting Cake. Both of them lasering across the way, trying to keep their teammates in this fight at the same time. While Crabapple still has possession, Overclock initiated Ocean, and now it is time to try and free fire. Taking two down after that. Ooh, and a hat trick right there for Pengalix.
I enjoyed that. That was cool. That's what Sojourn is really interesting with, right? Because she's got such a unique kit outside of the real kit as well. Like, she's got so much interesting mobility, some sort of mobility that we don't see in other heroes. But there is a small window here for Crogecoin where they have a slightly better ultimate economy, but it's gone already. Dilby's dead.
All right, we got a Blizzard, keeping everyone from Crogecoin from aggressing forward, and there's the tire. It has not done it, and it gets taken down. Oh man, that is going to be tough.
Yeah, everything's gone from bad to worse. You had a small opportunity where they had a better ultimate economy, then Dilby went down and they still invested the tire, got destroyed. It's all on Vex now, and you still have to get out Grunt Buttocks, Sound Barrier.
He'll be sectioned off, but thankfully the rest of his teammates joined him quick thanks to Kurt Lebert's speed boost around the wall. Now it is a full-on fight here on the point. Sound barrier popped by Crabapple and, well, also by Crogecoin. We saw the blade getting popped, didn't find its value because everyone was juiced up from the sound barrier. And now more kills coming through in favor of Crabapple. It's 99 here. They are looking to take this map and take the series. Just a couple people left trickling on the point Ocean, and that is going to be Crabapple holding strong here on Lijiang Tower and taking the series 2-1.
And you know what's really impressive about this victory, Sid? Is they were behind after the first map. They were behind in the series there. They were behind after additional round. The first additional round where Crogecoin got point A on Circuit Royale. That was always going to be a difficult task. And they were behind in the final map. At multiple times, Crabapple had to mentally reset and go again and push themselves to the next level. At other opportunities where they had to come up with different ideas, where Garden went to the May. They had a lot of challenges to win this series to Crabapple, and they faced every single one of them really well, came up with good solutions, and that's why they won this series.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And the recognition of when to capitalize on that was very strong for Crabapple. And it seemed that as we progressed through the maps, they were adapting to their opponent better and better, and they seemed to be able to capitalize and pull away from them and gain a bigger lead, as we saw. And, you know, by that third round of control, Crogecoin wasn't even able to cap the point that time. So I think Crabapple was definitely understanding how they're approaching the situation and taking their time and really, well, taking the map for themselves. Oh, MFG, looks like you're still muted. Why don't you do a take two?
Sorry about that one, but it was a beautiful match to see. That's what I was saying, because you can technically say it's a mini upset since Crogecoin was technically higher seeded than Crabapple, but at Crabapple, like you guys have been saying, they really adapted super well. And I always say this on stream, that's the best sign of a great team. Their adaptability and the speed it takes for them to find the weak points in their enemy's composition and exploit them to their advantage. So I'm really proud of the way that Crabapple played.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and this means Crabapple and Sail from our other game happening, they're actually going to be going through to tomorrow's playoff bracket as the highest seeds. So, you know, MFG, Ocean, they're probably feeling pretty good moving in and through the rest of this tournament.
Of course, we were just in shock and awe of just them taking it in of, oh, we made it! Everyone's speechless. But yes, they definitely have that high morale to carry into tomorrow. And I'm really interested to see who will become the victor, because so far we've seen a lot of close matches. We've seen a lot of surprising matches. We've seen a lot of teams with their strength. Ocean, do you think that Crabapple has what it takes to go all the way?
I think what they showed in this game was the ability to come up with solutions to different challenges, and they faced a lot of them, like being behind in different times in the match. They were behind Crouch Coin were playing better Overwatch, but they got better with their win conditions. They found their own win conditions, and sometimes it wasn't an ultimate, sometimes it was a hero swap, like that late swap from Garden to the Mei. I like that, and I think that's a critical ability for any winning team.
I definitely thought that was a strong pick on the Mei. I know we were a little unsure, but I was glad it worked out for them.
Call it what you will, but I'm here, so maybe I made something. But make sure you guys don't go anywhere yet, because this is going to be the end of our little cast for the A stream. But that does not mean the games are over. We have a lot more coming at you for the rest of the evening.
You call for me and no one's there. You try and breathe, but there's no air. The darkness closes in and it's so cold. I wake you up, you're in a dream. I am not the enemy, but look at what you've done to me. You can have it. You searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is once again me, MFG. Ooh, that rhymed. And I am joined now by Sir Waltham for our next match. We've got Swordfish going up against Gerald Dynasty. This one is a pretty high stakes match because this is a lower round and both of these teams are 0-2. And so if you've been following along with our bracket and how we are going to play this tournament, whoever loses today is going to be gone for good. The 3 wins and you're in, and the 3 losses and you're out. So if I were them, I'd be really prepping to win this match today. But before we get into more details about that, let's take a little visit over to our B leagues, because we do have that going on as well on our B stream. Their bracket, a little different, more simpler. Our double elimination we see right now, upper finals are going to be decided pretty soon. We've got Nightmare 2, Gumball Gang, Beach Ball, and Neptune gonna fight in the semifinals to see who gets that upper final spot. And then we have our lower bracket, of course. We have Half Baked and E-Kittens there waiting to see who their opponents are going to be. But now back to our wonderful match at hand on our main stream. This is gonna be quite the match, sir. Are you happy for it?
I am definitely very excited for it. And, you know, we were just talking about the B-League bracket. I've had the pleasure of casting 3 B-League matches over the last 2 days or so. And I'm really hoping we see just as explosive of a game in the main bracket, Swordfish versus Gerald Dynasty, as I have seen for the last 3 games. And if so, I'm going to be one happy camper, MFG.
Happy camper indeed. And we look here, and unfortunately these teams are not so happy campers because they have had both 2 losses. We see Swordfish, both of them were 1-2. Gerald Dynasty 1-2 and a 0-2. So technically, I'm putting that in air quotes even though you can't see, Swordfish would be like, oh, they took more maps, so maybe they're gonna be the one to win. But we'll just have to see because, like I said in the last stream, BPL is no stranger to upsets and crazy plays, so we'll just have to stay tuned. But going to our rosters here, definitely people who are able to bring the mojo on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about that. I'm looking at the rosters, and right now, interestingly, MFG, only one DPS for Swordfish? What's the story there?
Interesting. If I had to guess, I would say maybe one of their tank players is kind of like a flex where they could go either tank or DPS. But that is a very interesting point because if that's true, if like the other people are more comfortable on tank than DPS, I wonder if that's going to play to their downfall almost because it's almost like Gerald Dynasty then has more people to work with on the DPS side, but we're going to be going into King's Row first as our hybrid map to continue. After that, we see Escort and Control. King's Row, not a stranger to Reinhardt, or even now we might see some Junker Queen.
So far, very excited to see what is the most classic of maps, I would say, within Overwatch history. Additionally, if you didn't catch it on the previous screen, after this hybrid map, we are going to be moving to Escort, and then after that, we'll be taking it over to Control if it's necessary for us to play that third game, because it is only a 1-2.
Yes, it is, and now we see preliminary compositions coming out now. Gerald Dynasty going to be on the defense. We see that Junker Queen, Sojourn, Genji, both new heroes from Overwatch 2 being played, and it looks like it's going to be the case for either side.
We see initially those gates open up, and it looks pretty similar, but their difference is going to be in that one support and that one DPS. Mac Tackle going to be on the Genji, whereas there's a little bit more heavy grenade damage coming in from Troll on that Junkrat. The shout used immediately for Swordfish to try to get nestled right onto point, but Sammy a little bit overwhelmed by that. The shout can't save you through that damage. And so far, Gerald Dynasty throwing down a few more kills than their opponents in Swordfish. Swordfish are going to have to take the run back. DMT not able to make it away, though.
I really like how Genji is being more played in Overwatch 2 because we just saw that with Mac Tackle getting those 2 kills to really open things up there for Gerald Dynasty. And it works really well. And with that combo of being able to build up that blade so quickly, especially if you have an Ana, both teams don't have one, but in theory, it's going to be a really useful tool. So now as these teams kind of wait for their next engage, we see that Swordfish is going to want to try to go as quickly as possible here because Gerald Dynasty already inching up to them when they should be inching up to, when Swordfish should be inching up to Gerald Dynasty.
The grenade coming out from those Sojourns, creating a little bit of havoc. The zoning that is caused by those abilities can be very potent. Swordfish now finally look like they've broken through this defense, getting all but 1 kill. It's going to be Hyper Knight trying to make a getaway, but cannot. Sammy meets them for the Junker Queen duel.
I like the way that Swordfish played that there. Sammy really aggressive on the Junker Queen, taking out 2, and DMT also getting those great kills with Sojourn's abilities. New hero, not much to know about her, but something very important is her skills can really produce results. But now we see Gerald Dynasty is firing back hard, hoping to kind of hold this choke point arch here.
So far with the defense gutting a few members of the attack, the Genji goes in, gets the blade, but you probably don't commit it on this fight. You're already up in manpower. The respawns are very close. You're just going to taper back, allow yourselves to play with this natural cover of the archway. It's so crucial.
Archway, crucial indeed. Really a safe spot for Gerald Dynasty if they get the hold of it. But it looks like Swordfish has already crossed that barrier. DMT winning the Sojourn battle there against Coconut Carl. Mac Tackle, though, wanting to retaliate quickly.
We see 1 kill going in onto DMT. Both the supports getting a slash for their efforts, but Brent's the only one who makes it out alive. It's going to be Wonton John who does eventually drop. Gerald Dynasty, despite suffering early losses, has maintained a little bit of composure through that Genji, but eventually he falls.
Brent there on the little DPS Lucio action, but Gerald Dynasty, they're kind of lost now because I feel like their strategy was going to go aggressive, try to catch Swordfish off guard, wanting to reinstate their place on defense, even if it wasn't that archway area. But Gerald Dynasty kind of didn't really complete push in the way they wanted to. Swordfish was really able to hold strong, which is really important for them if they want to get a lot of time.
Now a nice sound barrier going to be coming out for the offense. They're going to get a little bit heady with this, try to push in with it, and so far they're being fairly successful. Both tanks go down, but the defense also suffers the loss of their Zenyatta. They really wish they had that Transcendence right about now as they are continuing to get routed. Coconut trying to make this duel with DMT, but they end up losing it, and that's going to be more progress for the attackers.
Swordfish is just doing things that are so simple, yet so crucial. Because on paper, it's like, oh, they're just pushing, being aggressive. Everyone knows how to do that. But it's more intricate in the ways where they know exactly who to target from Gerald Dynasty. For example, I feel like Coconut Carl in the Sojourn battle has been outbeaten almost every single time by DMT. And you can see already Gerald Dynasty is also using their ult economy pretty well. We already see a Junker Queen go in. There's a bit of anti-action there onto Brent. But so it looks like this is going to be their comeback era as the Transcendence is also going to be popped.
That's a return ultimate from the Gerald Dynasty, both not really getting anything with those ultimates, but Gerald Dynasty now starting to cave a little bit more as DMT just looks so free to make these shots rain in, but a punch to the face from Luca will end that reign of terror. Troll now going to be diving in with the blade, trying to get the slashes in, takes out both the supports. They have been a bit too heady, but with these fast respawns coming in from the defense, you got to make sure it counts.
I agree there. I feel like Gerald Dynasty was a little bit of an advantage, I dare say, because, well, in all honesty, I don't think that blade had to be committed at that time, because now Gerald Dynasty is going to be able to attack with more free room, I like to say. But now ultimates are going to be flying out left and right, both teams desperately trying to get this last push here.
Swordfish using that ultimate, able to just play in the back, dives a bit as they hear that Genji blade come through. The nade tries to buy them a little bit of room, but Mac Tackle going to be making sure that that blade is not gone without its blood sacrifice. Coconut Carl able to get one into Troll, and it looks like that's going to be a quick wrap up for Swordfish so far.
This is the point where Gerald Dynasty, this is what they needed. So now you kind of see ult economy, they have the Sojourn ultimate online, Junker Queen and Moira almost halfway there. Swordfish though, they don't really have anything except for possibly the beat and the Brigida's ultimate if she can get in there quick enough to sustain it. But Swordfish nonetheless is still want to try to get aggressive here and catch Gerald Dynasty off guard like they have been doing. So this is Gerald Dynasty's key point here to adapt.
See that sound barrier once again for another aggressive initiation coming in from Swordfish. Troll, however, perhaps a bit too aggressive. Coconut Carl able to just keep it calm, cool, and collected in the backlines as they take down another DMT, taking down Hyper Knight to match. But it can only do so much if this attack side does not get a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more quick-paced on their kills. The rally's going to be coming out from Wonton John, buying a lot of time for that healing, for that sustain to be there for Swordfish. Going to be buying even a few more kills for against Gerald Dynasty, who now just have stragglers trying to touch points.
And it looks like that point is going to end up being claimed there by Swordfish, largely due to the help of DMT. We can't ignore that gameplay style of the Sojourn. It's so powerful now in Overwatch 2, and especially if you've taken the time to kind of explore the beta and really learn the ins and outs of this character, it's definitely going to really give your team the leg up. Because I'm not saying that Coconut Carl and Gerald Dynasty doesn't know how to play Sojourn, but it just feels like DMT has really kind of mastered the mechanics to a level that doesn't look like Gerald Dynasty has grasped quite yet. But now that the sides are going to switch, I'm interested to see if maybe Sojourn just turns out to be an attack-style hero instead of a defender.
Ultimately going to come down to the tastes of these two teams. We'll see in just a few seconds what these teams are going to elect to hover, and more specifically, what Swordfish is going to choose to ride out on the defense. It looks like they are going to be opting in for that Sojourn Troll on the Genji once again. Sammy with the Junker Queen, so not a huge change up for the Swordfish roster.
This is very true. It looks like there is going to be an Ana here for Wonton John. Not much Ana has been seen so far this stream, which honestly I'm kind of surprised about, because like I said in the beginning of King's Row, that Genji being so powerful now and really a staple in most of these rosters, having an Ana would be really nice for that Nano Blade, but it looks like, nope, we're going to go back to Brigida. But Swordfish, though, like you said, not too many differences. Gerald Dynasty, gotta say the same. In fact, it's it is a complete mirror.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a stylistic outperformance from one team or the other, and if you're Gerald Dynasty, you need it to be in your favor, and with a very quick pace, too. You have 2 minutes on the opposing team's time bank. Immediately we see Gerald Dynasty trying to navigate around that statue, and Swordfish gives it up. Not too much issue there, but the shout comes in from Gerald Dynasty. They don't quite seem to lean into it as heavily as you might like. Swordfish going to be taking down Hyper Knight because of that. Wonton John not going to be able to provide the healing for their team. Swordfish included, who's now trying to get pretty aggressive, but pays for it. EMT now going to be going down, and Swordfish able to recover, although if the Gerald Dynasty is fast enough, they can regroup before the respawns come in.
That was a really great play from Swordfish there all around, like kind of answering Gerald Dynasty's approach, because I feel like Gerald Dynasty wanted to kind of, I'm going to say pull a Swordfish on them, where they wanted to go really aggressive and catch them off guard, because that's probably the first thing that a lot of people would think about doing. But now Gerald Dynasty is going to have to think about another way to avoid this setup, since now Swordfish's ultimates are almost online, specifically Troll's Blade.
Troll was looking for that little bit of damage on the weak character, but stopped by the lamppost, not able to quite get it. Sammy dangerously low as well. We'll have to cede a little bit of that point presence, and now Gerald Dynasty gets to go on a little bit of the defensive hold where they have possession and they just have to push the enemy away from it. But Troll with the blade comes out, cuts two, continues to keep slicing away. It's only going to be the first tick for the Gerald Dynasty.
That was a beautiful blade there, pushing back
Oh,
the members,
no.
but now Mac Tackle opening a blade of his own.
This is potentially very dangerous, but Mac Tackle able to buy the reprieve of two members down. Again, that fast respawn coming in from the attackers mean that they will be able to surge back in. I was really worried for the tempo of the Dynasty for a second.
Wow, Mac Tackle, that blade single-handedly saved that push, because originally I was going to say Troll's Blade was good because it made Gerald Dynasty push back even though they gave up a tick, but then Mac Tackle was like, no, we're going to get those two ticks again. And now Swordfish is going to want to come in and try to hold that archway just like Gerald Dynasty had done the other way.
Already action breaking down here. Mac Tackle once again finding their mark in Brent, and Sammy kind of caught in the mix here and now separated from their team. They're able to eventually navigate, try to cut so many different angles, but Sammy just looks lost in the mix right now, and Gerald Dynasty are going to be happy to feed on that.
Coconut Carl getting those cleanup kills, get that alliteration for you. And now with the ult economy, the soldier and alt, and that beat available almost with Rampage from Junker Queen, Swordfish are really going to want to try to build up their ultimates as quickly as possible. Obviously, that's the key solution, but it's all about the way they do it too. For example, Troll, he could either go in straight forward, or could either kind of throw some shurikens from the side just to slowly build up that blade, wait for the moment to strike. But then they got to take into account Gerald Dynasty's amount of aggression. Like, are they going to come and push them back and leave the payload behind, or are they all going to kind of stay grouped up together?
This is a risky spot for Swordfish to be defending. They're going to have to contest this cart right at the side, and nice anti on the two members of Swordfish. It's going to be both supports gutted, and just like that, now Swordfish has to walk back. It was a risky position, and it didn't pay off for him in the slightest.
Dynasty there really met that challenge with success. Didn't even have to commit too much. Lucas still has that beat. Mac Tackle all the way to that blade. Swordfish, though, they have a blade of their own now, as well as another Rampage. They might have one more fight in them, but definitely Gerald Dynasty, you can see them already pushed up. Mac Tackle kind of in the back line here, wanting to go for a sneaky type blade.
Oh, but they haven't gotten the first tick yet, or they haven't gotten the second tick yet. It's still hanging around that 0.23. I was so excited for that. Mac Tackle able to return, blade gets two, and now that they have that second, they've had to invest that sound barrier. They've had to invest the blade.
That blade from Mac Tackle could not have been better, because I feel like this is what happened. Troll didn't see Mac Tackle, or Swordfish didn't really think that Mac Tackle was going to do much. So the blade came out thinking, oh, we're going to kill Gerald Dynasty and win. But then Mac Tackle, right after Troll was finished, taps the blade and ends up winning. So it's all about that timing of the ultimate, which is just really well thought out from Gerald Dynasty.
Going to be the double support ultimates coming through. Wonton John and Brent both trying to provide their team the healing, but Sammy didn't quite get the message. Now Wonton John feeling a ton of pressure. DMT on this Tracer playing a little bit deep, but has the blinks to get themselves to safety. At least that's the theory. In execution, it goes a little bit awry. Swordfish now not going to be able to defend. This cart's going to make its last bend.
See some swaps coming here from Swordfish. We've got Baptiste and Reinhardt now for their roster. Gerald Dynasty, ultimates, we have the Sojourn online. Nothing else quite close, maybe Junker Queen, but DMT starting up the fight strong for Swordfish.
Oh no, and Mac Tackle eating a pin. I believe Sammy may have gotten booped into the Genji. Sammy dangerously low, but with the Genji going down, there's not much that can be done to navigate that shield. Swordfish pivoting their style a bit here, and so far it's working for them.
Yes, it is. Swordfish back on their feet, no longer swimming with the fishes, if you want to say. Gerald Dynasty, though, now going on to the Moira, probably to provide more of a DPS-y or even just better support, because Moira is that character. Obviously, we know that she can do both depending on what the situation calls for. So now Swordfish are going to have to make sure that they can able to defend that Reinhardt shield. Doesn't want to get melted, but here comes the Rampage.
Rampage does come through. It knocks Wonton John to the no healing zone, and Gerald Dynasty able to clean up here. It's going to be a very difficult question as to if they can make a better time. It doesn't seem like they'll be able to, but it should be comparable if there's no last contest.
Coconut Carl is kind of proving my theory here of Sojourn being a good attack character. Because, like I mentioned, didn't really see too much of Coconut Carl's Sojourn from when they were defending. But now that they're on the attack, we just see so many kills coming in from both them and Mac Tackle, getting 3 with the blade.
Oh, that was a very fast backdash coming in from Mac Tackle. And like I said, very comparable times between Gerald Dynasty and Swordfish. And I believe Gerald had the lower time bank, so they should be going up onto attack first.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing for them because it kind of allows them to keep that momentum going. Because they just attacked, did well, now they get to attack again. Something they're more, I say used to, just because it's the most recent thing they did. But now, Swordfish, this is actually a good opportunity for them too, because since they had less time, it's going to obviously play in Swordfish's favor if they can put up a solid defense, because that means they're going to have almost a full 2 minutes cap. And if you're in that situation, it's going to be pretty winnable for you. So Gerald Dynasty has to kind of think about it in 2 different angles here. We're going to cap really fast, and after that, are we going to make sure that Swordfish doesn't cap with better time than us?
Exactly how they intend to do that. It doesn't seem like we're hovering any hero swaps. Once again, just the mirror coming to full fruition here, Amachi.
I kind of like this mirror, sir. I feel like it's worked really well for both of these teams just because of playing the meta. Everybody knows what that means. But it's kind of interesting to see the meta fluctuating since Overwatch 2 is still so new. We already kind of have a little bit of staples.
Teams are going to be rolling out once again. Gerald Dynasty navigating this statue, but this time it seems like Swordfish a little bit more hesitant to give them that space, and the troll almost gets punished immediately for it. That grenade doing a bunch of damage. We see the conflict trying to come through here. Coconut Carl not able to land the big shots that they need to on Sojourn quite yet, taking the off angles, trying to play around, and Gerald Dynasty playing a very fast comp that allows you to navigate kind of both sides of the statue at the same time. Mac Tackle really needed to get a kill with that dash so it could reset. They did not. Instead, going to go in favor of the first kill for Gerald Dynasty. Now we continue to see these fights lay out. Gerald Dynasty are starting to lose numbers, but they'll get those respawns back faster and faster if they can just maintain, although they might have to start taking a back step here.
Kills are being swapped left and right, but you're absolutely correct in saying Gerald Dynasty, they have to take a little step back, but the respawns are going to be in their favor. Swordfish kind of doing their wraparound like they had before. It was almost successful for them where they were able to kind of wrap around and come back to point, but Mac Tackle had greeted them with the aggression last time, so they're going to have to make sure that plan doesn't happen the same way it did last time, especially now. Look, Mac Tackle being aggressive.
Oh. DMT almost gets taken down there, but Mac Tackle perhaps fumbling the mechanics just a bit, not able to get that final kill onto the Sojourn. And I want to talk about that huge sound barrier coming in from Swordfish that allows them to come in, hold, and now with 12 seconds left, I don't know if Gerald Dynasty can make a last-minute touch.
And definitely save the day there, and looks like Mac Tackle's gonna really try, use that blade, wins the duel of the Genji, and even finds Brett. Wow. This could be the saving grace, just like last time.
This is going to be crucial if any more progress is made by the Gerald Dynasty. It can come down to thanks from Mac Tackle. They're going to start building up, getting that second tick, the third soon to follow.
Beautiful. We love parallels, and it just happened too. It's history repeating itself, but overtime ticking down, meaning you cannot step off that payload. No C9s allowed. Gerald Dynasty, got to be careful with that, but Swordfish, they're going to obviously try their best, make this a one-fight ordeal, but at the same time, be smart about it. You don't want to throw all your ults out there without knowing the positioning or what ultimates Gerald Dynasty might have to counter, because then that would end up being a huge waste. It really hurt your chances. But DMT striking first.
That is not great for the side of Gerald Dynasty. You really want to try to keep this cart going as long as possible. They're going to have to invest Sound Barrier. I believe it only catches 2. Mac Tackle not within range to really get the benefit for it. Does get dashed through by Troll, but it diverts a little bit of attention off the cart for a moment. Now Coconut Carl going to be coming back on the Soldier, just trying to get a little bit of a faster touch, but with that Junker Queen going down, Coconut Carl has to dive on. Nobody's available to touch, and the underpass, or the archway, is where it stopped.
So now Gerald Dynasty is going to go back into that scenario like I mentioned. So it's, okay, we capped, we took a little bit of payload. Now it's up to us to make sure that Swordfish doesn't cap more than us. And Swordfish on their side, they're like, we have more time than you to start out, so this should be pretty easy for us. So both of these team mentalities, we're going to have to see which one is going to triumph, because it's not about compositions that are going to make that happen, because we've already seen that it's going to be a mirror. But it's all about positioning, timing, ultimates, grouping, situational awareness, all those little bits and pieces. And especially in a limited time like this, all those senses need to be heightened in order to have the smoothest attack possible.
See how smooth it can be, if there's going to be any bumps in the roads, like some character swap-ups, although at this point I kind of doubt it. We've seen the same character mirror matchup for the last 2-3 rounds, so I'm anticipating it's just going to keep carrying through.
I don't see why not. It's been working for both of them, and they've kind of feel comfortable on the strategies of their heroes. But Gerald Dynasty here, it's almost like they need to like perfect the strategy in like 5 seconds, because they're playing really well. But like I said, Swordfish is definitely going to come in here with a really aggressive mentality, more than they have seen before, just because of the situation we're in. So now gates opening, and we're going to see how Swordfish chooses to approach this.
Swordfish is going to have enough time to build up a nice set of ultimates, but they have to do damage in order for that to happen. So far, Mac Tackle's the one building up quite a bit of damage for their team, but Swordfish are given an inch, and it looks like they're going to try to take a mile as Gerald Dynasty slowly back off that point. Now they have to keep somebody contesting. That opens up Coconut Carl to be a little bit more vulnerable. Hyper Knight now can only focus in so many directions as well. That shout give the team a little bit of an extra boost, but so far, no progress being made towards that point just yet, but eventually it will come. There's nobody left to hold.
EMT and Wonton John really led that aggressive push, though. You saw their names popping up on the kill feed there. And here we go, Swordfish putting themselves in a really good position right now, because they've capped now with 60 seconds just to push it a little way. But Gerald Dynasty, this is going to be, ooh, Sammy!
Oh no, that's going to be such a brutal loss, but it's going to be a loss that is happening on both sides, as the Sojourn now for Swordfish gets taken out. But the downside is that Gerald Dynasty has a lot longer of a walk back, so much so that they're going to be switching to that Soldier. Troll trying to force Mac Tackle off the high ground, does so successfully with some nice dashes to try to cleave in a lot of damage from Mac Tackle. Hyper Knight forced to stay on this end of the archway, otherwise they just take a lot of damage from that Sojourn grenade once again, and it looks like Gerald Dynasty might be able to restabilize themselves. That Soldier has gotten back into the fight, and now this is looking like a final fight territory.
A little worried there for Gerald Dynasty, because in my mind I was thinking they don't have enough time to build up the ultimates they need, but now they put themselves in that position to succeed. Mac Tackle basically with the Blade, same with the Rally. And here, yeah, he said final fight territory. Here we go, Blade popping up from Troll to start things off.
It's only going to be Brent with the Sound Barrier to respond. Luca has it late, but one member already dropped in Mac Tackle, but the late Sound Barrier might prove to be enough of a mid-fight deterrent against Swordfish. Both Brigs are going to be going down. Damage mitigation is coming through onto Swordfish. 2 members not able to get healed, but it's not going to matter. Gerald Dynasty doesn't quite have the manpowers to keep themselves going. Hyper Knight trying to maintain some sort of presence on point, does so to very little success, and with that, it looks like Swordfish are going to be driving that cart to that final points.
Sammy didn't even have it, but went on a rampage with Junker Queen there to clean that fight up. Beautiful display there from Swordfish, taking this King's Row. But Gerald Dynasty, that was a pretty close fight there in the end, so coming into this next map, I definitely feel like they're going to sit down for a second, see what needs to be fixed in terms of just awareness and aggression. I feel like they have a really good shot at coming into this next map with more closer 1-1 scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it at the very beginning, MFG, that the B stream has been having some really close, exciting matches, and I wanted to see that from this stream. And so far, absolutely not disappointed. We went multiple rounds in King's Row, setting us up for a great precedent as we do look towards that next map that's going to be of the escort type. You start to consider, what might these teams favor or want to try to avoid?
I think that it's going to be really down to just timing. I feel like mirrors are probably going to be a thing that's going to be reoccurring, maybe one or two differences. But the thing about mirrors is it's all about how and not what. The what is the character roster, the synergy between them. The how is timing and thinking about the right ways to approach, even if that means a little bit of C9ing or if it means a little bit of backcapping. Escort, that definitely is a possibility. So when we wait for our next map pick, we can only now speculate to see which map will be chosen, just because of, even like you said, map pick even goes into how and what these teams are going to do.
So, MFG, looking forward, the map pick, the character choice, it plays a huge part into this. Let me ask your opinion. Do you think that there's one character or one player for either team that has really been kind of the difference maker between these two?
Well, as basic as it might sound, I do have to say the DPS for both of these teams have been putting in the work. Mac Tackle on the side of Gerald Dynasty, DMT on the side of Swordfish. You can't deny that what they've been doing have been both teams respectively. But I don't want to ignore the background too. I feel like both of the Lucios did a great job at kind of using their beats, timing those. Like for example, we just had seen where Gerald Dynasty had kind of a more delayed beat, but it looked like it kind of helped them out in the end. And it looks like our map 2 is actually going to be Route 66.
Very exciting. Have not seen that yet today. At least I have not seen that yet today. So very excited. Seeing what these teams are going to be running. What do you? Let's just talk tanks here for a second, MFG. What do you expect, or what do you want to see on Route 66?
Well, I feel like historically at Route 66, there's been a lot of favoritism for dive, because on that first point, getting up there to the gas station where a lot of defenders like to set up on the high ground, you'd normally see Winston Diva. Obviously, that's not really meta. I know people have kind of talked about how Winston's not exactly in the quote best of places compared to other tanks, but maybe map-wise, that might be a better option. But in terms of mirror meta, I guess Junker Queen, what we've been seeing. Shield-wise, though, not the most popular on Route 66, but definitely doable.
Yeah, I would actually be interested in seeing something. I saw a bit of Junkertown earlier today. And with Junker Queen, you don't have that shield to prevent like long-range damage from coming and hitting your team. So I'm wondering if that plays into any at all of the early parts of Route 66. If you know your opponent's going to be running a Junker Queen, what are the chances of you saying, okay, we can get a little bit smart, we can get a little bit smarmy here and try to get some long range damage before they have time to react. It's very interesting, and it's not something I expect to see, but it's something that I think teams would benefit from kind of crunching around in their brains.
I agree, because I feel like that smart moment there that you meant, adaptability, because even if it's just for a minute, if you can exploit that weakness in a team's composition, you're going to set yourself up for a lot, whether that be time bank, whether that mean area to push. It's just going to really make things good for you. And even if they switch off of the Junker Queen and go for a Shielder, you can just keep going and finding different ways to kind of distract the Shielder or to get around them, because like I said, like with gas station, Route 66 has a lot of those high areas that you could easily get around a team from, but now we're playing at night.
Oh yeah, no need for sunglasses. You don't have to worry about any glare getting in your eyes. So it's gonna be fantastic. A little bit of a calmer mood, although I'm sure this action is gonna be just as frantic as ever.
Gerald Dynasty is doing something completely different than what we've seen on King's Row. We've got the Ash Tracer, so kind of like you said, with the long range hit scan damage. Sammy on the Wrecking Ball, perfect for knocking people off of the high ground or disrupting people on the attack. But Surfish sticking to what they ran on King's Row.
And I mean, if you're Swordfish, you probably feel pretty comfortable with that. You obviously had the success on King's Row, but Gerald Dynasty is going to be throwing a new look at you. You're not going to be aware of that, at least for a moment, unless you have some insight into the team. Brent taking some early damage early on, meaning that they're going to have to back away, try to maintain their safety. And because they do that, they're able to take down Coconut Carl. Swordfish not going to be starting off on the greatest of sides, although I'm not quite sure if we have the team names on the right side.
Maybe we were doing a little bit of trolling. But yeah, I do believe that Swordfish, yes, they are going to be blue, Gerald Dynasty, the red. So let's get ourselves reoriented here. We see now Swordfish is the people now getting to have that team advantage. We see Sammy knocking 2 around. Things are looking good for them.
Gerald Dynasty now, of course, I'm gonna struggle to understand the logic behind their composition, because it makes sense if you're Swordfish and you won, you keep the same composition, or at least you feel comfortable. But now, do we start to see any swaps? We see quite a few.
Yeah, Gerald Dynasty is actually kind of confusing, because beforehand we had thought vice versa, but Gerald Dynasty is the one that lost, yeah, is sticking to the King's Row composition. That's a little bit strange, because like we were saying when we had it mixed up, it made sense for someone like Swordfish to do it, but now that Swordfish is running the different composition, it's the reverse effect of what you mentioned, where it's something new being thrown at them, seeing basically testing Gerald Dynasty's ability to respond, and so far it doesn't look like it's working out.
That is a very unfortunate play that just came in from Gerald Dynasty. They had their supports separated, but they committed so much to separating those supports, there was nobody to capitalize on the fact that the front line couldn't receive healing. So Swordfish able to just clean up with the few remaining members they had up there, or the remaining members that they could actually make contact with.
We see Mac Tackle already popping out the blade to start things off. Swordfish already, though, putting out ultimates of their own.
Oh no, Mag Tackle taking a sleep, and the Transcendence coming out from Brent. Things are looking very good for Swordfish. More so, I would say, than we saw on King's Row. The Minefield comes out, and just to try to temper a little bit of that aggressive push that could come through.
We see now Gerald Dynasty made the swaps for Tracer Winston, which is kind of what I was thinking of in the first place, even putting that onto there. I don't think it's too late. I think the swaps did come at a good time, but we're going to have to see if the execution is good. We already see Hyper Knight jumping in, but is there going to be anything coming out of that?
Oh,
not Carl, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a great start for Gerald Dynasty. It looks like finally they've managed to crack the formula to get at least some progress being made on this cart in a major way. But Coconut Carl staying down that alleyway a little bit too long. The cart making its way towards that final turn, and there's going to be enough time, you have to think, for Swordfish to come back and recontest.
It was a nice kill there from Super Smooth, because the time for the recontest, that's going to be really important, especially if you get a stagger kill. But Nano Monkey coming in right after the beat from RMM.
Ooh, and it's going to be both the supports gutted alongside an Ash. Bob does eventually take down Mac Tackle and will contest the cart. Gonna buy a little bit of time off the clock, but the Tracer has the opportunity to maybe get a contest. It doesn't look like they're going to go for it, though.
Looks like DMT is just going to kind of scramble around. I guess they thought that their teammates were a little more close to the payload than they thought, but
yeah.
Now payload being caught there by Gerald Dynasty thanks to that Mac Tackle moment there on the Genji. More alliteration for you. We already see with, we already see with Hyper Knight getting aggressive, but Dubu shutting them down immediately.
This is okay for Hyper Knight. You're still going to have the opportunity to come back. The cart's just making its way through what is kind of that staler part of the map as soon as you make it through. Losing Coconut Carl here, however, might be a little bit of a different story, because now the defense is going to start coming into an area where they can hold the cart a little bit more reliably, and we're seeing that Genji take residence on that health pack just to try to provide themselves a little bit of benefit. RMM not going to be benefiting, however, as they get exploded by those landmines. And Brent now dangerously close to death, but doesn't get taken out by Mac Tackle.
I like Mac Tackle's idea here, because it's like, all the focus obviously is on the payload fight to see where it's going to be pushed. But if Mac Tackle can get behind Swordfish and get even just one kill, like if he had gotten that kill onto Brent, things would have turned around. So even if Swordfish kind of foiled that plan, I don't think it's a bad idea.
I think part of it as well is that Mac Tackle just wants to remove Brent so the Transcendence just isn't in effect, but a nasty sleep means that Genji's going to be a sitting duck, eventually taken down by Brent. It seems like the Zenyatta's had the number of the Genji, although popping this Transcendence leaves them vulnerable for a blade in the future.
It's going to be a little bit of a, I don't say overcommitment. it is going to be a little bit of a gotta be careful moment because Mac Tackles, we know from King's Row, Mac Tackle's capable of doing those great plays with the blade. So if I were Swordfish, I would save those important defensive ultimates for that time. But Sammy almost has the mines, so it could be one of those situations where Sammy can crowd everyone together, pop the mines, so if Mac Tackle wanted to go in for a blade, he couldn't because he would just get blown up.
If there's any wisdom there, Gerald Dynasty going to be taking down Joe Rogan, meaning that now Gerald Dynasty have an opportunity. That Tracer not going to be creeping around to the backline. The supports can feel a little bit safer. It's going to be the Blade coming out with the Nano, but Supa actually taking down Mac Tackle, ending 2 ults at once. The mines were committed, so it is going to be that read, as you said, MFG. But Dubu now holding on to their Blade, and there's not nearly as many tools on Gerald Dynasty's end.
Oh, another super smooth play there. Literally taking out Mac Tackle with just the anti-nade. Imagine that. But here comes the blade, though, from Dubu.
It goes and tries to get some, but Dubu taking a lot of damage. Eventually cleaned up. Too big for their britches, as I say. DMT taking a shot. Eventually has that rewind to get themselves repositioned. And Gerald Dynasty have cleaned up a couple of members. If they can get Brent, if they can get DMT on a little bit of that late kill, this is going to be looking very good for them to get a lot of progress.
I think I spoke a little too soon about the Genjis because both Genjis here in Route 66 haven't had 2 successful blades, and we already saw that Mac Tackle even switched onto the Ashe. Looks like Dubu's going to continue the Genji for a little while longer, but I guess Route 66 is not a Genji forward map, but overtime going in now, going to be very crucial here for Gerald Dynasty to keep fighting, make sure that Swordfish doesn't catch them from behind.
Ultimate propers to Supa so far. They just slept the Raging Winston. Coconut Carl going to be putting an end to it, however, as that Pulse Mine goes out getting 2. This was some excellent play and counterplay exhibited by both teams, but it goes for Gerald.
The hidden supports there being the backbone of the team. Super smooth. If plays are there, capitalization not. Gotta hurt there for the support player, but they still have a chance. Gerald Dynasty already en route for the 3rd one, but they're time bank. It's only about a minute. Could be way, way worse. So if you're Swordfish, you still have some hope here, especially if you have the Nano online, Mines online. If Dubu can get that blade in enough time, that could definitely be a great win condition, especially if Hyper Knight falls.
Super Smooth, my favorite player of this match so far. Asleep onto the Wrecking Ball puts them in dangerous territory. And now because of that, Gerald Dynasty can just absolutely get caved in on. This effectively made it a 1.5 fight territory for the side of Gerald Dynasty.
Yes, my subliminal messaging worked because now the capitalization is there for Swordfish. It's always kind of point 3 where the attacking team kind of gets shaken up. So Swordfish right now with less than 30 seconds on the clock, they have the ability to halt it right here. Gerald Dynasty, they have the ultimates to come in here and make sure that doesn't happen. But Swordfish, if they keep playing like they have, like now dropping the mines, the zoning, now they can take advantage of where the players are.
And that zoning is so unfortunate because Coconut Carl gets the Nano boost, but the Wrecking Ball just navigates through his minefield, and Coconut Carl gets basically nothing for the amplification that they have on themselves. It's going to be the supports going out, trying to get hunted down. Super Smooth, I don't blame you for trying to keep yourself alive, but once again, Super Smooth nuts with the Sleep Dart, taking down that Tracer. Coconut Carl not able to be back at the cart for a little bit longer than they'd prefer. Sammy goes for the pile driver, does manage to connect it and give themselves that adaptive shield, but Gerald Dynasty not out of this just yet. It's the rally, it's the Tracer, both trying to keep this cart moving.
Second overtime of the map so far. We see Gerald Dynasty use the rally, but they have a minefield of their own. Maybe they could zone it to their advantage. Swordfish, though, close to the blade there. Transcendence, though, already committed.
And if you're Joe Rogan, you have to try to look for a nice anti-nade. Dubu's going to be pulling out the sword, trying to slash whatever is available. But as soon as they turn their attention, it kind of tapers off in the opposite direction. Dubu not really finding a whole lot with it, but it does open up the kill for Brent to get the Zenyatta Orbs of Destruction into the domes. Now, as we can see here, the Tracer trying to fish around for any kills, but this Tracer just has not been killing the supports as they needed, and that's going to cost them that inevitable 3rd point.
I felt bad there for Hibernate because literally what I said they tried to do, I saw the mines go on the payload to try to zone Dubu off of it when they were blading, but unfortunately Swordfish were just too aggressive for that plan to happen. So now we see, though, the point was not capped fully. So Swordfish does have an opportunity here to come win this thing.
We won't be seeing any draws, or at least the chances of us seeing draws are microscopically impossible here, I would say. But Swordfish, they still don't necessarily have an easy ride. They have to get it they basically have to get very close to a full completion.
This is true, and especially since this is a pretty high stakes match. Just to remind everyone, loser does go home from the Beta Brawl tournament. Gerald Dynasty is definitely going to be super fueled here to be like, all right, we got to stop them at all costs. And kind of to their advantage, so to say, it looks like Swordfish is going to be sticking to what they ran last round. So they have a little bit of a sense of familiarity with how Swordfish is going to play. So that's going to be interesting to see if they've been able to adapt to that play style yet.
So far, Swordfish been looking fairly fierce in this match up, and it's now going to be the Wrecking Ball. Once again, Coconut Carl, Mac Tackle on this Genji Tracer. I like it a lot better.
I like it too. I feel like it's kind of, I say it's either a comfort pick or a meta pick, and I feel like it's a mix of both, because Mac Tackle's been really good on the Genji, and I feel like Coconut Carl, we kind of saw that they switched to the Tracer a little later in round 1, so that may have been a comfort pick in my eyes. But now that they get to start off with the Tracer, I feel like some more results are going to come in.
I think a large part of it's going to be exactly how much space can the Wrecking Ball buy, and so far it's not been enough. We can see Gerald Dynasty getting 2 kills, Joe Rogan, Coconut Carl both claiming 1, adding a notch into their belts, and Mac Tackle looking to add their name onto that list as well. Going to be getting 2, however, standing a little bit taller, but getting bowled over.
Sammy got Mac Tackle just as he tried to escape, but not without leaving his mark. 2 people already down from his hand. Swordfish gotta come up with something here to keep themselves going, because Gerald Dynasty looks like they have done their adaptation pretty well.
I have to remember, this is where Gerald Dynasty suffered the most on their attack. They lost a lot of time here, and that set them up for a very stressful second and third. If Swordfish are able to cut through the time, they can really have a little bit of an easier time or an adaptation on second and third. It's going to be Gerald Dynasty once again suffering a loss of Tracer, as will Swordfish. Another excellent sleep dart. That's been the name of the game.
Literally super smooth, the queen of sleeps. Just beautiful textbook on a play. Really helping our team to succeed right now, though. Gerald Dynasty reclaiming the kill feed. But the time bank is not in dangerous territory just yet. Swordfish has time to work.
They do, but they don't have possession of that high ground on top of the gas station. Big Earls. It's going to be Coconut trying to duel out DMT, and right now both these Tracers looking a little bit similar in style and damage output. Maybe the rewind used early from DMT sees Coconut Carl. Pulse Bomb goes out, does sink onto Brent, so Brent not going to be able to build up that Transcendence for the later fights, at least not as fast as they would want. And Coconut Carl playing on a razor's edge once again. 1 health bar eventually gets taken out and down. Still a little bit of an opportunity for a defense here, especially with this Transcendence.
That was a clean shot there from Dubu. Beautiful chef's kiss. Mac Tackle has that blade just in case, but it looks like Gerald Dynasty should be okay. Dubu does find RMM. Maybe a cause for panic. We see now Mac Tackle releasing the blade.
The blade comes out, so does the Gravitic Flux, so Brent, even though they don't get hit by that second slash, will be cleaned up. Gerald Dynasty are committing a lot to make sure that they nail down this first point.
Mac Tackle was actually almost slapped again by our super smooth queen, but like you said, there was a lot of aggression there that was not able to have that sleep, have capitalization, but now coming back in here, a minute left on the clock, Swordfish a little bit more panicked now.
The DMT being a little bit more even-handed, trying to find those openings as opposed to just trying to take the Tracer duel. I respect it. You gotta know when you're best served in different areas of the map. Sammy dangerously low, but Bob's gonna be barreling past the point. That means that now the defenders not able to get behind the cart, at least within proper safety. Pulse Bomb is up for DMT. Will it sink out? What can it find? It's gonna be going for that Sigma, perhaps. Oh, but a butt of the pistol going right into the forehead. This Pulse Bomb goes out, doesn't find anything. Amplification Matrix, however, continues to throw down a lot of damage, and it looks like Swordfish are going to be losing their Tracer player, but they still have a few numbers left here.
Brent doing the DPS Zen work, and it looks like it's just going to be RMM there on the cart. And more members of Swordfish. Looks like it's going to go in their favor, but I want to highlight RMM for just a second because when that pulse bomb was released there from DMT, it looked like the only reason that Gerald Dynasty was able to survive was because of the Immortality Lamp. So that was pretty good placement there on their part. But now we see Hyper Knight going to Sigma, and ooh, Joe Rogan going dangerously low. Doesn't commit the trans.
It's probably for the best. Once again, this is an area where the cart gets to move a little bit freer. You don't want to commit the trance just to regain territory that you would have naturally lost anyway. So either way, they're going to be waiting for that walk back. It's still going to cost them a bit of time and even a bit of progress.
Time and progress are the name of the game here. We have the 2-minute marker. Steady way for Swordfish here. Looks like, especially with Sammy wanting to go in the back line, making sure Gerald Dynasty doesn't have a point to get all 5 onto the payload. Even a little bit of contest for high ground here. We already see Hibernate on the Sigma taking that positioning, but points still moving. Swordfish, we see the dashes all around here. Dubu coming up around the high ground, but still at the same time doesn't look like any kills are popping up on the feed. Hibernate though and Sammy getting respective kills at the same time.
And that was such a good attempt from Swordfish. They tried to separate those supports, Joe Rogan and RMM, but they just couldn't quite connect it. And because of that, Gerald Dynasty able to push forward and consume the weaker soft line of Swordfish themselves. So it looks like that's going to result in a defense for Gerald. Opportunity to regroup though.
Need to regroup, refresh, a minute down, need to strike. Here is how they can do it. We already see Dubu with the blade, but we have to make sure, if you're Gerald Dynasty, everything is being protected right now. We see a lot of ultimates being committed by Swordfish because this is kind of their last fight push. Gerald Dynasty looks like they're going to be falling for it.
It was a Transcendence meets Transcendence situation, but I'm not necessarily sure that Gerald Dynasty knew exactly where to place that Transcendence. The Zenyatta looked like he kept trying to chase low targets instead of staying with the majority of the team.
That didn't really work out in their favor. It's all about kind of team positioning and where they are, because I feel like they were kind of caught out guard there. And now it looks like Swordfish has a nice, easy path to get that payload across with that beautiful stick. Even if it was onto the Immortality field, it's still going to buy them some time. Mac Tackle, though, unleashing the blade, looking to stop this contest.
Oh, and the Zenyatta looked near doomed, but the anti-nade or the biotic grenade coming through, saving them for a moment before Mac Tackle eventually finishes the job. Pulse Bomb goes out, no supports now available for Swordfish. It's all going to be about how much time can this Genji, can this ball buy. Tracer's eventually going to be coming back in, but Mac Tackle's not going to be able to live long enough, and with that, it looks like the cart's getting delivered.
Sammy putting in the work there with even the mines getting the first kill and then finding an additional 2. And speaking of 2, point 2 has been captured in our Beta 2 BPL Brawl 2. Some 2s for you.
A lot of 2s. That's a matter of fact, a lot of 2s, and don't have to be past that second point if Swordfish want to win. They have a minute, which essentially means, once again, not too many fights going to be happening here. DMT trying to take this Tracer duel against Coconut Carl. Maybe a little ill-advised, but Dubu is allowed to be pestered because that duel isn't taken and eventually gets brought down. And this is a rough spot. You get a little bit of distance if you're Swordfish, but it's not going to be enough to meaningfully change too much of the complexion of this fight.
I feel like right now, Gerald Dynasty's composition is doing them a big favor because I've seen this twice now where DMT has thrown out the Pulse Bomb. Even if they're getting the Pulse Bomb really quickly, it's not doing as much as they want because RMM's Immortality Field placement is just so good that it's able to kind of deflect the damage that would make Swordfish have the advantage. But now we see Sammy coming and trying to knock people off the high ground as it's only 20 seconds left for them to try to cap.
This is something I love from Gerald Dynasty. We see those supports playing together. RMM has Joe Rogan's back. Joe Rogan has RMM's as well. And because of that, they get to kill onto Sammy. And there's no better way to summarize that kind of healing there. And now it's going to cause Swordfish to be in a very uncomfortable position. They sure take out Mac Tackle. They might take out Hyper Knight here. Gravitic Flux does come through, but the question is, will that have been enough? The answer seems to be no, considering that 4 are now dead. The Zenyatta Trance is going to clear up any mines. Overtime ticks down, and that was looking a bit hairy on both ends.
You know what they say back in Overwatch 1? It's, oh, so-and-so's holding their ultimate for Overwatch 2. Well, it's Overwatch 2, and Hyper Knight really held that flux till the end, but made it count, because that was kind of the present, the bow on the gift, if you will, that allowed Gerald Dynasty to secure that point, because people A, couldn't touch this in the air, but B, the amount of damage didn't even give anyone the time of day to pop ultimates. We kind of saw Sammy try to do those mines last minute, but to no avail.
It was a thrilling fight, and I'm very pleased to see this match going 1-1, because that does mean we will be going to our third map. It does mean we will be going to Control, and of all the map types, Control is kind of the most chaotic to me. It's the most deathmatch-esque. So, MFG, how do you expect things to be a little bit different here?
Well, you're right about Control kind of being like the deathmatchy one. And depending on where we're going to go in terms of what Control map is going to be picked, you could see a lot of things we've already seen in terms of kind of like the mirror, or with like the Junker Queen, Lucio, Brigitte type style. But I feel like also if it's something kind of more niche in terms of a map that's not normally picked, or if there's some players on either team that has a little bit more of a comfort style that's not very popular, it's all going to kind of come down to those factors.
Certainly will, but I think we've been seeing, at least from the side of Swordfish, I believe, a little bit of flexibility in what they want to pick. It seems like Gerald Dynasty have been a little bit less flexible in switching off that Genji, switching off of... They did go to the Tracer at some point, and I think it served them very well as compared to the Sojourn, so that might be something that we see be absolutely crucial here as we head towards our third map in Lijiang.
Lijiang is one of those popular maps that's been chosen a lot so far in this tournament, so now I can kind of get more of a sense of what we're going to see. And I will say, since this is a popular map pick and these people have been playing popular heroes, we probably are going to get a little taste of that mirror, possibly those little like Pharah comps that you normally see on like Lijiang Garden. So stay tuned for that, because we won't know until we get into the map. But it's nice to kind of have a speculation of what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think I certainly agree, and it could just be that these teams think that what they ran was good on King's Row, it was good on our first map as well, but not necessarily the right fit for this third upcoming one in Lijiang. Of course, Lijiang has 3 different sub-map sections. All 3 of those can kind of play a little bit differently. In Overwatch 1 particularly, we saw Command Center be that very brawly Rhine Zarya, sometimes see a Mei Junkrat, something that feels very comfortable fighting in close quarters. Whereas Gardens, it kind of took an entirely different complexion, an entirely different look, whereas you have that high ceiling hitbox, you have a lot of environments you can play with to kind of throw your enemies off end, and then a little bit more of the standard in Night Market, where sometimes we saw some creative sim strategies teleporting up, using those turrets to kind of lock down any entryways. So it can kind of all come to different effects here as we look towards our next Control map.
I think we're definitely going to kind of see a mix of both those Overwatch 1 compositions you highlighted and some of the new ones from Overwatch 2, more specifically with those new heroes. I feel like I've seen a lot of Sojourn gameplay on Lijiang, so I feel pretty hopeful we're going to see her again.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. The question becomes, in what capacity do you play her? Do you try to play her towards the back line? Do you try to play her towards the mid line? What's your thought process on that, MFG?
I feel like backline is obviously kind of the safer option because you do have the team there to protect you, but frontline aggression can be the game changer for a lot of pushes, because we've kind of seen so far, not just in this match but in this whole tournament, the super aggressive pushes are 90% the ones that produce results. Every once in a while, the other team is able to read the aggression and bounce back, but I feel like most of the time when you go aggressive, the other team is completely caught off guard. So if you want to play in the front line, you kind of have to have a good handle on, okay team, we're going to go in, everyone come together, aggression synergy. Whereas if you don't think your team is kind of ready for that, that's when you can kind of play in the back and kind of take a step back.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right there in terms of the aggression standpoint, right? That the teams that are more aggressive, they're going to be catching the other team who's perhaps playing a little bit more tempered, a little bit more tempo, trying to catch them off guard, and you're going to be running forward, but you don't necessarily know how fast your opponent's going to be running. And if you're the first one to hit the enemy team, it's always going to be looking a little bit better for you. So I do want to see that aggression. And I talked about it on Route 66, but it's something that I think Swordfish are going to have to continue to struggle against as we look towards that Control, is the way that Gerald Dynasty is playing with their support line. Their support line seems attached at the hip, and that is exactly what you want if you need to keep your team up.
This is exactly true because you really don't want your supports getting caught out because DPS just hunt for supports like predator to prey because like you said, no supports can't keep your team alive and can't keep your team alive dies. Pretty simple, but at the same time, it's interesting that not everyone plays that way. You kind of see all the time these supports getting picked off out of the blue, but Gerald Dynasty is doing a really good job at maintaining that.
Yeah, so far, no complaints with Gerald Dynasty. It seems like they've kind of taken notes from what we saw on the hybrid maps. They've kind of adapted, learned their lessons, and then moved forward. And now the onus goes on to Swordfish. Swordfish is the one who lost the last map. So does Swordfish kind of, pick themselves up, learn from what needed to be learned, and come into Lijiang more effectively with a better punch? Or does Gerald Dynasty just continue to be dominant?
It's gonna be interesting to see because I really don't know, because on one hand it's like Gerald Dynasty did a really good job there on that Route 66, but on the other hand we can't forget about Swordfish's play on King's Row and kind of how clean they look there. And it's all about kind of maybe map similarity, I say, where it's like, does Lijiang Tower have a more similar play style to King's Row or to Route 66, because that might be the deciding factor on who gets to win.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the deciding factor is always going to be kind of, something that we have to take into consideration. It's obviously what these teams are striving for. And, we are at a crucial part in that tournament. We're not just watching, teams that have nothing to lose. This is a knockout matchup. This is the map that will decide which of these teams has to pack their bags and go home.
Stakes, they've been high all tournament, but now they are at their peaks because this is it. We're seeing mix, like I had said. We see kind of Junkrats on both sides, like you had mentioned with the Junk Sim on this map of Lijiang. But then we also see our Sojourn and Junker Queen, specifically on the side of Swordfish. Gerald Dynasty really hammering heavy here on kind of more traditional Rhine Rush we kind of see with the Lucio and Baptiste.
Oh, and that spam damage coming in from the Junkrat is really going to pay off dividends for Gerald Dynasty. Dubu not quite able to get that benefit. Quite peculiar that Gerald Dynasty was able to take the better positioning, considering that Swordfish has 2 movement abilities that can kind of get them ferried into spot. Either way, the point's going to be unlocking, and Gerald Dynasty should be good for the first cap.
Oh, it just happened so quickly because you're right. On paper, Swordfish has some ability. We see them coming in now for the contest, but Gerald Dynasty was just able to get the first kill and really open things up for them. Almost out of luck, but it looks like it's going to continue as Hyper Knight and Joe Rogan find their kills. Dubu doesn't matter if he won the junk battle.
You see this point still being contested, still not being given up by Swordfish. They know that if they give it up, then the remaining duration of the fights after this will be added in the pocket of Gerald Dynasty, so they're going to be holding on for as long as possible.
Joe Rogan almost to that window, but so far no one else has gained substantial up percentage. Everyone is above 50, but still Swordfish has the tire. If Dubu can pull something sneaky, this can definitely be a door opener here for Swordfish, especially since Sammy has taken down Coconut Carl.
It's going to be the tire going straight towards that immortality field, but Dubu able to clean up after the fact, more than going to make up for that missed ultimate. And now Gerald Dynasty have to be on the back foot. They have to step away. That Lucio trying to stall out once again. The 30%'s all they're going to be getting for it.
Sammy finding RMM to clean things up, and now Swordfish, looks like they're going to be hanging around the door area for now, making sure that Gerald Dynasty doesn't have too much movement, but Joe Rogan does find Sammy. Mac Tackle given the permission now to unleash.
We see DMT try to use that railgun burst to try to get some high damage, but they end up dropping. Gonna be Mac Tackle throwing in the blade. Doesn't find a whole lot, but it does push the team of Swordfish back. And sometimes, especially on command center, posturing is a large part of the game. Dashing through that grenade does eventually come in with the Earth Shatter. The cleanup is certainly gonna be there. DMT not quite gonna be able to get away as nice as they wanted.
Gerald Dynasty definitely has the synergy down here. Hyper Knight's Shatter is able to be capitalized upon, and the Mac Tackle with the aggression here. Coconut Carl even has a tire in their arsenal, ready to strike. Swordfish still technically has the higher percentage as of now, but in terms of ult economy, it's mainly just the Rampage and almost the tire. Gerald Dynasty has the ultimate advantage, but it's all about how those ultimates are used.
Oh, and that is nasty. It's going to be a lot of anti applied to the entirety of Gerald Dynasty. Fortunately, there is the sound barrier to keep them up. RMM trying their hardest to be supported and to support their team. Oh, an unfortunate Fire Strike coming in from Hyper Knight costs them their life, but DMT is not going to be able to retake the point all on their lonesome.
Looks like Gerald Dynasty once again holding strong. Now they are creeping into the final 30 or so seconds of this map. Swordfish, looks like Sammy has swapped onto the Reinhardt as well. So now we're kind of going to see that Rhine duel. Maybe we'll see who gets to block a shatter if we are lucky enough. But Coconut Carl finding Sammy before that even happens.
That amplification matrix is going to absolutely make the difference there in that situation. The Rhine has to keep shield up so he doesn't take double the damage, but yeah, double the Junkrat pills, or double the damage of the Junkrat pills that are going to be coming out, meaning that they're just going to be doing a heap of damage, and it's going to be a late kill onto Sammy, and that's not what Swordfish wants.
Definitely not, and now it looks like the first part of Lijiang is going to go in the way of Gerald Dynasty, so it's going to be very crucial here for Swordfish to adapt as quickly as possible here on the next round of Lijiang, or they're done.
It remains to be seen what is seen exactly now that we will be going to Night Market as our second sub map here, and Gerald Dynasty probably going to be feeling all right about this. They may be feeling a little bit better if they were on Garden, something that allows you to be a little bit more dive focused. But Gerald, we're starting to see some swaps come through, and that makes me a little bit cautious, although they might just be hovering.
Perhaps, and we see the Mei coming out. I'm a Mei fan, but I would almost think that they would kind of want to stick to something that's more comfort zone, because I don't know if Dubu's comfort pick is Mei, or if they think that's just going to be the right choice for this map. But Gerald Dynasty looking like they're going to stick with the people they've been playing before, so they are definitely on the side of comfort picking.
Swordfish are going to be able to set themselves up with that nice middle courtyard possession here, but that immortality field going out early is not going to benefit them as they now lose it. They don't have anything to save their lives other than just healing, but Sammy going very big there.
Beautiful Reinhardt play. It looks like they didn't get a chance to showcase that in Lijiang just because of the timing of when they switched, but 3 kills in a row, that's what you really want to see, an MTD factor there. Swordfish already having point control. That's going to be great and allow them to set up. Meanwhile, speaking of setups, Gerald Dynasty going to Torbjorn now.
The Torbjorn pick's a little bit curious to me. I'm not sure exactly what they intend to achieve with it unless they just want more angles of attack, but it's usually a style that benefits you when you're already established in positioning.
It looks like Dubu with the Mei was really able to take out that turret, so I don't know if that Torbjorn is going to be available to be used right now, but that shatter! Beautiful work from Sammy. That is just...
Yeah, that was flawless from Sammy. We saw them kind of really looking vulnerable there for a Hyper Knight, and then as soon as Hyper Knight diverts attention, thinking that Ryan's not a threat, the big slam onto 5.
That is just MTD again, right there. But now Gerald Dynasty, they have a blade almost from back tackle. We know how deadly that can be. So Swordfish, Brent really wanting to save that beat for that moment. DMT taking out Coconut Carl's turret to start this off.
Swordfish, I still think, don't quite have their way written just yet. It's going to be the sound barrier coming through. RMM has no sound barrier of their own to match DMT's blade. The Fire Strike going to be taking out the Reinhardt and the turret. No immortality field, and Swordfish looking like they need just a couple more fights to come up victorious on Night Market.
Sammy winning that Rhine battle really was a crucial point there in that fight, because no main shield means that Swordfish can go in extra aggressive. And now it's the last fight territory here. Dubu has a blizzard, so this is going to be really tricky here for Gerald Dynasty to get out of this little hub here. But it looks like they're going to be trying with Mac Tackle on the Mei. And here comes the blizzard.
Oh, but the Molten Core is going to be coming through the Nacho Cheese, trying to prevent anybody from pushing in. Doesn't matter, though. Doesn't look like the Mei is able to make final contact, and it's going to be that damaging ice beam that comes through, and surprisingly, Gerald Dynasty able to come through with some point.
I guess now we see why the Torbjorn was chosen. That was a really, really smart play there from Coconut Carl, because that allowed for Swordfish to not be as aggressive as they wanted, or else they would have gotten burned, because obviously Blizzard does not stop the heat from Molten Core. Physics-wise, doesn't agree. But Overwatch-wise, it's a lifesaver for Gerald Dynasty.
Coconut Carl's turret going to be taken out in short order, but it bought a little bit of time. Both supports knocked down by the Earth Shatter from Hyper Knight. Not going to matter. Sammy manages to get an actual kill and some follow-up with theirs. Gets pinned immediately, but it's not going to be too bothered. Hyper Knight dangerously low. The point gets flipped. Overtime is certainly going to tick down.
EMT actually jumped over the shatter from Hyper Knight, which allowed them to kind of help out with the extra damage output. That was pretty clean from them. But yes, Swordfish taking the second part of Lijiang. So we have a map 3 for the finale of lower round 3. So we've switched from 2s to 3s.
I mean, what other way would you expect it to happen? All right, I have gotten everything I've wanted. I feel very spoiled this cast MFG because this is a game that is going the distance. Both teams are looking very good here. I still think Gerald Dynasty probably favored on Gardens, though.
Could not agree more in the sense that this match has been everything. We have back and forth, just beautiful plays all around, but Gerald Dynasty with that Symmetra, looks like they might be able to get to the point first. Looking at Carl, thanks for that, but Swordfish Brent already around skipping on the Lucio.
Has to be careful, though, here, otherwise they get caught. But that Zenyatta's going to be traded for them, though. Joe Rogan and Brent both going to be saying hi to each other in the grave. Mac Tackle continuing to try to find those weak targets, but that Mei, I don't think, is it. You can't deflect the ice beam. It's going to have to be up to Coconut Carl to try to pry a little bit more damage into Swordfish, and Gerald Dynasty not quite able to find the kills that they needed or the openings.
I guess they heard you say that this map favored Gerald Dynasty, and they were like, no, we want to prove you wrong, sir. Look at how well we're playing. And that's what they're doing now, because Swordfish has a pretty good position right now. Ultimate-wise, not quite there yet, but there definitely has some time to build them up. DMT getting Joe Rogan out of the fight early.
Sammy dangerously low, eventually bailed out by that Immortality Field. Pins back, Mac Tackle takes down Brent, but it's going to be a very late kill, almost a Pyrrhic victory.
It looks like Hyper Knight no longer wants to try to do a Rhine duel. It looks like they've gone ahead and switched to the Junker Queen. So almost like that meta that we've been kind of seeing from people throughout the BPL Beta 2 tourney. Because I guess maybe Hyper Knight feels that more can get accomplished on Junker Queen than trying to fight the Rhine duel.
Go to the Amplification Matrix coming out. That's going to make it so much harder for Gerald Dynasty to try to push through here. Brent just taking themselves off the fight. Still doesn't look necessarily too decided in Gerald Dynasty's favor, especially with the Junker Queen going down. The Blade coming out and Mac Tackle getting taken out immediately. That is a back-breaking moment.
We see that Respect Me spray being laid down. Another MTG there from Sammy. 70%. Not gonna say the nice number, but things are looking good right now for Swordfish. Gerald Dynasty looks like Coconut Carl has made another swap on the Reaper. Hyper Knight, though, finding Sammy. This is good for them. This is exactly what Gerald Dynasty needs to push in right now, because now that main tank that's been causing so much trouble is out of the picture.
I think it was actually because the knife pullback from Hyper Knight sent the Reinhardt into the moat. Excellent play there. Hyper Knight going to be having their ultimate, but it looks like Swordfish aren't going to be investing too much more into this.
It looks like that was kind of a smart move, because Swordfish kind of read it as like, okay, we're probably not going to win this fight. Let's pull back so we don't have to waste any more ultimates. And Gerald Dynasty, though, they have some ultimates of their own that they can use. Rampage already online, but both support ults not close, or not that far back behind. And we already kind of see DMT making a move to try to cap the point kind of from the back with the Blade.
DMT going to be throwing in the Blade, the Transcendence coming out from Joe Rogan to keep their team alive, and a nice anti-effect onto Swordfish. Everybody seems to be dropping Dupu, just trying to hold their own. Hyper Knight, though, also taken back to spawn.
The melee kill on the DMT was just saddening. The Blade was happening, and then just he got punched by Hyper Knight. And RMM has a beat for Dubu's Blizzard. And Mac Tackle even has a Blade to go in without really any defense online from Swordfish. So Gerald Dynasty, win conditions are online for them right now.
Very much so. The Blade, the beats, a lot can go right here, especially Wonton John going down right after that amplification matrix gets brought up. Dubu throws in the Blizzard, but not too many targets to really focus on. That Junker Queen able to just barely make the turn. Dubu getting focused down, not able to get Hyper Knight out of this fight, and That is very unfortunate for Swordfish. They invested 2 ultimates and both really weren't able to be capitalized with.
That's just so tragic for them because especially with the Blizzard, that was a really, really crucial tool to help them out with capping. And now it looks like Dubu's going to be on the Reaper for this kind of almost last-ditch effort here, whereas Coconut Carl and the Reaper already has that Death Blossom online.
Death Blossom going out doesn't seem to find all that much, but Swordfish going to be getting the kills that they need. Mag Tackle, the only one who's anywhere near the board. They're going to be trying to hold out for as long as possible, but can only do so much, 7% before this goes for Swordfish.
Sammy just being a machine right now. Oh, Coconut! No!
I hate to see it, boss.
That's not what you want if you are Gerald Dynasty. But okay, Swordfish winning that off of that.
That is just so unfortunate. It's I mean, in all likelihood, in all reality, you can't be too upset. That probably doesn't change too much. If Coconut Carl does make that jump and get themselves towards point, they still would have been massively outnumbered. But man, what a horrible way to end for Coconut Carl specifically.
I'm equating that to dropping your pasta, and like 10 minutes later realizing you got spaghetti sauce on your brand new white shirt. Just not the best scenario. But regardless though, Gerald Dynasty put up quite the fight, but Swordfish and just, we gotta say it, Sammy, total machine on the Reinhardt, was able to make those plays kind of in the last minute there from Li Jiang to just make things go in Swordfish's favor.
Yeah, it was looking excellent. Unfortunately, this is the end of the track for Gerald Dynasty. Swordfish going to keep cruising along, but they put up a great match for the finality of their play.
That is very true, and it looks like the other part of the match was Catgirl Empire winning against South Beach Shooters for more lower round 3s. But yes, as you said, farewell to Gerald Dynasty, and it looks like also farewell to South Beach Shooters. And in terms of our upper bracket, we see White Collar Revenge, Demon Mode, Croach Coin, Solar Snack, Fruit Ball, and Kingpin all have made it to the upper area. And we'll just have to stay tuned for the remainder of tonight and into tomorrow to see who's going to take it all.
Yes, very much so. But folks, unfortunately, that will be it for myself and MFG. But at least for myself, thank you folks very much for having me letting us cast.
and twisted. Something in my chest is giving. With you now my whole world's different. 'Cause I can't go back now. Tunnel vision. Now you got me out and missing. A love that you haven't given. A love I'm craving right now. Can we skip the messages? All of these texts and calls. It's just a lot of playing pretend. And I wanna do more than talk. I guess that you can call us friends, but that's not what I want at all. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I'm not feeling conversational. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make it so comfortable. Say your things and never you wanna know. As long as you take this to another level. Take this to another level. Take this Staring at the edge of your shirt, wondering who will make the move first, making me forget I've been hurt. I've never been so bold or reckless. Now we're running out of our words, overturning tables we turn, throwing out the things that I've learned. Cross the line and take my chances. And baby, thinking this is it. Either it's right or wrong, but I've already pictured it. And I wanna do more than talk. Nothing like a crazy risk to give me what I really want. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make it so comfortable. Say your things you never knew you wanted now. As long as you take this to another level. Wondering in this place how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space, so we still come back for more. Leaving it behind isn't always easy, but how we tried. No more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. A bit of a caster change going on over here. Chef Billy now being joined with Recurve on the fly there. The emergency substitution coming in strong for everybody here, but we are in upper round 4, which means the teams are 2-1. White Collar Revenge making their return to the stream. I got a chance to cast them yesterday, and they did have a pretty good time. Here's their match history. They did lose in upper round number 2 against Crab Apples, which was one of my favorite teams from the first day. So they are looking pretty good. They did take a 2-0 sweep in the third game of their tournament here. So Demon Mode, after going in over in their first round, have come back very strong with a 0 and 1 respectively in their second and third rounds. So Recurve, I mean, we've been looking at a lot of these compositions being kind of swapped around here. Drunker Queen has been very prominent in our showings, but we've seen some Reinhardt come out and absolutely body Junker Queen. We've seen a little bit of Winston come out as well. So it just depends on map types. What are you seeing so far along your experience here in the tournament?
In terms of like overall BPL lifespan, most of the time the team that ends up winning the tournament is the team running the meta comp. It seems like the overall meta comp in the current beta patch is that Junker Queen rush that you're seeing with the Brig Lucio. Some variations on like DPS comfort picks. Obviously, this is an Owl. You're going to see a lot of different like comfort picks come out. Some people playing Mei, some people playing Genji, some people playing Pharah, like myself. Nobody's playing Pharah though. And also, across these two teams, the only losses we've seen from either side are two of the strongest teams we've seen in the tournament. White Collar Revenge losing to Crab Apple, who just beat Croach Coin, who beat Demon Mode. So we have a lot. So really, the strength of each team is kind of equal, where they're only getting taken down by what's perceived to be the top teams, at least in my opinion. So this should be a really close game, I'm thinking.
I mean, Crab Apples, if I remember correctly, was the 15 seed, and White Collar Revenge was number 2. So we're going to start out on Push, then we'll head over to Hybrid and Control. We're going to start out in Canada, my old home. I'm very, very happy to see this map type come up. We saw a lot of Coliseo yesterday, so now getting a chance to see the map geometry of New Queen Street in downtown Toronto. This is actually one of my favorite maps. I think I prefer Coliseo over New Queen because I just think that you're forced into too many choke points here if you're trying to aggress on the point. But I have seen some teams finally starting to use some of the nooks and crannies, the back alleyways of Toronto to harass the back lines of a team pushing. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here is how are they going to decide to change the way that you address this map? I think that's the biggest thing that these teams are starting to learn is that you don't have to be so linear and straight on with your attacks.
Yeah, from what I saw the other day, especially White Collar Revenge really favoring this Ryan composition. Tekugen, obviously a prominent Ryan player, one of his best characters. We're going to see it come out here. I believe with this Rush composition, we see it a lot to deal with the Junker Queen. So, and Peepo, also a very strong player on main tank. So it's pretty much a comfort pick versus Peepo, who's learning a new character that everybody's learning right now on this new Rush composition.
Yeah, I mean, the Commanding Shout is something that's terrifying in its own right because it does scream, but also the speed buff going in. They have reduced it by 1 meter, though, so you have to be a little bit closer to the Junker Queen to get the speed value off of it. They're going to go ahead and aggress in here, Recurve, and I'm looking at seeing, how are they going to deal with this initial push?
Yeah, they do come in with that early shout on the side of Demon Mode to try and kind of back off, but people will get taken out early on, uses the shout a little bit too early, unable to really aggress onto the absolute aggression coming out from White Collar Revenge, just turbo rushing into that team, getting the first pick on the enemy tank, and that's pretty much a fight loss in Overwatch 2. Only one tank available, so it's going to be a quick fight win and an early cap, or an early push, that is, for the side of White Collar Revenge so far.
Absolutely. I mean, 1 DPS and 1 tank down, that's absolutely a fight win. And we're talking about, how do we deal with all this pressure coming in, the aggression. Junker Queen does not match up very well against the Reinhardt unless you have Rampage available and you take the healing resources away. Even still, good lord, that's a great wall coming in.
The Great Wall to split off the main tank, and now Tekugen's going wild in the backline. Paul will take down GT Wannabe, so that's already -1 on the side of Demon Mode. Once again, losing another player early on. It's going to be Muhiki that's going to get zoned off by Optical Crash on the Ashe. They will get the first cap already, as Avast would say, call it, pushes over, call it, 60 meters. So that's going to be a lot more aggression as well by White Collar Revenge, just taking so many aggressive fights, going first, getting those early kills, but Mohiki will get the right-click headshot onto Optical Crash, so maybe a re-aggression coming in on the side of Demon Mode. GT Wannabe wants this kill on the way. Mohiki will get another one. Tekujin snipes Mohiki, though, to try and equalize with his own Fire Strike. And, the Weaken Orb comes out on GT Wannabe, so he's not going to be able to do as much damage. Tekujin with 2 now! That 2 charges on the Fire Strike's really paying dividends for him. As he gets 2 kills with those, he will go down. So it's still anyone's fight. Paul taking out Vincent. The only tank available on the field is the side of Demon Mode, so that's a pretty big advantage. But Meester comes in and frags GT Wannabe, doing a lot, comes in with the Cole. All that damage and all that healing, keeping them alive throughout the entire fight. Optical Crash takes them down, so despite losing their tank, they still win there.
How do you do that? I mean, that's just insane. You invest the coalescence into that, and now you're looking at a shatter fight with the sound barrier to back it up, as well as both DPS ultimates coming up very closely here. The big thing that I'm looking at is how does Peepo engage with this rampage? Otherwise, you don't even have to now. That's your speed gone down the drain.
Speed's gone, and Tekujin's dead in the water, unable to speed towards the enemy team now, kind of just has to back up, and yeah, Mohiki with that overclock just going to take down a couple people with his right clicks, and the team's just going to come back in and clean up. So finally, a stabilizing fight from Demon Mode. It looks like they're going to be able to get back to mid.
It was such an inexpensive fight as well. I mean, just the overclock, Mohiki showing the goods there with the railgun and getting maximum value out of it. Big thing is that White Collar Revenge didn't really invest anything into it, so here comes the Bob out.
Bob comes in, Mohiki still snipes! Optical Crash of the Year, Tekujin off the map with Peepo, takes the 1-for-1 trade, Paul able to take down GT Wannabe as well. Oh, a nice right-click headshot onto Paul by Mohiki, though, to equalize. This may use his Ice Block, drops the freeze, trying to equalize as well. Tannic B doing his best he possibly can to swing this fight, but Vincent able to take him out with some well-placed shots right at the end there. That was a very quick fight. Not exactly what I expected with Tekujin going off the map for Peepo, but I think a good trade, especially with the value Junker Queen can get there.
Oh, absolutely, and still holding on to that ultimate, and I'm kind of shocked that Tannic B actually didn't stay in Ice Block to fully heal themselves. They could have stayed just a little bit longer and gotten more value out of it, so we see Optical Crash now swapping over to the Cassidy here, recurve, and I mean, the Flashbang ain't what it used to be, but the Peacekeeper absolutely is.
More of a standard rush comp we're used to in the Overwatch 1. Peepo will go in super hard with that huge axe to try and get a cleave on somebody. He will go down. Tekujin with the defensive pin to take him down. Optical Crash will go down, however, to GT Wannabe with that dash. No ults really available besides the overclock on the side of Demon Mode, so they're going to have to get some trades here early on. Paul coming up very close on that coalescence that should just be able to walk over them here, and yeah, it looks like Tekujin with that speed boost just gonna speed onto people. Paul with that follow-up damage from the Moira, who's been recently buffed with that enfeebling orb. You know, we got a easy aggression on the side of Tekujin, on the side of White Collar Revenge, and they're gonna be able to swing once again back on their favor.
I think that Mohiki will turn this fight around, though. You saw the beautiful defensive pin from Tekujin take away the value that Peepo was looking to do with that rampage, and they just got one person. That was Tekujin. He dealt with that very quick. But there's the overclock once again. Mohiki is showing up huge with this railgun.
And Mohiki with the explosive play. Not a very hard ultimate to use is the overclock on Sojourn, but Mohiki consistently getting value off of it, though Tekujin will take down GT Wannabe somewhere in the fight. Somehow, Tannic B freezes up Peepo, so that's once again, Peepo going down super early in a fight they could have possibly won. Mohiki once again trying to equalize, getting another railgun headshot onto Paul, and they just can't follow up with it. Peepo dying so early in these fights, unable to get the value out of Junker Queen, that those sustained fights, getting those bleed procs, getting those huge purples with her ult is just not enough, it seems.
No, I mean, GT Wannabe is on death's door and gets topped up in the nick of time. But now you're looking at almost a full 5-pack here coming in for White Collar in this next fight. Big shatter!
Oh, and Meester with a kill onto Mohiki, and a huge shatter from Tekujin knocks down 2 Peepo and Vincent, both going down to the hands of Tekujin, or the hammer, I should say. And Peepo, they just got to keep him alive a little bit longer in these fights. He's unable to build these bleed procs, unable to get these pulls. The aggression from White Collar Revenge and these insane rushes are doing so much work.
I mean, Dragon Blade will be available in this fight. They don't have the... Never mind.
Unless Tannic B shuts it down immediately, and early high noon as well takes down Lylum. So that's already 2 gone. Optical Crash follows up, kills Vincent as well. And it looks like another clean fight with Mohiki. That explosiveness once again takes down Tannic B to try and do something to save the day. But GT Wannabe comes back in with the blade, only able to take down Optical Crash. I don't think it's going to be enough on this last point. Lylum will come back in on the brig. The beat comes out from Vincent to try and keep him alive, get that stall up. Maybe they can get some respawns back. Obviously, push incredibly difficult to cap on third point. Lylum gonna find his way into the enemy team's backline somehow. Muhiki still trying to equalize with another kill onto Beaster. Pipo will take down Tekugen, so I think this is gonna be a flip, and it is on the side of Demon Mode.
Yep, and here's the thing. You have to realize when you need to disengage. And that's the big thing about push, is that you don't have to keep pushing so hard. Not to double up the name of the map type, but I mean, advantageous disengage there is really what you're looking for. If you come back together as a 5, you were still holding on to that sound barrier. Maester just got scoped out by Muhiki. Muhiki definitely my MVP of this first map.
Definitely an uphill battle for Demon Mode so far. 120 meters on the side of White Collar Revenge as they're already coming back in for another early fight before he even reaches mid. Muhiki will find Paul early on, so that's a lot of healing gone, but Meester equalizes with Pipo dying first again, as well as Lila. Meester fragging out on this Lucio. Tanakby cleaning up Muhiki, so all of that threat, the explosiveness that he has immediately gone, and it's going to be they're going to be back into the enemy team spawn, all threatening this 3 cap on push again.
I mean, we're looking for Shatter to come out here from Tekugen, and just one land of that hammer, and he's going to be Dunsky, but the healing resources are just not there right now.
Still a bit of a neutral fight coming out. Tanakby will drop the wall to try and keep himself alive. Pipo comes back in. The Shatter dropped! Kills Pipo! Paul dropping the Cole as well. Oh, a 5k, a team wipe from the remaining members of White Collar Revenge, and that's going to be a full cap on push against Demon Mode. That was dominant. That was incredibly dominant on the side of White Collar Revenge, and especially Tekugen and Meester just somehow being the two most frag potential players on the team. It seems Meester finding kills in the most random places, 1v1ing DPS characters. Tanakby as well dropping some nice freezes, able to shut down Muhiki, which seems to be the only unstoppable force on the side of Demon Mode, and just a really, really clean, old, classic rush like you love to see.
I mean, Tekugen just had WM1 done, but just straightforward. There's no disengage from this Reinhardt player, and I love to see it. I think that the support difference right now, Moira plus Lucio equals lots of sustain. Also the ability to speed on top of that. I think the Moira has to be a must pick right now. I think you can, if you really want to push the envelope there, Recurve, is that you could run double main. You can run the Moira and the Ada and get that extra burst potential going down as far as the healing. But man, Meester on this Lucio, I saw it yesterday. I'm seeing it again today. Absolutely nutty on the Frogman.
I think this comes down to a lot of different styles of teams. We're seeing, obviously, a newer age composition that what I believe to be the meta going into professional play as this patch comes alive. We're going to see a lot of this Lucio Brig. It's very, very strong when players are able to mitigate those damage on rotations and be able to brawl fast with Junker Queen, but I just don't think Demon Mode is there quite yet. They weren't getting clean engages. Pipo was dying way too early. They didn't have enough sustain, and what I've seen a lot of teams do in this tournament so far is switch that Brig over to the Moira with that Enfeebling Orb, with that ability to negate significant amounts of damage, and also engage with the Cole to come back and kind of counteract how much damage these players are taking. Because like we said, we're not in the professional leagues yet. You know, we're not able to hit these perfect rotations. I think the Moira is what they need here, or some kind of swap, because the rush of White Collar Revenge just seems to be too much right now.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to see where Demon Mode decides to take us on our hybrid map pick, because I think they do have to have the Moira in here. I think Moira right now is a must pick. I remember the days of console watch back in my early days of casting, where Lucio Brig actually worked very well in the brawl mirrors going on. You had the close-up sustain of the Inspire. You had the ability to amp speed and get yourself on top of the backline of your opponent. So, you know, I love seeing a little bit of this nostalgic pick, and I think that you can see the value coming through with it. I've also seen a lot of the Moira Zen in some of the higher level play, where you're throwing that Discord, you're getting the Enfeeble from the Necrotic Orb, and you're just watching teams just absolutely decimate off of the back of those two support cooldowns. So what we're looking for right now is to see if Demon Mode has anything up their sleeve here, if they have something to change and counter up against the hyper aggressiveness of Tekugen, because Tekugen yesterday, even though they lost against the 15 seed Crab Apples, put on a damn good performance, and I was really impressed with their Reinhardt play. So I want to see if they're going to take us to King's Row, because that would absolutely be the place where, if you're going to mirror anything, bring out the Junker Queen up against Tekogen's Reinhardt. I don't know, Recurve. I don't know if the Junker Queen and Peepo can handle the hyper aggressiveness. I think we need to go somewhere different other than King's Row.
Well, I would say personally, Peepo's an old teammate of mine. Played on an open division team with him. Love the guy to death. Incredibly talented player. I'd love to see him come out on some Winston comps. Obviously, Ana Brig and Ana Zen is pretty prominent in Overwatch League right now. It's kind of a past meta type of thing. Unsure how familiar he is with that kind of situation in previous patches, but at this point, we got to get on something that works, because what I saw off of that Junker Queen comp just wasn't quite enough, especially with how practiced Tekogen seems to be leading this rush composition with the standard Rein running into the enemy team. It just doesn't seem like they have quite enough sustain, quite enough knowing how to play this Junker Queen comp to be able to counteract it. So I want to see either a full compositional switch or a switch, like you said, onto that Moira, because of just how powerful she is, especially with that new Enfeebling Orb, how detrimental it can be to a composition, throwing it on a main tank or throwing it on a Blading Genji or throwing it on anybody, and they're just useless for a couple seconds.
I mean, it's absolutely filthy. I mean, it's one of my favorite new. I love the fact that it's not taking damage over time. It's a 50 HP hit when it hits you directly, but it's the after effects that happen. So we're going to head into Midtown next, and I think I like this pick. I think that Reinhardt has a hard time, other than inside of the terminal. I think that you have a lot of issues running the Reinhardt around here. We saw it yesterday against Crabapples. Crabapples absolutely decimating them. And this is where they turned it around on White Collar Revenge. They had a fantastic defense here on Midtown, and they did try to force the Reinhardt, and it just did not work. So we'll see if Demon Mode maybe took a peek at yesterday's action where White Collar Revenge came here to Midtown, and maybe they will be able to replicate the success that Crabapples had.
This could be a tough one. From what I've seen, people playing Midtown, it seems to be kind of a either or map, where first point is either the easiest to cap in the world and you cap it in 30 seconds, or you're sitting there for 4 minutes. It's a very, very hard point to break if you're playing it correctly on the defensive, and it looks like it's going to be Demon Mode attacking first, White Collar Revenge on the defense. I like this spam composition. I've seen it a lot with this SIG. You see it a lot on Circuit Royale with Double Sniper. I like this Echo pick and the Ashe. I feel like you could have seen a Torb here, setting up turrets and off-angle rotations to stop these rotations off from a Tracer or from a Genji or whatever it may be. So I do. And it looks like Demon Mode is sticking to this Junker Queen comp.
I mean, they have had some substitutions come in. Demon Mode has Morris come in, Vincent's come in. For Demon Mode, we see Chance and Krabby Adam coming in. We saw Krabby Adam. I kind of misspoke there. Krabby Adam actually came in on Midtown yesterday and just got bodied. So we'll see. Wow, this
nice
is going to be a fast.
Kill.
Yeah, this is going to be a easy first take of the point here for Demon Mode, and I think that they have to really think about what they're going to run in here, because Demon Mode seems a little bit angry now.
Yeah, a very fast fight, and like I said, it could be either or. It could be a 30-second cap, could be a 5-minute hold, and it doesn't seem like they're able to actually push in off the kills that they got. White Collar Revenge taking a little bit too many with them on the way down. They still have some nice angles, especially with this Ashe Optical Crash, able to put some nice shots on a Muhiki, and he will go down. Vincent, however, will trade out for Chance. Krabby Adam doing a lot of work on the Sigma from the off angle. They're sending a lot of resources over to Optical Crash. It looks like they will take him down, but a lot of players have already gone down on the side of Demon Mode to invested to kill Optical Crash. It looks like Krabby Adam with like 3 or 4 kills just this fight alone. From what I saw, especially the other day, this guy's Sigma is just different. He's a little bit of a freak on this character, so let's see if he can keep it up here.
I mean, I love it. I love the fact that they are bringing this spam comp out. You can hit them from range, and people wants to get in there nice and close. You're not using the speed and the commanding shout that I'm seeing right now. They're not getting on top of the back line. That's the big problem right now. And that the other fact is that Meester is able to repel people when they do go in with this commanding shot. As we get a pause in our lobby, maybe somebody is disconnecting. We had a little bit of that issue yesterday. But I tell you what, I mean, they had 2 good opportunities to take the first point, and they just did not pull the trigger on a recurve. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't even get 1 tick out of it. Krabby Adam, as you said, is just built different on the Sigma.
It seems so far that the tale of Demon Mode is sloppy fights. We've seen a lot of fights where it looks like they're winning, it looks like they're about to pull it out, but they lose just too many people to be able to clean it up. We saw it on New Queen Street last map for Push, and they were unable to clean up those fights. A lot of trades going in and out. Muhiki getting those kills where he needed to with the right click on the Sojourn, but unable to win decisive fights to push the cart forward. And it looks like it's going to come back to bite them here as they're sticking to this Junker Queen Rush composition, not switching over to the Moira. It is what I believe to be the best comp, but I don't think that they'll be able to do it with this Brig. I think they need the Moira.
I think you're absolutely right. Just the Enfeeble Orb alone is just scary as it can be. I mean, look at this. I mean, you can just hold your ground here. You've got the resources behind you. Look at the kinetic grasp coming here. And now this is going to be absolutely huge.
Krabby Adam with a huge flush will take down Muhiki immediately. A lot of damage on the Lilam as well. The entire team on the side of Demon Mode going very low to that Flux. And Optical Crash able to clean up on the Tracer coming in from behind, getting a couple kills on the exit. Will be able to take down Vincent as well. It's a really, really good chase and stagger from Optical Crash, as this has just been clinical so far from White Collar Revenge. Beautiful engages, beautiful disengages.
Yep, I mean, their disengage game is huge. I could have gone another way with that, but I'm not going to. This is a family-friendly stream, but Pulse Bomb is ready as well as the Blade. Never mind. Bye-bye. Go back and reset.
An insane stick from Optical Crash onto Vincent, who just happened to be in the air, falls right into Mara. That Blade being taken off right away, as well as the possibility of the beat. Vincent getting oh so close to it, and just kills the fight before it even begins.
Oh, you love to see it. I think the big thing that I'm seeing right now, Recurve, is the fact that the target focus, the priority, when they go into these fights, they're kind of getting separated from each other instead of, focusing down one target and then moving on to the next one. They all have like ADHD and they're all going their own separate ways because they just can't figure out which way to go.
Does have this blade available, will whip it out, unable to get to something immediately with that immortality field coming out early on, but will pick up Meester with a nice slice, goes back in to try and take down Krabby Adam on the Sigma, will be able to get him in the very end. The blade will go out. There will be 3 kills on the side of Demon Mode, and it looks like, okay, with that blade, it's going to be finally a clean cap after 3.5 minutes, but it took a lot to get here.
It took everything that they had, but they did pull both support ultimates out. So you're going to have a sound barrier diff going into this next point, and I think that's going to get them a lot of purchase here on point number 2. Once the fire engine comes out of the station, big thing that I'm looking at right now, overclock obviously from Muhiki. We know how good they are with the railgun. Chance might be able to get a duplicate out here. I think that you can either go on to the Genji, or you might even want to go out with the Brig, maybe bring up a quick rally to defend against the sound barrier.
I want to see a quick engage from Demon Mode, but Muhiki, once again, an insane play on this Sojourn. He's been lights out on this character. Right-clicks Chance right in the head, so an easy 4v5 available on the side of Demon Mode. Not even investing this beat yet. They can take an aggressive position on this high ground like they really want to. The field comes in from Muhiki to try and slow down those teammates. They want to be fast here. Muhiki will pop the overclock to try and go in, lead his teammates forward. They will not really take this high ground, kind of a half commit. Oh, I really would have liked to see them kind of hard go onto this high ground, and now Chance will dupe the Junker Queen and go back in. Krabby Adam with a huge flux once again takes down Vincent, as well as Mara with the follow-up shots as well. Krabby Adam taking down his Mirror and Peepo on the tank, and that'll just do it for that fight. A really slow engage from Demon Mode. I would have really liked to see them go fast with that early pick that Muhiki gave them.
I know. I think they're just indecisive. I think that's the major term here for Demon Mode is they're indecisive in 80% of their fights. They did take a great fight there when we had the Dragon Blade come out, but they really haven't been able to capitalize on anything since Recurve. So that's the big thing. Big stick coming in. No value out of it though.
Very unlucky. Pulse Bomb throws it into the hallway, somehow misses all 5 players as Vincent leading this rotation here. A nice little rotation onto the high ground. Peepo does have that Junker Queen ultimate available. Will purple to it, I believe. He will get that Sigma all nice and anti-heal. Oh, a huge cleave with the Junker Queen E. Able to do a lot of damage to the entire team. Peepo takes down Paul. Krabby Adam will fall as well. That's the aggression I want to see. That's the speed at which I want to see Demon Mode play.
And they're still holding on to barrier. I mean, they have just held on to this sound barrier for what seems like an eternity here. And, both support ultimates are coming up here. They need to touch 2 meters. That was almost a letter number there, but we'll see what they can get out of this.
It does look like Krabby Adam is anchoring down this point on the Sigma. The beat does come out from Vincent, so they will try and maybe take an aggressive position here, try and get those early kills, but Optical Crash finds Lylum super early. That losing your Brig this early is extremely detrimental to the push. Meester as well finding Vincent, so all supports now gone on the side of Demon Mode. It's going to take a Herculean feat. Mara will pop the blade, but immediately shut down by Meester with the shield bash. A little bit, you could say it's a little bit of an overzealous blade from Mara there, down both your supports, but I respect the effort.
I don't even know if they're not
Oh,
even
they're
able
not
to
even
touch here. You saw people swap over to the ball to try and get back. You saw the shield bash kind of trying to push yourself forward, and man, I mean, people started finding their stride there. They started winning fights out on the back of one ultimate. The economy was there. The push was there. They just ran out of time. Mara probably going for that hero play with the blade. Got absolutely dumpstered by Meester. Said, nay, you shall not pass here and take any lives with that. So, I mean, win condition set here. White Collar Revenge is on match point, as we all know, and they only have to get 111.37 meters into point 2 to be able to take this 2-0 victory. Demon Mode have to come out with something a little bit different. They need to really, I think, buy into what Muhiki is delivering so far. Give him Mercy. I mean, put in a Mercy, give him the damage boost, get that overclock up that much faster, because we've seen the value that Muhiki brings to this team.
He needs something. He needs his team, especially Peepo, to live longer in these fights on this Junker Queen with how much value Shout is able to provide for your team with that extra health, with that speed boost. It's a huge engage tool, and it seems like Peepo is getting taken out before he even gets the chance to use it a lot of these times in these fights. And White Collar Revenge, we've talked about all the different ways that they've been outclassing Demon Mode, it seems, in this series so far, but especially the speed at which they are playing. They're taking fast fights, and it shows.
Well, we're going to see this Brig Bap composition come out once again. I loved the fact that they had the Lucio there before, and they did swap over to this Brig. I think that provides the close quarters protection that Paul is going to need to keep themselves in this fight. Big accretion coming out, but look at this disruption field. I love what Muhiki is bringing to this team. I just think they need to invest a little bit more into him.
Oh, they're just going so slow. Mara is able to have some nice shots on an Optical Crash, takes them down early, but Peepo once again dead before the fight even starts. Losing your Junker Queen here is just so huge, as now White Collar Revenge gets free reign despite losing that Ashe on the off angle. Now they have all of this point control. They've already taken one tick. How are Demon Mode going to recontest this? Muhiki wants this high ground to take another off angle, maybe shoot down onto the supports of Demon Mode. They're playing very slow. They will get the touch very late. It seems that Peepo has come back. He's brawling with the Sigma. The 3 quick kills come out from Demon Mode. Optical Crash does find Vincent, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. A nice recontest. Waiting for Peepo, not aggressing too fast, not losing your life, not playing unsafe, throwing your life away. A nice recontest, and it saves them first point.
I mean, but they did get 91.3%. So, I mean, the last second contest there does follow through with them. But, we're looking at one fight will win them this first point, and then they're going to have a substantial time bank going into B. So, I mean, what are you looking for here? You're looking for the Dragon Blade to get up and be deployed here. But Krabby Adam, if they find enough with the Hyperspheres and the accretion, I think that they take this point just on the back of a Gravitic Flux.
I was just about to say that myself. All my eyes are on Krabby Adam. I want to see what he can do with this Flux. I want to see what they can do. Woo! Oh, a nice accretion from them, coming back right away to take a little bit more space, eking towards this fire truck, getting really close to this Gravitic Flux. Oh, but the blade comes out from Mara. WM unable to really... Okay, will end up picking up Optical Crash. The field does come out from Paul, so they will just have to kind of give up this push, and it's 2 minutes already gone on the side of Demon Mode on this defense, doing pretty well after that recontest so far.
They hold on to the window, they hold on to the Gravitic Flux, so they have, they have both support ultimates to hold up against this. Muhiki has to be protected at all costs here. With the overclock ready to go, we've seen how much value they get with this ultimate. We'll see if they actually get anything good out of it.
Going up through the train car, a very dangerous strat to take here.
Oh,
but
dear.
Peepo again goes down. The Flux lifts Vincent up, but he will have that beat to protect him. Both support ults coming out on the side of Demon Mode to keep their team healthy despite the lack of people on the field, but having this Bob available from Optical Crash could be huge. Mara will take down Meester, though, to equalize, so it's now... Oh, Mara with two! Mara with 2 kills there, 2 incredibly clutch kills to save this fight that was not looking too good for Demon Mode at all, losing people that early, but once again, the DPS of Demon Mode swinging it back into their favor.
My goodness, that was close. I thought the Gravitic Flux was going to get a little bit more, but that sound barrier that Vincent had in the back pocket keeps them up. Now you're going up against Bob and an overclock and the rally. So there's a lot on the line here. Vincent has got to be extremely careful going into this to not get their heads taken off.
So many DPS ults available. The Bob will get thrown out to try and make space for the team's rotation. Bob will take down Vincent super early. That's a huge kill. The speed now not available for Peepo. Can't run at anybody anymore. The overclock still available on the side of the Sojourn for White Collar Revenge Chance. He's hasn't quite popped it yet, despite being up 3 already. It seems like they've taken out quite enough people to take this point control, and they will cap first point. Not even having to use the overclock. Keeping that one in the back pocket, only investing the rally in the Bob, and taking that last tick that they needed to cap first point.
2.5 minutes for them to take the 111 meters that is going to be required for them to take the Midtown map and take their round 4 matchup here. Peepo is coming up close on this rampage, once again getting outstripped. Krabby Adam has outstripped in the tank battle right now, and we're seeing it play out once again. The shield, the kinetic grasp, being able to mitigate the damage coming in, just no answer to it so far.
This one's got to be big, and Peepo will catch 3 with the Junker Queen ultimate. Will take down Chance super early on, as well as Meester on the Brig. We'll take a 3 from Peepo! 3 from Peepo! Immediately after to try and recontest after losing that first point. Comes back with a bang, killing 3. Demon Mode will be able to pick up the rest of those cleanup kills to stagger the time bank even more of White Collar Revenge. So, and it's getting crunch time here. Chance does have that overclock available still, and Krabby Adam coming up on that flux.
Well, I mean, I'm looking for Paul to put out a good window here. Chutoy is going to be, oh my word, is going to be, this is going to be a disengage here and wait for your members to get back. Chutoy playing with fire there, gets out in just the nick of time, gets nice and topped up. Well, there's the rally. They're popping it. They're feeling the pressure.
Rally, here comes the aggression back in from Demon Mode, but the defensive flux from Krabby Adam will catch Vincent. Vincent falling very low, only 50 HP remaining, but will seem to survive. Meester with a nice counter charge onto someone. Someone went down there. Krabby Adam able to find his Chutoy Lylum. Mara finding Meester with the blade, taking that out very, very late. But it seems that it was just enough what they needed to still hold this choke point. They need to hold this choke point. Losing this and losing second point high ground will be very, very, almost impossible to take back if they give up this early choke point on second. But Optical Crash finding Peepo as well as, I think Vincent as well going down, so they'll be able to come back really fast.
Oh boy, now we're going brawly. Now we're bringing out the Doomfist. Now you want to get up close and personal. Paul with the window online. Optical Crash 2% away from Bob. This is going to be a very filthy fight coming in. People's going to have to get a world of damage in here with this Rampage, and the overclock is ready to go too.
Peepo's ult has to be massive here. Vincent even having that beat available to keep his entire team healthy. Optical Crash dropping the Bob super early to try and equalize, but Muhiki with 2 with the overclock. As usual, coming up clutch again. Chance able to find Muhiki his own mirror, but I don't think it's enough. Muhiki coming up huge with that overclock ultimate, finding 2 so early. Peepo's Rampage didn't even need to be that big. The whole team was already dead.
I mean, what a clap back there from Demon Mode, and the tables have turned once again on White Collar Revenge. This happened to them yesterday against Crab Apples. They ended up winning the push map of Colosseo, and then they lost 2 in a row. So Demon Mode has replicated, at least so far, 1 and 2 maps, which we saw happen to White Collar Revenge yesterday. My goodness. This has been just a turn of events that I was not expecting, especially with the time bank going into B. They had the ultimate advantage, but Muhiki, once again, getting those first entry frags, really slowing down any kind of progress, any kind of momentum that we saw coming out of Demon Mode. Demon Mode has absolutely flipped the switch on this. I love to see it. Map 3, let's go, baby.
It was very interesting to see because it didn't seem like Peepo was dying a little less or not as much before the enemy team came in. They were getting those kills onto Peepo, but it just didn't seem like they had that staying power on this composition. It was a little bit of a weird composition run by White Collar Revenge. Didn't really like the Bat Brig Sig rotation, despite Krabby Apple being really strong on this Sigma. They didn't really get him set up onto an off angle, especially pushing into that second point midtown is really hard to break through. Sig unable to really get a high ground to spam from, get those big fluxes. It didn't really seem to do too much. I would have liked to see them maybe mirror the rush or go back to that tried and true old Rhine rush that they were running on the push map previous. They didn't have Tekugen in, but maybe Krabby Apple flexes over to the Rhine, who knows? I would have liked to see something a little bit different, though, because it clearly just was not working for them.
I mean, I just... Compositionally, you're running the Ash, and yeah, Bob got a little bit of value. Yeah, you were getting some purchase with the Coach Gun whenever people was coming in to engage, but I think that running the Sojourn is a much better choice there. You have the one-shot potential when you get that railgun fully charged up, and they just didn't have the damage to really repel and deal with Muhiki. Muhiki, once again, I'm telling you, this is a star player on the rise here in the Pachimari League. We're going to go ahead and head to Control here as our final map of this round. And will White Collar Revenge be able to turn this back around and not suffer the same fate that happened to them yesterday, winning the first map and then getting reverse swept? So we do see Tekugen coming back in. Reinhardt definitely on the menu here. We're going to go into Night Market first in the early afternoon. And we'll see what they bring out here. Here's the Moira Lucio comp back. I think that White Collar Revenge have learned their lesson.
And I love to see it on the side of Demon Mode. My favorite character. Love to see Farah coming out, especially into this rush composition. I can't wait to see how he spams these players out, if he can get those early barrages. A nice 2 shots early on to chip away the health of White Collar Revenge, but they do get to point very easily, but they leave one of their members behind, I believe. In main? Yeah, their Sojourn is actually stuck in spawn by the Tracer of Demon Mode. Mara is still zoning him out, and it looks like White Collar Revenge will speed out onto somebody, technically taking down Vincent, who's just left in the dust on an off angle. They'll try and freeze up Peepo on this ball to slow him down, but Tekugen with an interception pin onto Peepo's head! Oh my god! An incredible pin from Tekugen snipes Peepo mid-swing off the map. Incredible from Teku. That's going to swing them first point into this Pharah. It's very important. When you run a Pharah composition, getting that first point cap is almost necessary on King of the Hill, and they didn't get it here.
Oh, man. I mean, you're lacking in healing right now. You're running a Zen and a Mercy, so single target healing only. You've got the burst potential from Paul. You've got the burst potential from Meester, so that's the big difference between these two teams right now. Yes, Muhiki is super close on Barrage right now, but, I mean, one headshot, you're done.
And some early aggression coming out from Tekugen, speeding into into the enemy spawn, killing Vincent immediately. The barrage from Muhiki, no way he does it to him again. Oh, come on, Teku.
People smile.
Come on, Teku. Not 2 in a row. Oh, they do get the flip midway through that fight, but it's just not enough. The barrage coming out from Muhiki not doing anything as well.
Yep, this is time for a swap here. I think you have to swap this up. You didn't get any value out of that barrage, but they're going to stubbornly stay upon it. And Optical Crash is definitely looking for those charged railgun shots to get on top of this Pharah. The big problem is that his Chutoy has not been dealt with. I don't think that they've died once so far. They've been able to disengage after losing their Pharah, so big time for them right now. People is looking for any kind of damage coming on the outside, but they're just not getting it. Big pulse bomb, but no joy.
Big pulse bomb, but White Collar Revenge on the side of Paul does have that coalescence available to keep his team alive. Optical Crash though will go down to some nice shots from Muhiki. A nice little boop as well to keep his ball player alive. The shatters drop from Tekugen, hits the Mercy in the air. Oh, and he goes a nice fire strike as well. Tekugen doing what says, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Takes the Pharah Mercy out almost by himself. A little assist there at the end onto to take down Muhiki, but just a really clean fight from what seemed to be a losing fight early on from Demon Mode.
Oh, man. Now you got both DPS ultimates and the sound barrier ready to go. So Peepo going to be looking to engage with these mines, but you don't really have much else. I mean, the barrage will come through. Sound barrier should keep you up through that.
some early mines. A nice boop on from the Muhiki catches two! A huge combo from Pipo and Muhiki. The slam into the boop off the side of the map catches Optical Crash and Meester, so the beat no longer available, and they will be able to take the fight with that nice ability combo from those two. However, coming into this fight, Meester does have that beat available. Optical Crash does have that overclock available. They will come in fast and extremely quick into the backline of Demon Mode. Vincent needs to watch out.
I mean, if they better watch their positioning because Meester hasn't gotten an environmental kill, and I think they're feeling it right now. Barrage is going to be just unleashed here in just a second.
Oh, a nice, a weird barrage for sure. Ends up taking out Meester. Mara able to clean up Tanic B off of that damage as well. Lylum is able to actually res up Muhiki, so that kill is completely negated on the side of White Collar Revenge, but a lot invested from Demon Mode here. We got the Valk, the Pulse Bomb, and the Barrage all out early on, and Meester still holding on to that beat. They will lose this fight slow, but all they need is one.
Well, beat is available, Transcendence is available. The big one that I'm looking at is Optical Crash going to get the value here on the Sojourn with this overclock coming in. I think that they've got to watch their corners, watch their six, because Muhiki has been very evasive here despite some early losses. There we go!
Overclock comes out, Optical Crash with insanely clutch shots onto Muhiki, as well as Meester taking down Lylum on the Mercy, unable to res up Muhiki, so that'll be two key parts of this composition down so early. Tekujin finding Mara as well. Only 2 players left alive on the side of Demon Mode. Something needs to happen. Somebody needs to come up big. Pipo doesn't have those mines available. Will go down. Tanic B kills him right before he's able to get off the side. Paul with a nice call as well, just off the flank to kill 2, so they can't even touch, and first point will go over to the side of White Collar Revenge. Incredible.
Oh man, that was not the ending to that map that I was expecting. Paul coming up absolutely Giga Chad there with the Coalescence, and you love to see it. The support's actually carrying the fight there in the end for White Collar Revenge. So now they are sitting on match point in this sub-map. They do take Night Market as we head to Control Center, and Pipo is going to mirror the Rhine. We are going to get the head bashing going on. And I love this look coming out from White Collar Revenge as well. We'll see Optical Crash probably swap over to that Sojourn after they get their team out of spawn.
You love to see it. A nice, good old-fashioned Rhine v. Rhine, some good old-fashioned Rush Mirror coming out here. The wall will come out to wall off Pipo early on. The lamp already used early from Lylum, so that's a huge advantage for White Collar Revenge. They will be able to take advantage, kind of push back into this rush competition. Another crazy wall! Tanic B walls off Pipo once again. Pipo will go down first, and now Tekujin has free reign. Running into the back line, nice fire strike on the Lylum on the Baptiste. All that healing no longer available, and a clean first fight from White Collar Revenge. Oh, almost ekes out that charge as well.
But he does end up getting the confirmed kill on that. And I mean, look at Tekujin and Tanic B's ult charges right now. This is the difference between the two. We saw Tekujin just get absolutely aggressive, and you love to see it. The walls, though, really huge coming out of Tanic B, getting another massive one.
Another insane wall splits the whole team. Tekujin sees it, pins right back into the backline. I think a little bit too overzealous, though. Will get taken down by Vincent, but Paul equalizes and kills Vincent immediately afterwards. So now a 4v4 coming out. A wall comes out on the side of Mara. Doesn't really split up the team quite well enough, but kills Optical Crash, actually, with that disruption field. A nice pin from Pipo, but a freeze is dropped. For some reason, this is still anyone's fight somehow. Paul drops the coal and takes down Muhiki. So once again, a lot of damage on the side of Demon Mode is no longer available. But People will take down his mirror, and Tekujin just swinging wildly, trying to take down Meester. He will at the very end, and it seems like Demon Mode will flip this point after 50% from White Collar Revenge. Just a wild fight coming out there.
I mean, the blizzard that came out from Tanic B actually stopped the charge, but the damage was done. Can we talk about his Chew Toys Immortality Barrier there that kept the entire team up after Tekujin landed the fattest of shatters? They had 0 follow-up on it because of the placement of it.
An early freeze from Mara is exactly what they need. They want to go first. It will freeze up 3 members of White Collar Revenge, and oh, that's just an easy one. I don't even know if the overclock was necessarily needed there.
No,
dropping the overclock, killing 2 with it as well. don't think we needed to combo those. A little bit of anti-synergy, those characters kind of standing still, a little bit easy to headshot, as well as people dropping the Shatter. So a lot of investment from Demon Mode, and now White Collar Revenge can come right back with the speed.
Optical Crash, Deadeye was apparently used at some point, and they just got zero value out of it.
It seems that way. Both walls coming out from either team doesn't really get any confirmed kills. Tekujin looking to take this off-angle speed from White Room. People falling very low, but the wall comes out from Mara to split up the team. Both beats being dropped, so everybody's healthy right now, except for Pipo, it seems. Oh no, Pipo falling very low. Optical Crash will get taken out by Muhiki trying to equalize, but Tekujin with 2. Tekujin finding Pipo as well as Mara, but Lylum beaming down Tekujin. It seems like this is going in the way of White Collar Revenge, and it does seem that way, yes. Just need to clean up this Lucio here. Vincent will eventually go down, and they will get the flip back up on the side of White Collar Revenge. So a huge advantage with Tanabe having that freeze and nothing on the side of Demon Mode.
I mean, we're looking at Window coming out here too for White Collar Revenge, so I think that they have the ability to hold this off. They just have to rotate their abilities and their ultimates in the right fashion. However, this is probably last fight territory. You might get some stagger in if Demon Mode is able to flip this over. We'll see what they are able to bring out here. Tekujin needs to get a Fire Strike in to get this Shatter up and ready to go. Misses out on that one.
We're at 70%. This is do or die, coming up on 80%. Tekujin has that Shatter available. Let's see who has the clutch gene. The wall comes out from Tanic B. Will freeze up the Reinhardt. Pipo goes down early. Tekujin shatters Vincent, takes him down as well. Muhiki trying to equalize with the overclock, takes down Optical Crash, but Meester finding 2 himself on the Lucio. The headshot onto the Baptiste of Demon Mode. 97, 98. They'll find Pipo trying to recontest, and that will do it. White Collar Revenge clinch their spot in the playoffs next tomorrow with their 3rd win against Demon Mode today.
On the back of Tekujin. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, that was just an MTD performance that we needed to see. Muhiki, though, all day long, I'm still going to make them my MVP. I don't care what people say. I can give it to a losing player if I want to, and I'm going to do it, damn it, because they absolutely fragged out all day. Not only on the Farah, as we saw there, but their Sojourn was absolutely snappy, like the best vegetables in your refrigerator, because they were absolutely cleaving people with the overclocks, with the charged railgun shots. Definitely my MVP of the day. Sucks to see them go out now. But White Collar Revenge, they make up for yesterday's loss against Crab Apples, not going in the reverse sweep like we saw yesterday. So, Recurve, this has been a fantastic little show here between these two teams, and I mean, Demon Mode, they really don't have anything to hang their head about. It's just a little bit difference here. Tekujin bringing the Reinhardt energy in. Both maps won by Tekujin in their 2-1 victory.
I think really if you're either team here, you're happy at this result. Obviously, Demon Mode could have eked out that last map just a little bit more if they had that rush down a little bit better. But Demon Mode still only falling to 2-2, I believe, and will be able to come in their next game to try and clinch that playoff spot. But it will be a do-or-die scenario. If they drop the next game, they will be out of the tournament. But White Collar Revenge, I have to say, their rush composition, how clearly they understand the Rhine rush with Tekujin leading the charge there. Tekujin also just an absolute monster with the pins the entire game. Just sniping Pipo in ball form out of nowhere off the map 2 times in a row. On first map on the push was dominating the pace of the game, leading his team forward to a full cap on push, which is almost unheard of. And it just seemed like Demon Mode wasn't ready for the aggression, wasn't ready for the speed at which White Collar Revenge was going to play. And I have to say that if it were my brain thinking about why White Collar Revenge seems so clean on this composition, it would have to be, as Brad is associated with his team, Toxicinator, I would have to think that maybe he's coaching them up a little bit. He's a great coach. He's coached a lot of teams to do a lot of success in this league so far. He's got Brad behind the whole squad, and I don't know if he's doing a lot of coaching, but it seems like it because they look very, very clean.
I mean, it was a clean 2 maps there when Tekujin was in. Maybe that's the way going forward. But, that's going to do it here for our round 4 matchup. Recurve, thank you so much for coming in on emergency duty. Had a blast casting with you. We'll get user intel here next, but we'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes, so don't go away for the lower round 4.
rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, 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 love. I just wanna I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do.
Turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide wondering in this place how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how we tried. No more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Picture this. It's a long way to the ground. All alone. Guess we play for what's been found. Different sides, but you know which one you're on. It's a ploy. It means nothing when you're gone. Don't blame me, my own secret. Just not today. It's a waste of space. For colors turn and lessons lead the other way. It can't be changed. 'Cause we are lions. We are fighters.
Good evening and welcome back, folks, as we continue this 2 Beta 2 Brawl. I'm using _Intel Intel here, joined by the amazing Billy, and look at this. Yo, what's poppin' versus Poseidon going in here. I'm absolutely excited to get this started.
Oh man, this is going to be a fantastic match. I found out from one of our casting buddies, one of my longtime friends in the scene, Joker, let us know that CYA is actually an old CGL alum console gaming league. So console warriors rising up into the PC world. Let's go. But both these squads right now, user, they are on 1 and 2. So if they lose, they are completely out of our tournament. So this is a must-win here for both these sides. I am worried about somebody going home right now, and I know that somebody has to go home because that's the nature of the beast. But I hate seeing squads go home.
I can agree. They've been popping off all day, trying to do their best, and so to see one team kind of fall down, it's always going to be sad. But I mean, look at the possibility when it comes down to at least how these teams are going to be working. Whoever manages to win is definitely the team that is going to be fighting the hardest, especially with our first map eventually coming in. But if we look at how they've kind of been winning, yo, what's poppin'? You know, they've gone loss, win, loss. Maybe it's their win, while Poseidon, they're on a hot streak. So I'm really in a scenario where I don't know who has, you know, the maybe better luck for this.
Well, I mean, if you're going on form alone, Yo What's Poppin' did get a win in the middle of their losses. So I think they might be a little bit more of the up and up, even though they both did lose their last middle round threes. But Poseidon is on a 2-game skid. So that's the big thing that I'm looking at right now. Also, you know, are we going to see the heavy diet of Junker Queen? Because we just saw in the last match a Reinhardt mirror or a Reinhardt brawl will absolutely take a Junker Queen out of the equation, as well as Wrecking Ball, as well as we also saw. So Colosseo is going to be our first map of this round 4 lower round 4 match. And I mean, Colosseo, I think I like the map, this push map so much more than New Queen Street. I think that you just have a lot more potential on this map. We'll see if these teams have learned the art of the tactical disengage as well. That's the big thing that we really need to see, is that these teams need to learn that once they get a certain percentage, they can kind of disengage, come back as a full 5, and then not give up any percentage against their own side. So we'll see what these two teams have learned so far. Once again, this is an elimination series, so who's going to come out on top?
I'm feeling more stressed than I'm pretty sure the players are. What I've always worried about this map is just sometimes the angles, especially the team who manages to bring it to the first checkpoint. That bridge can be such a big gap, and especially when we look at teams kind of competing in it, sometimes you get a little lost, or maybe that's just me with my short attention span. Ryan versus Sigma, though, this is something I'm heavily focusing on.
I mean, the tank matchup is going to absolutely be the truth here. I mean, you've got the damage mitigation of the kinetic grasp versus the shielding coming out from Mr. Square Rectangle Man, Glowing Rectangle Man. We'll see what they get out of this. And I mean, we're looking at a Hanzo Junkrat DPS line versus the quick engage of a Genji with the long range scoping coming out from Yabai.
They're having to take their time, and with the bot now officially being open, Poseidon really don't have to worry about too much. Yo What's Poppin' may have this control, but you have to walk towards your opponent. As you can see, Moral is able to get not only the Genji, but the Sojourn. Ryan's trying to escape, but now the Bob, they're going to get not only more percentage, but they're going to get control.
They're going to have control. They're going to have the awesome ultimate advantage going into this second fight of Colosseo, and I'm worried about the potential of Yo What's Poppin'. I was kind of worried about Synex on this Junkrat, but you have to respect the spam damage coming in so much. But we did see it. Nope, Marlon, once again, Yabai's not allowed to play the game right now, user.
It's absolutely massive, especially when they immediately speed boost onto their opponents. They have to worry about the Junkrat. Spooky Goose is able to finish off the Genji, and the poor Reinhardt not going to be able to do anything. I mean, with a team that's looking to play speed, they are being punished.
And I gotta tell you, this Discord orb is really showing up huge right now. Marlon is absolutely cracked right now. Almost took Winter out and got out with a skin alive.
Yeah, they did build up the dragons. As you see, they immediately start running in. They are a little weakened, so they want to wait. That mortar can be a big problem. Fortunately, Riptide is going to fall. Question is, do they want to commit? I mean, that shield's gone. They have an option.
They do have the options. It's going to take a second for Sigma to get back. But, oh my word, Winter is fragging out here on the Lucio user. And I think they've got the only 2 kills for Yo What's Popping so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. You saw Poseidon really want to invest there. However, now they're going to be a full team. They don't have to worry too much. Their time hasn't necessarily been beaten, especially with the Riptide now coming up. You can see Riptide looking to play that pressure. Shatter is now built, but Frags is taken out. That's unfortunate. We see as Reinhardt wants to try and go up there, but gets caught out by the Riptide. No chance to commit onto that ultimate. and now they're going to be falling when you were so close to beating that time.
Well, Betrayal's actually still in the back line, harassing the members of Poseidon. There's the final takedown, but Betrayal did get a kill before they were sent back to spawn, so you know, it's a 4v4 right now, and Poseidon do have the Dragon Strike still available. I think they're holding off for the Gravitic Flux, honestly, because you can just throw that underneath. Neither of the support ultimates are on the line for Yo, what's poppin'?
I think you're absolutely right. That Flux is just going to be able to disperse and pretty much disrupt anything that of what's poppin' wants to do. I mean, that Blade, that Shatter really wants to try to find them grouped up, and if that Gravitic Flux manages to land, it's going to ruin their day. You see, as they kind of give up this space, they allow their opponents to take over the bot control, but they're already setting themselves up for this ultimate. You have to stop Yo, what's poppin' before they even commit. As Dragons goes through, and the Flux, it manages to cause big problems. But look at this, Coalescence keeps them up for a little longer. Even the Sojourn Yaba, who was dangerously low, eventually though, Merlin is going to be able to take them out with a headshot, burning down their resources. However, they allowed Yo, what's poppin' to build up a considerable amount of ultimates.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, they just waited a little bit too long. I think Poseidon actually may have shot themselves in the foot here. Sinex closest to an ultimate here for Poseidon. 4-pack or 3-pack online for Yo, what's poppin'. We do see Betrayal get off the Genji and go over to the Cassidy. So now you're going to have that mid-range hit scan ability, trying to look out for those flankers that Poseidon has been showing out with a rapidity here. The overclock's going to come out from Yabai.
Yeah, I do respect this patience, though. Unfortunately, Merlin's going to fall, so giving up that space, not having to worry. Oh, wait, the Shatter got blocked by the Sigma shield. Oh, that's so unfortunate. At least what's poppin'. I mean, they still have control. They're still going to be able to poke out, even find the Junkrat. But, I mean, that's not going to be helping the morale.
I mean, now they can just push in with speed. They've got the Enfeeble Orb going on right now. I mean, the Necrotic Orb is just absolutely huge. And now they've got Barrier as well. They can save it on tempo. They can work it out right now. I mean, look at BTD is absolutely just saying, I'm going to take all this space from you. You have nothing to do with me.
I'm gonna fall in love if this Reinhardt keeps playing this forward. I absolutely love it. However, they have to worry about this Riptide. They're not necessarily stacked, but I mean, if it manages to catch out one, that could mean the end. So as you see the Riptide go through, takes out two! That was beautiful! That player knows their geometry as they manage to stop it, but this is a long way until they manage to bring it back, kind of more in a favorable spot.
Well, Yo, what's poppin' actually takes the lead by 9 meters here. So as we cross over the halfway point here on Colosseo, Drag Strike available, but you got the beat to keep you up. Winter has shown some really good ultimate discipline here, not just letting loose with it and letting it happen as it comes. So, man, Poseidon have their work cut out for you. I'm still talking about this this disengage ability. Marlon may be able to turn this fight over.
Yeah, look at this. Once again, they're having to back up. They're giving respect to their opponents, but that Dragon is massive, forcing out the sound barrier. But what's poppin' is going to take advantage with it. Use the Cassidy with Betrayal just to go forward, get the shots, land the stick. And I mean, let's not pay attention to that. They are going to be able to lightly start taking control, especially with this Coalescence. I mean, Poseidon, they have 4 minutes, but 9 meters feels like a long, long time.
It does, and now I want to see where Betrayal goes with this. I think that you can take not the direct route. I think that you want to go through some of these nooks and crannies, go underneath, get behind the team, and let loose of this Deadeye, because Riptide, while is good, I think that they really need to be worried about what this Cassidy brings to the table.
Yeah, that's the first capture there. But look at this. Sideliners are the ones who are going to invest first, not only using Rally, but the Flux. The Shadow does land, kind of dispersing, even forcing out the Transcendence. But it does seem Sinex is going to take advantage of the kind of immortality that they're living through, taking out not only Yaba, but eventually Betrayal's going to fall. The Reinhardt's in an uncomfortable spot. They are going to break. But, I mean, Billy, we've been seeing Poseidon suffer with this issue where they give up the point very early the moment BTD starts coming in. What are they going to do?
I mean, I think you have to swap out the Sigma here and try to mirror the Reinhardt engage, because that's what is winning a lot of these fights for Yo, what's poppin' is the fact that they do have this hyper-aggressive Reinhardt. And now we're looking at Deadeye still online, and now the overclock is going to come out. Nothing to defend against it other than an immortality barrier. Spooky Ghost having just swapped to the Baptiste.
Be a very scary high noon if you ask me.
Oh!
They just lost their Sojourn, meaning they don't have that ultimate, so that can be the big thing to kind of bring it back. But losing off frags, never mind, you may want to hold it out. As you see, everybody's starting to retreat, they're backing up. This is giving Poseidon a bit more room.
This is the tactical disengage I was talking about, and Betrayal just stayed around way too long. This is not what I wanted to see coming out from this. We're three-quarters of the way done now, user, and we're no closer to really finding that separation here as far as percentage. Yeah, there is a, well, it's quickly dwindling as it's now 6 meters.
Oh,
They've got to do something.
Synex goes into the back, takes out Betrayal. I mean, it was one shot, but that was one amazing one because BTD cannot hold the point alone, as you can see. They may be there, but the Lucio has to come in with the peel, make sure that they're the ones contesting it. They do manage to take out King Kong, but losing Winters. Yabao is at 3 health, cannot risk to commit, but Merlin goes into the backs, able to take it out. Wait, are they not touching the point? Oh, just barely coming back. They do manage to get the stick, and with the Coalescence, they're gonna stop that point from being captured. I started sweating. It was too close for comfort.
2.09 meters is the difference between these two teams. 90 seconds left. Gravitic Flux Dragon Strike combo is available, but the Shatter is what I'm looking for. If Riptide goes up and BTT is on the ground, yeah, GG's Shatter will take them out of that, or take the rest of the team out of that. So BTT's got to be very careful about how they go into this next fight.
I can agree. The High Noon, wait, are they trying to use it to take out the Flux? It just barely misses. If that had been caught, Betrayal could have gotten at least a 2K. But unfortunately, they are going to be missing and falling into the Wrath of the Dragon. It will cost them the immortality on the side of Poseidon, but losing the chance, and it's far too late. Not going to be able to save Riptide. This is not a good feeling. However, they do take out Betrayal, continuing to push that bot, going in for the charge. Going to miss. No! Managing to perfectly take out Merlin. That style. The slide may dodge the Fire Strike. The BTD feels like a champ right now.
What an excellent cancel of the charge there, by the way. I love that Reinhardt has that now. And the push is still moving forward. Now they're out closing in on 90 meters. They do cross that. Synex once again is trying to turn this again.
They do use the window. This could be a big point. You now trap them within inside of a corner. If you try and leave, there is a Sojourn with the Zenyatta looking to take you out, and that's a quick cleanup. But look at this. The meters have been doubled.
The meters have been doubled, and we're under 10 seconds now. So Synex is going to have to carry this next fight. Riptide is going to have to really protect their Sojourn player. And BTD, Shatter at the ready almost. This could be the fight turner that we're looking for and give Yo What's Poppin' their first map victory here in our elimination battle.
They immediately run out. They do land the Shatter, taking out King, but Synex uses their own ultimate to try and even the fight. It does by taking out the Sojourn, and losing out BDD is going to be a problem, especially with Winter now going down. They are going to continue pushing this point, but they have to deal with the Coalescence next.
Oh, no they don't. Because Frags is back in spawn. And now they have the push going on. They're going to get forward spawn here as well. That's a big win for them as they start pushing forward. Riptide does have this Gravitic Flux online. So now, Frags, I think, is the most important player in the lobby. You cannot let the president die here.
I just want to see Synex continue to go on these like small mini flanks. That is a beautiful flux inside the room. They're going to be going down a very linear corridor, even using that Coalescence very early. Maybe a little too early to see, as Poseidon still, though, are very dangerously low. Their team has to play back on the corner, even switching sides. Going to be able to land two beautiful shots, third onto the save. No, it's going to be stolen. Regardless, we do see that lead being taken. Yo, what's poppin'? Definitely living up to that name.
Yeah, by closing that out very nicely, but BTD champ is my champ of this first map. The space taking, the awareness. I mean, everything was so good, and yes, Synex was just absolutely filthy on this Sojourn. Just getting massive headshots, massive cleave in there with a disruption, and just was not taking no for an answer. What a smart usage there of the disruption field. So, 1-0 lead here to Yo What's Poppin'. Poseidon looking down the barrel of leaving this tournament here and now, as we're going to head to a hybrid map next, user. I can't tell you. I mean, Poseidon has to come back strong. I think that running the Sigma there, they just couldn't take the space away from BTD, giving the MTD performance that we all were looking for.
Yeah, if you ask me, I feel they may need to just force Frag to switch skins, fusion skins, so that's a little bit of passive favoritism from me. But I think you're absolutely right. A lot of how these fights were going was Poseidon were winning, but they were giving up a lot of time. They were giving up a lot of resources. And in the end, that's really what cost them. When it came down to that last fight, we saw how close they were to breaking the meter. But, I mean, maybe that's the benefit of Yo What's Poppin' willing to run out with the Reinhardt and then understanding where they want to set themselves up for it.
I mean, tactical disengages is what we saw also from Yo What's Poppin'. Once they lost one or two members, they got the heck out of Dodge, and they were back and regrouping as a 5. And you see it time and time again here on Push. Once you get to a certain percentage, like once you're 30 meters ahead of your opponent, I think that's where you can learn that you don't have to win these fights. You just have to stop the push. And that's where I think Yo What's Poppin' actually really showed their colors there. Let's see if they can move it forward with this hybrid map choice coming up from Poseidon.
Yeah, I'm very glad it's hybrid too. A lot with passive, disengagements. I think that's the big thing that's going to be working best. But with the map pool being as it is, I'm more curious on what could most benefit. With the answer kind of being onto King's Row, I wonder if will we truly get the nighttime or will we be on the Sunday? I think nighttime is much better though.
Oh, I actually liked being able to see everything because I'm old and my eyes are getting weak and I don't see as well at night. So I like it that there's some sunshine here on the new map sets. I like that. It's one of my favorite things that happened with Overwatch 2 is that we're getting different ambiances in these maps. But oh man, you're gonna try and force this this rush mirror and Poseidon deciding that they want to copy this out. Wadit is now on to the Reinhardt as we see these defenses showing up. So spam coming in from Cynex. You got the mid-range from Marlin on the Cassidy. Definitely a better support line here to allow Wadit to get in there, especially if you hit with that necrotic orb. The enfeeblement will absolutely keep you up in a fight and get you those frags that you need to repel this first point.
Yeah, I agree, but I think at least for me, Betrayal is now kind of peering up. Running this far is not something we're at least uncommon with, but for Overwatch 2, this is something that I definitely feel, shakes the game up a tiny bit. Merlin is going to be having a very difficult time being the only person who could deal with that job. No off-tank to possibly help. At least they have the space. They know what angles their opponents are going to go to. Yo What's Poppin's already playing that traditional stance where they play by the hotel, they wait, immediately decide to want to run out. Oh, that's a good shot! Helps taking out Cynex. Fortunately, it does cost their own life because Wadit just able to brawl into them.
Oh man, CYA it was getting some good work in there, really providing that tether. There's our CGL connection, for me at least. And I tell you what, that was a great enfeeblement orb that came out from Poseidon. Look at that, almost 50% towards Coalescence already on the back of it.
I mean, it's even more insane the fact that Betrayal's coming up 77% on to the Barrage. I mean, in a game where the ult economy is now slower compared to last time, it's insane. We do see that Punch manage to make some space, get some good healing, but the Sombra is putting pressure onto Frags. There's no peel. You have to have the Mercy switch positions, go after, and Frags is doing an amazing job of switching up who gets the resources. That anti lands onto the Reinhardt, but the hack stopping Timothy from doing too much, but the Barrage does more than enough, finding two, while Yaba's able to go onto the flank. This may look like a capture, but they're still looking tested.
There's still the kids. Oh, what a punch! Going into that, let's a punch down of it! That's huge!
That's massive! You see, as they continue to try to hold this point, they're coming close up to the Shatter, but the slams now split the Rhine. My goodness, you continue to move them so far away that the healing is just not enough! And eventually, Yo What's Poppin'? I mean, they don't need to commit anymore. They have secured this point, because no Rhine means no hold.
Oh man, Tomathan is putting on a fantastic performance on this Doomfist. Marlin tried to take the Pharah out of the sky. Oh my goodness, this is bad. This is bad. I think they needed to disengage. We talked about tactical disengagement. Well, they needed to do it there. They just did not. Marlin with the Deadeye available, but with both support ultimates ready to go for Yo What's Poppin'. This is going to be a lot of free real estate here for Yo What's Poppin'.
Now one of their big cases is how do you use this item? There's a lot of natural cover. I think it's going to be either really easy or really difficult to take out Betrayal, but that's easier said than done. They do have a full unit already looking to go out with that high noon. They use it when they're rushing in. They use it otherwise, especially with Yo What's Poppin' having their own ultimates now pumping. Look at that barrage directly on before they even have a chance. Why come up with hypotheticals when your opponents are going to shut it down at every opportunity?
Right, with the 3K there, Tomathan taking down Cynex on the side. Yeah, Poppy, you need to get out. Poppy, go away, run!
Oh, this is not feeling good. The stagger on poor King. Oh, that's really bad.
Oh man, they did invest both support ultimates though. Yo, what's poppin' has so the engages aren't going to be there as much as they want to see. There's still time for them to get a contest here, and Shatter is online. Almost 3 ultimates ready to go for Poseidon. This has got to be a last-second contest here.
They're going to be rushing in, but I mean, just look at how much space they're managing to get. Though using the Sojourn ultimate does help take out the Mercy. It absolutely shuts down the point. Cynex, what did you wake up on?
Cynex woke up and chose violence. And that's exactly what you want to see. So now, they have their hold here. They still have the Deadeye from Marlin ready to go. And Yabai got completely shut down with that overclock. So Betrayal, I think it's time to swap off maybe here from the Pharah. Maybe try to bait out the Deadeye and see what you can get out of it, because, I mean, you see it right now. Playing over the rooftops, can't commit to that ultimate.
They're in a better space as well. Unless we see that Pharah Mercy go more towards the back, or Merlun ends up losing the worst type of 1v1 in their life, this High Noon could be really big. They still have to back up, get their own passive healing. However, it seems that they've taken too long. Yo, What's Poppin's able just to immediately run in, even using that punch. They're going to be able to escape freely, not losing a single one, and I'm starting to get worried about their willingness to back up now. Is that starting to hurt them?
I think it is starting to hurt them in a very bad way, and Marlin's going to get staggered out here with a direct coming in. Well, maybe not. They might be able to get around the corner. You can see the pings coming out, but nobody's able to clear them down. There we go. Tomathan finally gets him down.
We are seeing, once again, they are forced to back up extremely early, especially with the High Noon, the Nano. Those are 2 big ultimates that can help build this sustain, but without the full team, they don't have the confidence to really walk out with the idea. Look at that. Merlin instantly leaves spawn, falls.
I mean, it's just complete domination right now. Yeah, it's rude, but it's fun. And now we got the Nano coming in onto, I believe it was on the Wada. Marlin swapping over to the Ashe. Big ultimates coming through here. This is exactly what you want to see clearing out this fight.
Does manage to help, space things out. Poor Merlun is now in a I would say in a worse space, as they're just kind of sitting there. The rest of the team is running into the opponent. What's poppin'? Haven't necessarily stopped the point, even if it's slowed down.
Well, I'm looking for this overclock to get some work done. But Marlin, hello, nice shot, nice dynamite. Following up on behind of it. So yeah, I think that they got to disengage here. 2 minutes and 18 seconds, user. Coming up on some big ultimates here for Poseidon. Sound Barrier going to be first out the gate, and then both DPS ultimates after that. So we see CYA swapping over to the Frog. Let's see if this will help them get on top of the team. Betrayal over on the Genji almost goes down as soon as they have swapped over.
They've got to be careful. They've got to start respecting Merlin a little bit more. Especially, look, Cynic just comes in, builds up their ultimate, takes out Tom. Now they're just hopping around, looking for any person to peek for a split angle. Yeah, but it's still going to do something very similar in that retrospect, but the Reinhardt shield is going to protect them in every case possible.
Yep, and Tomathan, I love the Doomfist engages on points A and B, but C here, now I think they need to answer in their own Reinhardt respectively, because they're getting a little bit bodied.
Yeah, they are now going to have the opportunity to walk in. They take out the Ana, a sneaky pick that is. Even getting the Nano onto the Doomfist to help Betrayal survive, switching the pressure off. Sound Barrier's going to keep them up in the Shatter. Focuses out onto the backline. Poor Soul is going to be taken, but they are now trapped within inside the small room. Getting picked. Cynics is not in the position to be able to help out the team, now having to move to contest the point. While the supports are able to reach that Doomfist, they're just slowly respawning in and then dying. They have to harry and gain some control because Tom is making sure to shut them down. Still alive, still having that 10% damage reduction, even getting a good punch in with the blade as a cherry on top. It's just a dirty stagger.
Oh man, are you gonna get it? Are you gonna get it? No, I don't think Poppy's gonna get it. That's gonna be it though. GG's.
Yeah, that is a point captured at 39 seconds, and that's absolutely amazing. I think for that last push we saw, Tom truly showed why main tanks have a bigger impact in Overwatch 2 than compared to like Overwatch 1.
Yeah, I mean you don't have the reliance on that off tank to kind of get you in and out of trouble. And Tomathan has put on a pretty darn good performance on this Doomfist here. I still got to say, Cynex is still lighting it up with whatever DPS hero they have chosen. I like the versatility coming out from Marlin, though. We saw the Hanzo come out in the beginning, and then we saw Ashe come out afterwards. And the Ashe was actually getting a lot of good value. Some insane plays from Frags to not only anti the Bob coming in, but then sleeping it and absolutely taking any kind of potential impact that the Omnic Butler was going to have, completely just threw it out the window.
I agree, and I really think, Cynex is doing an amazing job, but I think it's way more specifically of how we're seeing them positioned. The way that Poseidon are putting themselves is not always in the best spot, and sometimes, or more often than not, as you see, they're going into these tight corridors. Their idea is to regroup, but then, what's poppin's really benefiting off of that.
Yeah, Tomathan's going in and just getting the world of everything that they want out of it. So the seismic slam coming in, rocket punch inside of the close quarters is able to hit more than one person now. That's another change that came through. So, a little bit of a 1v1 here. Marlin might be able to get a lot of value on this Widowmaker because Tomathan is running this Doomfist, so you can only mitigate damage so much.
I mean, more than anything, it's the Doomfist has to either focus out the Widow or focus out the Reinhardt. That is attention that you don't want to sacrifice. Look at this. When it's able to run in, almost take out your... How does Cynex fall? The poor soul gets picked by the and the Ana's just fully evacuated. I've never seen anybody run away that fast. And look at this. Doomfist come in like an angry parent managing to peel. Ana just immediately leaves. Frag has such a good sense of danger.
Loving this right now. And right now, because they're focusing on taking down the members of Yo What's Poppin', Yo What's Poppin' is not suffered any loss on the point here.
They're perfectly just playing back. They're in a spot where they don't take any damage, and if Cynex has to use the dash just to get up, anybody who peeks in is in danger of being not one-shotted but being comboed. Though Yaba does end up being picked off. Oh, that counter charge punishes you so much, stunned and taken out. It seems it was only a matter of time for Poseidon to get capture that point.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be exactly what they needed. They need to get their full value out of it. Now they've got Nano ready to go. The frags are still coming in. They've only gotten 1 point, though, so there's still time for Yo What's Poppin' to come back and maybe get a recontest, but I think that you hold at bookstore here and just decide nay. Oh, what a sleep!
Oh, they don't even know! With the anti landing not only on Yaba, but with Tom. I mean, that's a free capture right there. I'm loving the patience coming out of Poseidon, and that's something that I have to point very great about the team. It's always going to be that. They also have a good set of ultimates. That's Merlin set up in a good... What a beautiful shot, by the way. Perfectly seeing how Merlin just has control over this streak.
I mean, Cynex has gotten pretty good value out of this Genji as well. I think that's the big thing that I'm seeing right now is that they're getting the value. Maybe not getting the frags, but the mitigation of the deflect and the quick escape ability. Marlin, hello, starting to really find their range with the Widowmaker here. Both frags they're taking not only CYA out, but also Betrayal on the Ashe. Bob will be available in this next fight, user, so... We'll see how they decide to deploy this and if King Kong Poppy has the sleep available to take the value out of it.
Yeah, but Tom also has the charged up punch. Not really in the best position to use it, as you can see. Merlin's just doing an amazing job headshotting the Doomfist twice over. They really don't want to use that punch. Taking out Yaba the moment the Doomfist charges in is a fun time. The rest of the team is going to be leaving their Widowmaker, but it doesn't even matter because there's nobody to protect Yo What's Poppin', even getting slept when they slam. Merlin gets the semi-MVP for just Streets phase alone.
I mean... really bringing the value of the Widowmaker here, and you love to see it. You love to see it. Now, there is a chance for them to get back and recontest this point. We see some support swaps coming out. We see some DPS swaps coming out. Frags going over to the Zenyatta, and Betrayal now bringing out the Cyber Ninja of their own. Oh, What's Poppin' needs to get back on the point in a hurry.
It's unfortunate. They just barely managed to land it, but the Shatter was waiting. They even had the sound barrier that was used just to confirm the ability to win out this point, and that's the confidence that you want to see, the willingness with the ultimates. They're even running out. I mean, that's a nasty shot right there, but you're still nonetheless staggering.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough fight here for Yo, what's poppin'? They just need to recontest as a full 5. Cynex getting the deflect out of the way. They're getting so much free cart progress right now. Well, they were. Nobody was on it for a couple of seconds there, so we need to see them making sure they're pushing forward. 4 minutes on the clock, though. Overclock ready to go for Yabai.
This is incredibly scary. Merlin doesn't really necessarily have the right lane moves they want to take, especially, you know, wanting to look onto the high ground. It's more of just a moment where Poseidon needs to move in, because Jabash is sitting there, has 70% on the ability that just goes through your shield. It's not a fun time to deal with, especially when it's Ryan v Ryan now. They have to take their time. They have to respect their opponents, especially when they're coming up on the Nano Blade. This could be something massive. Getting a little weakened on the side of Tom, but this is where the engagement comes in. Nano, but we see the pressure going on to King in the back. What a beautiful sleep! Saving their life, but Widget is also getting hit with one. Merlin's still perfectly safe, able to take 2 from it. And a little bit of a left. Whoa!
All right, Marlon, let's go!
They have the blade too.
Yeah, who needs a blade when you've got Marlon just absolutely clicking heads right now? They've got to get out and touch here. We're getting very close to them getting a full capture here with a lot of time in the bank.
Yep, they can just charge, they can shatter. Oh, they will. It is going to be end up hitting the shield, which is very unfortunate as the blade isn't properly set up just to be getting some room. Betrayal can possibly shut this down with a blade of their own, going after Merlin Energy to take them out. Just barely saving it. Now they are at this close choke. What is the win condition here? Is it just flat out not letting them win, or getting less of a time bank?
Getting less of a time bank, I think, is what we're looking at right now, because Frags had gone over to the Baptiste, already has window available, so especially now that the deflect is not there available. Marlon going over to the Cassie Cynex now onto the Sojourn, so this could actually be a free window.
I can agree to that sentiment, especially with the window now coming out. Immortality has to be placed just to save the Genji. That was beautiful timing. You lose Betrayal, you could lose a lot here, though that sleep is going to slow them down. We see they made a beautiful anti, and they combo it up, taking out Frags, taking out Tom, and then the aggression continues going in. Looking for that melee on to Betrayal, finishing it out. That's a team fight win right there, and that is, well, roughly over a minute and 50 seconds just to be able to get that point. Oh, 2 minutes and 14. That's even worse. Oh.
Well, I mean, there's still time for Yo What's Poppin' to get what they can get. They had a pretty comprehensive take of first point. Once Wadet got down, they had the point in their hands. I think that we need to see the Pharaoh come out here again for Yo What's Poppin', because there was really no answer to that through points A and B. Poseidon will probably have that in the back of their head. They do have that 2 minutes 14 in their time bank. So user, they're going to have time to cycle up to ultimates on their attack phase. But we'll see that in a few minutes. We'll see what Poseidon comes out here on defense. Because like I said, Yo What's Poppin' had a very fast first take of A. And yeah, we see 2-hit scan characters come out. You're going to have the speed ability coming in for Wadet to be able to engage on Tomathan. And we do see it again. We see the Pharaoh Mercy coming out, and Yabai is going to show us our Sojourn. So I think that, you know, we're looking for that mid-range battle going on between the two Sojourns. The real question is, can they take Betrayal out fast enough for them to full hold here in overtime?
Still won't lie. I mean, Yo What's Poppin' before was a more aggressive team, but now play these, I wouldn't call it the slower comp, but maybe it's just Poseidon playing so fast. And when we were seeing them as a team who was backing up so often, I'm loving these role reversals. Yo What's Poppin'? They ran this once. Can they continue to? I think this is going to be up to Betrayal and Merlin of how they try to counterplay each other. I'm also loving the fact that they get a good ping system and immediately see that Cassidy and the rest of the team's already organized. They're saying, hey, let's take our time. Let's look for a small pick. We almost find Senex, but it's still going to be a little longer. The rest of the squishies, though, they have to respect the Pharah.
They do. And I mean, Tomathan right now is the engage point. That's exactly what you want to see.
Wait, but they managed to take out Tom, so it's actually a fair trade in. Cynex is just barely, no, melt it down. It's so unfortunate. They were getting healed, but it just wasn't enough, and the res is free for Tom to come in as the Doomfist. I mean, this poor Reinhardt is going to be punched in.
Oh.
While slept, that's helped. The Pharah is freely in the back line. It's now a mixed-in fight. The Pharah is gone. There's no res possible, but the Doomfist is holding that front line, keeping things a little safer. They do miss out on the Lucia, but with it reconvening into a 4v3, we could see Poseidon run back onto the point.
We will not see a draw here. So that is the big takeaway right now. I think they're just going to give this up for free. Are you kidding me? Okay. we're in overtime, so I mean, nobody can leave the point. That plays it to their hands, but I mean, if Betrayal gets any kind of a good barrage off here, it is Dunsky for point B.
I mean, they're absolutely right. Beforehand, you can maybe debatably say, Betrayal's gonna know where you're coming from, set up, build up that old economy. You don't want to let them build it up, but I mean, Betrayal built it up regardless, so you really had nothing to lose from attempting besides maybe a little bit of space. I guess they just want to hold this as close as possible. Betrayal's already setting up, dangerously staring at them, saying, if you want to brawl onto us, this barrage is going to hit your face. Look at that, the Doomfist even goes into the back manches to help land an anti. They do pick up Betrayal! Wait, there is a possible res here, but Wadit's gonna run and put some pressure. The res is now possible as they just barely make it out, even using the Valk to save their own life. Reinhardt is at 12 HP, will be punched and taken. No, wait, yes, barrage was needed, but cancels about midway through. There was not a lot of ultimates committed from Yo What's Poppin'.
No, I mean, they were killed in the middle of, right at the beginning of the animation, they were killed. Then came back in after that res. So that's the big takeaway there. But still, the fight wind coming through, they had to invest everything in there to defend against that potential barrage. And now, I mean, we're looking at 4 ultimates ready to go for Poseidon. This meteor strike could be huge, depending on if they get King Kong Poppy and Spooky Ghost in the back line.
This is now where it matters the most. As Cynex manages to get a kill before they even
What?
pop it. Wait, what?
C9.
They were so worried after losing one with the ultimates coming out. It forced them to split up. I think they just kind of did it off of muscle memory.
It has been 0 days since we've had our last C9.
Can we get the graphic
F in the chat. But still, on a minute. They had a minute, right?
Yeah.
They got almost all the way to C. So this is actually pretty good progress for them. I want to see what they're going to come out here on the defense, because they did hold for a while. There was kind of a cat and mouse game that went on between Poseidon and Yo's What's Poppin' on the high ground. Tomathan, yeah, bringing out the Reinhardt here. So we're going to mirror the Reinhardts if Wada does continue. But here's the big change. We're looking at Mei. We're looking at the Sojourner. Yeah, Aru. We've also got, I mean, basically, I haven't come up with a name of this because I haven't seen it yet, but I mean, it's like the old Ice Cold comp with the Mei and the Cassidy. Instead, now you're swapping in the Sojourn. So the wall now can go up. You can throw the disruption field in there and start slowing everybody, and then Tomathan can just go in ham and start swinging with impunity. So early frags are not going to be on the platter here for Marlin, because I think they saw what was up their sleeve.
Yeah.
And yeah, there we go. The swap.
Oh, that's an even better swap. One of the bigger ideas is Betrayal can use that wall, block off a line of sight, maybe split off some people. They have enough damage, quite possibly, to be able to break it in seconds. It's about who lands that first initial pick. That's the point we're going to be looking at. Betrayal is set up for this wall, but Poseidon want to take their time. They want to wait to be stacked. They're using that Junkrat as bait as they go on to the flank, looking to get some damage in, but they have split off their Reinhardt. Immortality does manage to keep them up for a little longer, but eventually it's just not going to be able to survive. And Silence is in the back line as a Junkrat, able to get Yaba, which isn't the best pick, but that's going to take some time.
It's going to take time. And Yabai's going to, I mean, they can slide a couple times to get themselves back to the point faster. But Cynex right now, leading the lobby right now in ultimate charge, 65% towards that Riptire. You do have Immortality Berry, though. So that's the big thing. Frags is going to have to be very cognizant of their positioning. I want to see King Kong Poppy get a little bit more value out of these antis and get this and get the Anno online.
Yeah, but no frag! Frag is gone! That's no good!
You're done.
The rest of the team is just able to press the W. And I mean, Yo What's Poppin'? They're willingly letting themselves die, as you can see. Taking the Junkrat out, that's a bright side. But I'm scared. I mean, Poseidon have Riptire.
They do. They have the Riptire. The big thing that I'm looking for from Yo What's Poppin' is Yabai has to find some different angles. And with this Sonic Arrow, the recon is so good. So they're going to know exactly which way they're pathing in. Wadit's going to have to take a lot of space here, and that's going to really work against what Poseidon want to do. Remember, Poseidon are facing match point right now, and Cynex does have this tire. Let's see what they get done with it.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting this out. Riptire is going to take its time. Oh, wait, it's already been scouted. Caught out in the Immortality, but that Tom was not prepared against the ants and didn't even recognize it. Lets himself get taken out. This is going to be a bit more percentage on the side of Poseidon. Yeah, what's popping? I'm kind of curious on what their engagement plan is. They may just need to burn out the ultimates.
Well, I mean, the big thing is that we haven't gotten past bookstore yet, and now we're in overtime. They can't leave the point. So, I mean, a blizzard will absolutely decimate you, especially with this overclock online.
Oh, shiver me timbers. Yo, what's popping though? If I had to give them something, the reason why I say shiver me timbers is the blizzard. Look at this. 5 ultimates are coming up online. That Shatter's not going to take long. They could just hit Q. This could be the plan that they've been waiting for. They are going to be set up using that window on the high ground. The wall gives them a bit of space. They managed to take out the Reinhardt just barely with the Blizzard. Wait, no. How are you surviving for so long? One peel, but Yaba goes into the back and they use the Shatter against his shield. How are you getting a 3? How are you just existing inside? Wait, not the back, not just in the front, and they weren't prepared. That is how you take them out. Yo, what's poppin'? Had to end the series. There are no Greek gods. We go for a different mythology here.
I tell you what, Yo, what's poppin' really were smart in their last fight. They disengaged at the very last second. They allowed themselves to die on point, thereby stopping any kind of progress on that point. They knew they had the speed coming back with the Lucio being the last to die on the point. Wadet had a fantastic series as this main tank, and you see CYA, they're just holding as long as they could. But it was just not enough in the end. They knew their win condition. They understood that they could just let that blizzard out. I still don't know how Wadet stayed alive so long. I think they got a nano put onto them to get that damage reduction. But man, oh man, I tell you what, Yabai just absolutely turned it on there in the last waning seconds of overtime to take the match win. They continue on. We have to say goodbye to Poseidon, however.
You know, I do agree in that sense. I feel, you know, it's kind of questionable of how that Reinhardt is able to live, but that's also a benefactor to how strong the supports really wanted to keep the focus and how long they wanted to keep the team alive, and that's absolutely essential. Yeah, I think Poseidon did absolutely amazing on King's Row. They looked completely different, and I was very impressed. But I think when it just came down to that clutch factor and the positioning, I mean, Yaba was just really prepared to having to make a play, was building up those ultimates like crazy, especially in the times when it's needed. And then, like, if you're looking at how the supports were doing, we didn't really see frags die pretty often. Was never the first one to die, or very less as the, you know, first support to die. And I think that was absolutely phenomenal, though they need to keep that momentum up because they're only going to go up one more loss, and that's really not the best factor.
Yep, and I got to give my boy CYA from the CGL a love. We got to give the old squad a lot of love because I mean they had a fantastic performance there. Didn't die very often. Not only playing as the Mercy, as the pocket there to the Pharah, but also on the Lucio, really staggering that point out and allowing his team to get back in there in the overtime and setting up for there. You can speed boost yourself out of spawn, and then got back at just the last minute. So yeah, we'll go ahead and have a fun time with that. Poseidon going home. We'll see our next matchup coming up here. It's being decided as we speak, but we will be going to the upper bracket round number 5. And user, I cannot wait to see what we're going to get there. But don't go away, folks. We'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go away. This is going to be exciting stuff.
are falling. Look, that's a Heracross if I've ever seen one.
Spawn comes out. This could actually go any way. Lily's pulse could be massive here. It gets one. Reborn's got a pick as well. Reborn's bomb comes out. That's going huge as well. And now, somehow, Lily's killed 4.
Man's gonna have more to be able to protect.
Oh, the barrage gets out of 3, 4, and the back.
They're going in with it. Blade. He's gonna get the break. And absolutely correct. Coming on the back line, Dragon comes out. It's just.
My lord, it's so much damage, but here's Lamb instantly vaporize this Rose match, man. Upper clockwise finds a nice 3k barrage there. Oh my lord, 4!
Shoot out and draw 4. The Goliath of today. They will stop David and be your BPL Winter Snowdown champions.
This is going to be it. The polarity with the reverse sweep to win the BPL Winter Showdown.
FIFA's Prison Break S League.
Your S League.
Your S League champions. Your God gamer.
I lost you, then you found me. Baby, I don't need your sympathy, I lost you, then you found me. So who's the
Holy shit! My God!
Very, very.
Oh my goodness, Butters!
Oh, that's a juicer. That just happened. That shatter just happened.
You see up at the top there's the death block of the lamp. Really good to kill it, and there's Bonesaw with Green.
Also finding Gab and Foghorn. What a Widowmaker.
Another?
Gonna build a tunnel rage off their own, if they do get into the wave off. It's like a scream! Everyone's just juggling them into the air, they get 3 kills. The monkey club is still slowly progressing. The bomb on the side of Blue Skin, he's 5.
Shatter!
And the remix, this is just it. Blue Screen have swept it. They've absolutely swept Sub Tournament 5. They haven't dropped a match.
I lost you, then you found me. So who's the one that wins the game?
Perfect.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here. Upper round number 5. Both teams are on 2-2. Their tournament lives are on the line. We've had a bit of a caster switch here. I've got my buddy Joshua, aka Joker's Ransom, listening to the Yankees game in the background. And now we've got Cap Jam going on here in the lobby. Coin up against What Was He Cooking? I love that name, being a chef. I absolutely adore that name. But as I said, this is going to be the last chance for these two teams to move on to the playoffs. It's also the last stream of the night here on the A stream as well as on the C stream. We can take a look at what matches are going on here in the 2 beta 2 brawl. We've got myself and Joker's Ransom here. We've got on the B stream, I don't know who that is, but we'll take a look at Cummies, Robbie, Recurve, and Coconut. They are going to be your casters there on the B stream, and then C stream, we will see Fruitful versus What's Poppin' Yo. Good Lord, they have had a good run here. I'm going to actually have that up on my screen here because, yeah, I want to see how they got there. But this is how we got here, Joshua. Coin losing twice in the past 2 rounds. What Was He Cooking? Taking a 2-0 win on the lower round number 4. Oh man, this is all to play for, and Coin might be a little bit boomed, especially losing to Crab Apples, who is one of my dark horse favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, we casted Crab Apples that first game of the night yesterday, and they were just so incredible. And at least they took a map off of them. We saw people being able to do that. And they're still to show some good light, but like you said, they're coming off 2 consecutive losses here. Coin have got to get those mentals in check if they want to have a chance going in, have a chance to get going forward. This is an elimination round. They're both of these teams are 2-2, and I mean, if you lose, you're out, and you want to obviously continue to going forward and have a chance to go forward into tomorrow's matchups.
Yep, and I mean, it's going to be the same order here of our maps. It's going to be starting out on push. So we're either going to see Canada or we're going to see Rome. we will see, well, actually, we're going control first. I'm sorry. We're going to see Lijiang Tower coming out the gate first, then escort after that. And if we need it, we will go to push after that. So this is a little bit changed now that we're getting into the latter end of our tournament. Lijiang Tower is going to come out first. Joshua, I mean, we all know this map. It's one of the most favored control maps in most competitive Overwatch to start out on just because of comfort picks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, are we looking at Junker Queen? Are we looking at Reinhardt? I've seen a steady diet of Reinhardt today.
I was watching the previous game. I was shocked. There was no Junker Queen. It was Reinhardt and Doomfist, and there's a little bit of Sigma dashed in there. I was just incredibly surprised. And right now, we're seeing was he cooking, opting for the Reinhardt. Obviously, they've still got time to change it up, but hey, it's still Control Center, and Control Center means Brawl. So, I mean, if you want to run it, this is probably the best map to run this Reinhardt on.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're looking at showing us what used to be a staple in Overwatch 1 in the Symmetra and the Junkrat. Do they stay with it? I don't know. Maybe you bring out something a little bit different after that, but we are looking at the Junkrat Sojourn here, and we got an early pause coming in. Bruh, you see it there in the lobby, bruh. But I think that the Sojourn up against a Reaper, if Reaper can close the gap on a Sojourn, if they don't have the charged railgun shot ready to go, that could be a very filthy, easy, quick take, especially with the shadow step that you got coming from the Reaper. We are seeing both squads bring out a Junkrat, though, so that is for me super exciting. And I'm calling Reinhardt the Junker Queen counter because Junker Queen wants to get in there. You've got the melee of the rocket-powered hammer, nothing to defend against that for the Junker Queen.
Yeah, and can get in close with Junker Queen, but you want to be staying more of a mid-range with that because of the shotgun that you have there. I mean, you've got the Carnage ability, but it's only a cooldown. With the Reinhardt, you just swing as fast and as hard as you possibly can and deal as much damage over time. It's a lot better in these short range comps. And I mean, as well, you like to say that Junkrat is another counter to Junker Queen, so we're seeing that as well going for him. What was he cooking? So they might have done a little scouting onto Crogecoin here, and knowing that they like to run these Junker Queen compositions, they're opting for the direct counters to one of the most popular heroes in Overwatch 2 right now.
Well, the big thing that we need to be looking at is the supports, because we do have the Necrotic Orb ability coming out from Bolting Cake versus the Immortality Field from Illuminous. So, I mean, you're going to see the value. Who gets the better value in these two cooldowns? Well, Crogecoin, Vix looking on the side there, had their ultimate economy reset. It wasn't too much, so we're okay with that.
Yeah, as they're going to see here, going in, looking for these picks, is Goob with so low of an HP. It's going to take out their counterpart. They are going to pay for it with their life, but still, that's going to give Crogecoin the upper hand, get them to the point to start things off. But just as I say that, the caster curse is real. Ashi could have come back strong. Taking out the Moira is going to be huge going forward. The main source of healing is no longer there, as it's still even all around. The Reinhardt now out of this fight, but the main front line's damage of Ashi is there, just pumping it so much. It seems like what was he cooking her to get this first point captured?
Man, and that was a really extended fight. So, I mean, looking at the ult charges here, as we go into this next fight, Illuminous is going to have a window. And window is going to stop any kind of push coming in from the side here. And I really want to see them get aggressive with this and move forward.
I definitely do. I want to see them get aggressive indeed. And there it is. That's going to be the Amp Matrix to start things off. And there it is going to be the go sign for what was he cooking. They find 2 picks already in this fight. They're looking for some more, and they're going to find it off the back of their Junkrat and their Reinhardt. And that's going to be another quick team fight win for what was he cooking.
So economic in the ultimates as well. I mean, Goob did have that... did have the tire ready, but they knew that they had the fight one. So beautiful recognition there. Bolting Cake's going to be able to come in with a coalescence that might be able to keep the team up during this fight.
Well, here's the Rip Tire coming out from Goob. If they can find just one person, that's going to have them reset. But I don't know. Are they going to be even able to get any value from it? They're going to be caught No, as the Junker Queen spots it onto the side, but they're now going to walk into the shotguns of the Reaper. The Shatter coming out, and that's going to wrap up that fight yet again for what was he cooking.
Economic once again. They were able to just use the one ultimate, and it just zoned off the entire point of ingress there coming from Coin. So, I mean, you've got the Rampage available now, but the sound barrier will keep you up even though you're going to be antied.
We're going to see that has to be the end train. So, no, it's going to be Vix using this Riptire, and it does not find anyone, but I think Kurt might have gotten that the credit for that kill, as they're going to come through, as Ashi goes down during that Death Blossom phase, as this looking good for Coin. They're on the up and up here, as they're going to be Coin to $1 here, as they're going to take this fight.
I love to see what you did there, and I like it. However, this is going to be last fight territory, because we're at 94% for what was he cooking, and that was such an expensive fight. 4 ultimates came out in that fight, Joshua, and now you're looking at Tire coming up very soon for Goob. You're looking at another window from Illuminous, and we saw what value they got on the last one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be crucial how much value they can get from this window. And right now, they're not getting much of it because, well, Coin is just kiting around it. But Goob still finding a pick onto the crucial Moira is going to be huge going forward. They're just going to be able to go in, just run as far as they possibly can and fast as they possibly can into their enemy team and get the point back into their favor.
Illuminous absolutely carried that fight. I don't care about the frags that came out. The immortality barrier was massive. The regenerative burst was massive. The long range healing was massive, and they take the 136 victory here on Control Center. So, one sub map closer to taking themselves to match point. Coin have got to figure out what their identity is going to be here on Gardens, because what was he cooking? Ahishi never even had to pull out the Death Blossom. That's how good they were. That's how much work Goob and Cute White Boy were getting done. We'll see how cute you are, sir. But Coin came up a little bit short on the dollar there, and I like the changes coming out right now. Vix going over to the Junkrat of their own, but Chimoran is going to be on this Tracer, so the backline is definitely going to be having to have their heads on swivels.
And they've decided to swap the tanks here, as Cute White Boy opting for their Junker Queen on this round, as Dilby switching it up, going to the big German man on for Coin, as they're going to get this fight underway here, as Ahi is going to start things off, get the Moira super low, and it's going to be finished up by Goob there, now on this Cybernetic Ninja, finding 2 picks of their own, as what was he cooking? Starting off with some fire.
Chimoran, hello? That was actually kind of sick, but just got the dash away, or the blink away just in time. But look at these ult charges here for the supports. Illuminous has really been dominating as far as the supports going on right now. But Chimoran, I mean, is going to be looking for the Brigitte there in the backline with this pulse bomb that's coming up.
Yeah, they're going to come in here. Dilby looking for the value with this rocket hammer, but nothing too far so far for the Reinhardt of Coin, as they're going to go down in the end. A nice stick with the jagged blade. That's the word I'm looking for. As what was he cooking wins that fight out.
I mean, 35% and counting. Illuminous still getting so much value on this Brigitte. You can speed in and get the shield bashes going on, get that Inspire time up, and I'm telling you what, Chimoran has got to land something here.
They definitely do. They definitely do indeed look for that pulse bomb stick onto the Brigitte, but it's going to be Vix to start things off. He is now out of this fight. The pulse bomb comes out, doesn't find the value you'd have liked it, as now the rally's been popped, and they're going to be all up in health. He's a nice dash through, takes out the spam damage of the Junkrat. Is what was he cooking? Continuously just dropping some fire cooking.
Well, we're crossing on 70% here, and the rally was so good in that last fight that they just decided they didn't need to build anything else out. So Vix might have a counter here to this Rampage coming up from Cute White Boy.
Yeah, it's got to be something here. They need something, Billy. The Shatter comes out and only connects to the Junker Queen. Illuminous is out of the fight, which is going to be huge, as the Dragon Blade being used by Goob, maybe a little bit overzealous, as It's all Croge Coin in the kill feed right now.
But once again, look at the percentage. I mean, it is a 97, 98. It's going to be 99 when it flips over. So final fight territory already. The good thing is for them is that they pulled out 2 of those ultimates out of what was he cooking. The Rampage and the Blade both got denied by the tire and the resulting damage from it. So, I mean, you can go in on tempo here with this sound barrier, but Labrat will be able to counter against it with the one of their own.
Let's see how that works. They're going to use the commanding shout to start things off from Cute White Boy, and that's going to be huge. Chimoran's already out of this fight. The Coalescence is going to take out Illuminous, but it's not going to matter any much longer because they deal with him very quickly shortly afterwards, as that is going to be a quick retake for What Was He Cooking, and it looks like we're going to be seeing this first map going into their favor as a nice boop comes through. They're going to be able to get to the point, is the Wrecking Ball, but for how much longer is the real question, as this overtime bar is going to continuously tick down quicker when they get off these points as the red is filling this kill feed, and there it goes. The overtime bar ticks down as What Was He Cooking? It takes map number 1.
That is just a fantastic and dominant performance coming out of What Was He Cooking to take themselves on to match point. Crogecoin, I just feel like they don't know what their identity is right now, and they're running up against some pretty stiff competition here. I mean, Vix did get the value out of the rallying. Oh my God, it was actually better than I expected. Vix actually really took the bit between the teeth there and took the not only the Dragon Blading Genji out, but also took out the Rampaging Junker Queen. So, I mean, there's the potential there. But I think that their team fight potential has to be a little bit more coordinated here because you are seeing What Was He Cooking absolutely playing as a five. The commanding shout there being used by Cute White Boy, being able to start the engagement, and then you've got this amp speed coming in behind that. That is a lethal combo that I think that we really need to zero in on.
Yeah, definitely. And I did touch on it before we went into this match. I said when we saw the results, they're coming off back-to-back losses. And it's right now, it's really showing. I think they might be mentally boomed here, Billy. They've got to buckle down here. Their backs are against the wall. It is 1-2. So if they can't lose another map or they're out of this series. And you've got to figure something out if you're Crogecoin right now.
Well, the big thing that I'm looking at right now is that they have lost control map every single, or the first map every single time have come back with different compositions and come back and reverse swept a couple times. When in their losses, they did come back and end up getting another map. So I don't think that they're out of it yet. We'll just see if this is just not their map type, because we're heading to Hybrid next and we're going to Junkertown. So are we going to see the Aussies coming back into it? I don't know.
That's a good question. I have not seen Junkertown on Overwatch 2 yet, so I don't really know what the meta is. Do you have an insight onto that, Chef Billy?
We saw it last night. Junkertown was actually a little bit weird. You can run the double spam out there. You can run anything, basically running with a Sigma. I think Sigma has to be played here unless you're running the Reinhardt. Junker Queen can't really engage as well as she wants to until you get to point 3. Point 3 is absolutely Junker Queen territory there with the throne. But I think that if you're running in the tank department, you've got to have Sigma or the Reinhardt to be able to hold space and take space and be able to tactically retreat. Double snipers have worked very well here. I've liked the Sojourn here as well, being able to use the disruption field to slow enemies down and getting sped on top of that. So we'll see how these two teams decide that they're going to deal with the geometry and the layout of point A. If they don't have their identity locked in and ready to go, then I think this could be a very quick first point hold here for What Was He Cooking?
Yeah, and that just goes back to Overwatch 1. If you don't know what you're going to be running, then you're most likely gonna get it full held, and that's the fun part about these escort maps. That if you don't know what you're doing, it's like it with everything. Every escort map. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna most likely get full hold, full held, I should say.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I mean,
we need proper English here.
I mean, we can English casters, no words.
That's-
But we'll take a look. I mean, I don't know if there's some substitutions coming in, but here to take a look at how we got to where we're at. Junkertown will be our map coming up here. There's the Koala takeaway. I would love to go there someday.
Yeah.
But Push will be our next map if we do end up getting there. But, I mean, it's all going to depend on if Croge has found their mojo here. And they're going to be on the defense first. So, What Was He Cooking has decided that they want to put the benchmark up out there and dare Crogecoin to come up and meet their mark.
Well, we do, in fact, have a swap. Seems like I think it's All Win has come in on to for the DPS line for the side of What Was He Cooking, I believe.
Yeah, Goob's on the main tank.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's interesting to see there for a swap of the roles, and Stratocaster as well has come in as Cypher coming in as well.
Yeah, Stratocaster was the Lucio last map. Yeah.
Oh.
But Cypher is definitely
Right.
new on the map here for Crogecoin. So running that Sigma, as I anticipated, would come out 3 seconds before we open the doors. Ahishi going over to the Genji. So now we're going to be looking at a little bit more projectiles to see if Vix can get any work done on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, it's gonna be the go sign. Really, if Vix can get any pick, that's gonna stop them in their tracks here, and us All Win is gonna try to keep them in check with the Ash here, but nothing really doing. The Dynamite is getting some good work done, as now the roll through gonna come through from Goob, try to get them away, as they're gonna get some nice cart progress here, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Tracer contesting Chimoran on the side. There we go. Vix does get the assassination, but there's the quick answer back. Now we'll see if they're going to be able to close in on this. Cypher does take down Stratocaster, and now Ahishi is absolutely coming unglued.
Oh my goodness, that's all they needed. The Widowmaker out of this fight, just to be able to run wild with the Cybernetic Ninja.
Hello, Goob. Goob just took that 1v1 and said, I'm done. Ahishi is just done with Widowmaker's games here.
It's just they need to do something to deal with Ahishi right now, and there's not really much you can do for a DPS any longer. There's no real stuns in this game, so something has to get. You have to hit your shots if you're Vix or Chimoran.
I mean, I think that you bring the Brigade out here to deal with the Genji. You've got the Shield Bash, which will take him out of commission for a few seconds, but Chimoran does have Pulse Bomb into this fight. So we'll see what they can get done. Niwilla, also known as Alwyn, has a lot to say about this next fight. Oh my goodness, Goob. What an adaptive shield there.
Yeah, Goob has been a little bit advantageous, but still staying alive. That's all you really can help for if you you have your Wrecking Ball player there. As they're still looking to get some, they're going to start things off with the Guardian Angel and a nice Pile Driver combo from Ahishi. The Dragon Blade coming through, finding one, looking for another. There it is. They are going to go down, but the damage has been done by Ahishi there.
I mean, this is going to be a monumental time bank coming in to see. Cypher does have Gravitic Flux into this next fight, but I mean, they're running backwards right now. There is the change that I want to see. We do see the Brigitte come out here, so a little bit more meta as far as what we want to see coming out from the support line. Bolting Cake does get the value there with the volley with the Zen Balls.
Yeah, and they're going to lose Stratocaster as well. This is a nice retake coming in from Crogecoin, as they're going to have this advantage just being the defending squad at the moment, and they're going to get a huge buff as well. The gates are going to close.
Well, this is actually a scary position here for Crogecoin. They do have Transcendence that's going to be able to defend against the Bob. But after that, you've got Mines to worry about. So do you play Minesweeper? Well, Niwilla is not just allowed to play the game right now. Illuminus does get the res through on that, however.
Yeah, as they're going to have to maybe change something up. Always going to pop the Bob, and it's going to take out the Sigma of Crogecoin. Cypher out of this fight. as that's just going to create some good space. Stratocaster looking for some space as well to do some things with their orbs from on high, as Vix just dominating the sniper duel right now. Allwyn cannot do anything. Vix with another nice headshot coming through, as that is just headshot after headshot for the Widowmaker in blue.
All right, Uber Jr., I see what you're doing there. We do see the swap coming out from Goob, though. Goob is ready to go here on the Sigma. Pulse Bomb at the ready for Chimoran. So we'll see what they can get done with this. I think that the change has come through Illuminous. Vix, hello.
Vix, you need to stop. It's coming. It's borderline bullying now, as they know where Allwyn is, and they're just waiting for them to peek. As it's just what the benefits of being a defensive Widow. You can be able to make these spaces, take the space much easier than an attacking sniper. But right now, Goob taking the space all the space they really could ask for right now. Taking away this high ground is huge from the Widowmaker. Vix still trying to use it to their advantage right now, but it might not be the best any longer. The rally has been popped by Kurt there, as they're going to be able to get that rally armor, get into the face of what was he cooking, and Allwyn has gone down yet again there.
Yeah, that's a big stagger coming out, and Chimoran, my low HP be damned, I'm going to keep shooting, and takes the Luminous out of the fight. So, Stratocaster needs to let loose with this Transcendence whenever Cypher pops. The upcoming Gravitic Flux, Goob is just getting absolutely bodied right now by Kurt. Labert on this Brigitte. This Brigitte does not like to lose, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
Me too, Billy, as both these two teams have similar ultimates going forward, but it is going to be Ashi's gonna be the one to really determine this fight, having their own Dragon Blade online. We'll see how this works forward, if they can get the value that we've seen with the previous Dragon Blades, but it's gonna be the Gravitic Flux to start things off. It is gonna be countered out by the Transcendence, as both Gravitic Flux and Transcendences are off the board, but it is going to be Illuminous finding the value in the 1v1, but Cypher from on high takes out 2-3 for the Sigma in blue, as that is going to be Croachcoin continuously holding down this defense.
Oh, Stratocaster played that absolutely in the gutter. Did not wait for the flux of Cypher to come out, and as a result, their team got absolutely bodied in that mid fight, and they were decimated on Sweet. So, still, both our DPS ultimates ready to go for what he was cooking. So, Chimoran, what you gonna answer out with here?
So the question, and it's gonna be Ashi starting things off with a Dragon Blade, finding 2, finding 3. Oh my goodness, again, finding so much value with this Dragon Blade, and the team kill gong sounds. But there's definitely going to be another chance for a fight from Croachcoin. Do they have the capabilities to keep it going on the defense?
5 minutes were on the clock when they came into C, and now we're sub 60 seconds. Allwyn will have Bob to be able to wreck the defense here. Chimoran looking for the stick, finds the shield.
Yeah, the shield, you're gonna be able to just drop it down there as the Bob comes out. Chimoran, if they can find something, but it's gonna be Cypher taking out Stratocaster, who could have gotten that Transcendence on in the long run in this fight, but it does not seem to matter to make it 3 picks into the favor. Vix coming back, but it's not going to matter. They're just focused down immediately, as what was he cooking completes all 3 points on Junkertown.
I mean, you love to see it, my friend. You love to see it. But still, what a stalwart defense that came out from Croachcoin. They found their identity. Vix found the range with the Widowmaker. You love to see it. I still think, for me, as far as this map has gone so far, Bolting Cake on the Brigitte is my MVP. So many times they took the 1v1 versus Goob on the Sigma and came out on top of it, and the rallies were absolutely magnifique. I loved how good they really waited and used that ability. So, I mean, Croachcoin, this could be something that they can build on and maybe take this map into extra innings and maybe with a healthy time bank. Because if Vix continues to pop like they were, Joshua, this could be a very, very fast first point.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and well, they're gonna have to. All-Win's gonna have to focus on more than just Vix now because Chimoran's hovering over that Ashe currently. Ashi was trying their best, but you can only deal with that Widowmaker and close distances if you are a Genji, as we've seen. Vix, before they can really close that distance, have taken their heads off.
I'm worried.
Oh, I'm worried that there's a Roadhog on the map.
Okay, so we're going full Aussie here. All we need now is just a junker out of here, and we'll have the full Aussie squad. But we'll see what Vix can get done here.
Truth be told, I have not seen Roadhog being played in Overwatch 2, so I'm excited to see how it will work out for What Was He Cooking. Maybe they are some one of those Roadhog top 500 people that don't talk to people and just block Roadhog. Well, I mean, it's starting to work out well. The anti-nade and the follow-up from Goob on the Roadhog is going to work out for them, as they're going to win that fight early on.
Yep, I mean, this is exactly what they needed to see. Progress is going backwards. Not the way that you want to see it come out. Vix was getting shots, but has not confirmed a kill yet. So, I mean, right now, Illuminous with the Ana, I think is the big key here. They've got to take down the Egyptian healer.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here. Ooh, some nice shots coming in from Bolton Cake as well. The Discord Orb finding the value that you need as Alwyn is gone out of this fight. And now the snipers can reign free from Crogecoin as Kurt yet again showing up in the kill feed. There you are yet again. 2 whip shot kills for the Brigitte from Crogecoin as they're just flanking all around and taking names.
Yep, I think this is time for Goob. Yep, Goob has gotten off of the Roadhog and is bringing out something a little bit more stable and sustainable coming into this fight. So yeah, Vix is going to go bye-bye from that. But they give up the point. They don't touch, so 4:48 on this clock. Spawn advantage is going to be in favor of Crogecoin. So Vix, while being taken down, isn't really going to hurt all that much.
Yeah, definitely not. And in the long run, as they are going to be waiting, Vix is going to be countered out immediately, as that is huge from Ashi. That's what you got to do. You got to be able to kill that Widowmaker before they can even set up. As Alwyn's going to be lobbing in some dynamite, lobbing in the spam damage. And there's the nano boost onto the Genji. They don't have the blade up yet, but the Gravitic Flux is going to try to counter them out. Not going to be able to build up to that Dragon Blade with that nano boost. Is very unfortunate for What Was He Cooking, but they can still find this fight. But Vix swapping over to the Tracer, taking out Stratocaster, looking for Alwyn as well. Not going to find them for a second, but they might still win this duel. Hitting the shots is Alwyn, and there it goes. Finally, Vix getting the upper hand in that fight.
Good swap. Immediate swap and immediate value. So now, I mean, Pulse Bomb is going to probably be gained in this next fight. You're going to have 3 ultimates. Kurt Lambert here on the Brigitte, as I misspoke earlier, on this Brigitte, has had a phenomenal series here all day long, showing their wares, and this Brigitte is absolutely disgusting coming out from them. Goob, looking for the high. There's the rally coming out.
Almost paying for their life with that pile driver as Stratocaster gonna be taking out their direct counter in Vix, as that's gonna be huge going forward, as that should be What Was He Cooking winning this fight out. It's starting their defense at a very good position for the defense.
Look at their ult bank. I mean, just under 3 minutes to go, and they've got 4 ultimates ready to go into this fight. Bob on Bob action could be in this next fight, but the Dragon Blade is what I'm really looking for.
Yeah, Ashi has been able to find a lot of value, no longer having the Ana on the board, but that did not seem to matter previously to the Cybernetic Ninja. The pile driver is going to come in with the minefield, not going to find the value you'd have liked to, but still, you're going to buy some time off the clock, which is all you can really hope for at this time. You want to get it down to a manageable time bank if you can't hold on for point 3, as Vix is gonna find this first pick. Ashi popping the Dragon Blade does find Chimoran. The Transcendence gonna be used to keep them up and healthy and win them this fight yet again. In a minute and some change have been taken off this time bank yet again.
Uh-oh. Vix is on a massive flank here, looking for Illuminous in the background or Stratocaster. I don't think the Zen is back yet. No, he is not. I don't think. Maybe.
I don't know.
There he is.
So it's just in the backline for no reason, I guess.
I think they were trying to get an early assassination on the Illuminous to prevent this rally from being gained.
They've already came back to their team. Okay, they're gonna be trying to get, they're gonna go try to get up to the Zenyatta. I saw that flank coming through there when we were in the observers in the moment, as Vix is gonna find 2 in this fight, and that's gonna open things up huge. Vix, no matter what they're on, is finding value for the DPS of Crogecoin. That's gonna win them this fight, but the defense of What Was He Cooking was strong enough to get this time bank down pretty substantially.
I mean, 2 minutes off the clock. There is nothing to sniff at. Now, a little under 2.5 minutes going into this fight. You're going to have Rally and Mines coming up very shortly. Alwyn has to control the high ground here. If you're not controlling the high ground, you're going to see, well, Chimoran and Cypher take that high ground from you. Chimoran going over to the Sojourn now. I love this swap.
I do indeed. You're gonna be the power slide is gonna be helpful to take this high ground away from What Was He Cooking, as well, as it's just a nice pseudo sniper character. But Cypher is gonna take things into their own hands here. As my goodness, Bolton Cake with a nice shot there with their orbs to continuously push this cart a little bit more forward.
Goob needs to let loose with these lines and just start the contest here on the point, because they're getting so much free push because they just have not engaged yet.
Yeah, as Goob trying to get the Cypher out of this, as the rallies popped a bit too late from Kurt to save their life of their tank, as that's going to be What Was He Cooking winning this out and getting that crucial ultimate of Rally out of that fight.
I mean, they both popped at Rally, so, I mean, both squads now going to be without that on the table. Bolty Cake is about 8% higher, 10% higher than Stratocaster towards Transcendence, so a couple of volleys should both gain them their Transcendences. And I think Stratocaster needs to get it in a hurry because Cypher's closing in on this Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, it could be the change that Crogecoin needs, as they're going to have to figure something out. It's down to 43 seconds, Billy, and this could be the end of the Crogecoin line, as it's right now even all around, but Goob finding picks. It's still being traded out here, as Vic's looking for the pick. They do find it. That is huge. Almost up to that Bob could have been huge to keep this defense going forward. There is definitely going to be some stalls coming in from What Was He Cooking, and a nice stick coming through. Ashi is out of this fight, who had that Dragon Blade that could have changed this fight for What Was He Cooking. The Transcendence has to be used to just get out of spawn, as they're not going to have it for this Gravitic Flux any longer. But the red, it's still filling this kill feed right now. The Bob out of this fight. The blade now being used by Ashi, coming in strong for 2. That is huge. I think they've done it, Billy. What Was He Cooking has taken the map and the series.
What a dynamic end to our last series of the day. What Was He Cooking was on the back foot, and then you saw Ahishi bring out the blade and clean up the fight. Was on fire, literally and figuratively, in this last fight, and you see it happen.
Yeah, here it comes. Oh, a nice little snipe onto Chimoran there in this play of the game. This wasn't even the win to win it, but still, and an amazing clip coming in from Ashi. That was just some incredible Genji work from the Genji of What Was He Cooking.
Well, I mean, this was an elimination match once again. So now what was he cooking? Moves on to the playoffs. We got to say goodbye to Crogecoin here. They had a pretty damn good tournament, not going to lie, but we do have to say goodbye to them. And now, you know, we're at the end of our day. Let's take a look at our bracket real quick to see where we're going forward for tomorrow, possibly. Question mark. Okay, we'll take a look at today's. Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at right now. We see the final results here. Yo, what's poppin' does take the 2-0 win over on the C stream. So that's a pretty comprehensive look there coming out of them. And I am darn impressed with what they have done so far. So we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back to close out the night in just a few minutes.
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Baby, I can feel we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. wondering in his place how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how we tried. No more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It's me and Talk.
Hello.
You. What a day it's been. I want to say first a huge thank you to all of the casters and the production teams that have been helping out with the matches so far. Today's been a crazy day. Here's just a list of the first 2 days' stuff, and I'm sure there's even more to add. Thanks to all of these people so far who have made this exactly what it is. It's the staff that make BPL what it is, so thank you. Today has been crazy. We've gone on long, as of course we have. Joey's been running the entire stream on his own, just with Avi's lobby admin. So it's really been a mammoth day, so thank you, everybody. Now, we're very close to closing out today. Here is the big bracket. If you remember, this is kind of what looks like all the kind of empty spaces. I should have fixed that, and I thought it did, but it clearly did not. Why didn't this? Why? Oh, I see. Okay, anyway, this is the big Swiss bracket that we have. As you can see, we have all of the matches with a number in the column, apart from Kaggle Empire vs. Demon Mode, which is the game that's currently off stream. It's still ongoing. It's probably at least map 2 by now, but we don't know.
Hold on.
Oh?
Message just sent.
Message just sent. Catgirl Empire versus Demon Mode is 2-0 Demon Mode. So the Catgirls have fallen, unfortunately. They are out of the tournament. Demon Mode will be the last one to reach that. 3 wins, exactly what they needed to get in. Let's make sure that's updated on here. And, and there it is. So there you go. That is how it shakes out. Here is the standings. This is the A-League. So as you can see, we've got your 3-0s that went in straight through, your 3-1s that went through after a little bit more of a battle, and then your 3-2s, which have just been set there. You can see the maps as well. We also have the opponent match win rate. Now that all the teams are sorted out, you can see those top 8 from Demon Mode and up are sorted in this order. So the first match tomorrow will be Crab Apple versus Demon Mode, and so on. Basically, the people who had the easier ride into this playoffs will go up against the people who had a harder time and have dominated. Yeah, this is what it looks like so far. So your top 2 are the sale who went 3-0.
Just to reiterate, because it might look a bit funny when you see the teams with the higher opponent win percentage above teams with lower. It's because the first tiebreaker is matches, your map differential. That's how many matches you win versus how many you lose. Then it's your map wins, not map differential. So individual map wins. So if you win a map in a series you lose, that counts. But if you lose a map in a series you lose. No, if you win if you lose a map in a series you win, nothing happens. You get no penalty. But if you lose a map, or you win a map in a series you lose, then you get a benefit for that, and then it jumps onto opponent win percentage.
Yeah, what he said. Yeah, so do you want to put this into the matches tomorrow? Have we done that yet?
Oh.
You can see those and we'll show it on the broadcast. I'll push him into the corner and he can go do that. As you've also seen, we have the B League that's running right now. I believe the game has just finished. That's on the B League. Here it is. This is what the B League bracket looks like so far. Neptune and Nightmare 2 are the ones to head through to the upper finals. Camp Half-Baked was eliminated earlier today, and Pupils vs E-Kittens is currently ongoing, as far as I understand. So they've been in their own little world with their own little meta, and it's been very cute over there. But yes, this is the bracket that we need to worry about as it comes through, as Toxic puts it in so delicately. This is what is happening tomorrow. Now, it's going to be a bit like the Mayhems, like the ST5s. We're going to do all this tomorrow. We're going to make sure all the schedules are set and try and accommodate a bit of extra time so that we don't run as much as we did. But you can see all the matchups being set for you. Crab Apple versus Demon Mode. White Collar Revenge will be taken on Yo What's Poppin'. Sale will be taken on What Was He Cooking? And Solar Snack will be taken on the other team.
There you
go. Kingpin.
Boom.
Here you go. These are your top 8. So all of these teams have won 3 times in the bracket. Everyone else has lost 3 times. Here they are today. So this is what it's going to be. On the B League right now, the game is still ongoing. Maybe we have a look and see what they're doing. Gonna pull it up and see. Oh, the game is not. It is currently E-Kittens versus Peach Ball. They're on Circle Royale.
Yep. Tomorrow the B League finals will be mainstream. I'm pretty sure. B League Grands.
Yes, we're planning on doing B League Grands just before the A League Grands. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm exhausted. I won't lie. It's been a day.
Same. Shattered.
It's been a day. This is everything we've done only on the mainstream, and there's been 3 streams all day, and even more games happening off stream. So, huge thank you to everybody who was working on this. Rematch Central. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what happens. It's gonna be like that. So yeah, we'll leave you with. What are we leaving you with? What are we doing here? Our faces. Look at that. It's us.
Actually, it's not really Rematch Central. There's only one.
Yeah. They're lying. Yeah, tomorrow we'll start again at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, at 7 p.m. UK, 8 p.m. Europe, and like 11 a.m. Pacific. So be here. We'll be here bringing you all the matches as they come. Thanks so much for watching. B League is going to carry on BPL 2. Be warned, I don't know if you want to watch that. I'll be honest. I've heard some things. That's all I'm saying. I've heard some things. It has some people casting the game. Wait, we can cast it.
The problem is there's several, not just 2.
It is not just 2 casters.
Got the whole gang club.
Yeah, big thanks to all my crew on the A stream today. Togsmark, Zusa, Cap for a little bit. Me, I was observing. Person for a little bit. Peace by, who was helping out. Really made it go as smoothly as we could, even though we ran long. Yeah. More tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern for the bracket. That's where we'll start. And we'll have everything else after that. Because that's how bracket works. You play games, and then you play other games after that, depending on the results of the first games.
Yeah, we'll try and condense it down so you guys don't have to play and then have massive breaks. It should be pretty tightly condensed. Maybe with a short break before Grands if the B League Finals goes long. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. That's all from us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 2. Good night.
Bye.
They tell me to leave you, I should run away. They can't believe that I wanna stay. I try too hard to please you.